I am the king of weapons. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, Promise. Hurry up and buy Suarez. This year, the strong teams have finally changed their coaches. The success or failure of the championship depends on this. Tisk. You are dreaming. When has our factory ever bought a player worth more than 20 million? You are fooling people. Wait until the strongest person is already in the team. Woohoo, Zigwe is not coming, and Suarez is not coming. It seems that our factory can only compete for the 4th place. Browsing the news on the forum, Zhang Kei's friend Sun Ye rubbed his eyes tiredly. In a blink of an eye, it was August, and the transfer period was already halfway through. In order to strengthen the lineup and buy players, the rich nouveau riche spent 100 million, and the poor rich also spent tens of millions. Only one club's transfer amount attracted everyone's attention: Arsenal. The transfer amount was -2 million. The horizontal bar before 2 million represents a minus sign, which means that the Arsenal has not spent a penny so far, but has recovered 2 million in cash by selling the third goalkeeper, Italian Manon. The only player who joined is the young player of Ligue 2, Yaya Sanago. Although she is also called Yaya, it is certain that she will not reach the height of Yaya Touré in a short period of time. She can only be regarded as a potential player in the future instead of a warrior who can fight for the battle, and she cannot help the team win the championship. Arsenal, which intends to compete for the championship, aims to break the 8-year championship drought this year. It is really difficult to do it without a superstar. Zhang Kei looked at Yaya from the side. Why does this child like Arsenal if he doesn't like it? His uncle likes football but prefers Chelsea and Manchester United in the Premier League. He always comforts this child. Years of waiting have worn out the patience of fans. There are even crazy fans who threaten the team with suicide by putting a picture of a knife against their necks on the internet. If Arsenal does not buy Suarez within a week, he will commit suicide. Sighing, closing the page, Yaya picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Every day, the taste of coffee changes. This is the standard way of drinking for foodies. It can make Yaya experience different feelings and be more clear-headed. In fact, coffee with a single taste in a long time cannot achieve the effect of refreshing. After smelling the aroma of Sumatra mandheling today, Yaya frowned and read the book Principles of Economics. Modern viewpoint in his hand after putting down the cup. As a college student who just graduated, he was very unhappy at work. Although he was lucky to be taken away by a bank, he only did some simple data entry work every day and did not learn anything at all. He also knew that the economy was in recession and it was difficult to find a job. Everyone started from the grassroots. But Yaya couldn't stand the decadent atmosphere in the system and decided to take the postgraduate entrance examination again to enrich himself. Maybe it was because of the economic major. As a fan, Yaya didn't like Real Madrid, which had many championships, nor Bayern Munich, which dominated the field, but Arsenal, the Arsenal that struggled for 8 years in the Premier League without a championship. At first, as a pseudo-fan, he was dragged by his classmates to watch a few games and played a few live games. He used Arsenal with the initials of A. In the live game, Arsenal has a Windy Henry, and everyone likes to use Arsenal. As a result, he, a fake fan, also began to pay attention to Arsenal and learned about the 49 unbeaten games and Wenger's elegant demeanor. More importantly, Wenger's business philosophy is in line with his philosophy of life. In fact, it is a professional disease. Let's call it a sympathy. Yaya slowly became a loyal fan of Arsenal. He once said, "First Arsenal, then football." After a day's work, Yaya went home to review his books. Although it was very hard, he was very happy to fight because he believed that one day he would realize his dream and Arsenal would win the championship again. Looking at Yaya muttering in his sleep, "What if I could move the earth with 70 million, and what Arsenal's physical examination room is really the most dangerous place in the world." Looking at Zhang Kei and said, "If, give me a chance, there will be a difference," and then suddenly a light flashed, and Zhang Kei disappeared. Chapter 2. This is London. Yuxin, get up. Why are you still sleeping? Didn't you say you were feeling better? Today is the day you go to the club. You've been on leave for a few months. Coach Arsene called to ask you to go early. Li Yuxin felt his head buzzing, very heavy. Hearing this voice, he opened his eyes and was startled. What, Yuxin? Why did I call Li Yuxin? What club? Where is this? Li Yuxin sat on the unfamiliar bed and saw the spacious and bright room, the milky white chandelier, the heavy red painted furniture, and the walls were covered with posters: Henry, Bergkamp, Pires, Ljungberg. There was also a huge photo opposite him. The photo showed a family photo of Arsenal in the 2005-2006 season. There were familiar faces inside. The date on the wall clock was August 3, 2005. Oh my god, Li Yuxin could understand such complicated English all of a sudden. God knows he only scored 60 in English in the college entrance examination, and he guessed it. Usually, others helped him to do it. The only time he did it by himself, he scored 30, which was far below his usual standard. At this time, his eyes fell on a very handsome boy. The boy was behind Wenger in the second row. According to his visual estimation, he was at least 185 centimeters tall. He had a typical Oriental face, a slightly pointed chin, a high nose, deep eyes, and even emerald eyes. It was known that he was a mixed-race child with the elegant temperament of the Chinese people and the strong physique of the Westerners. He was full of charming charm. He was not inferior to any Hollywood handsome guy, especially the deep emerald eyes, which could electrify any woman. The more Li Yuxin looked at him, the more familiar he felt. Then his head buzzed, and a lot of information came to his mind. In his previous life, he lived in China, an ordinary citizen of a small city. He liked football, especially the Premier League, but he didn't like Arsenal. Of course, his favorite star was Thierry Henry. That day, he wanted to leave a wish because he couldn't bear to see Yaya sad. Unexpectedly, God was moved by his righteousness and let him reincarnate in the UK to play for Arsenal. Unexpectedly, his dream came true, but it was not easy to say goodbye to Wuguan. In the 2005-2006 Premier League, Chelsea ruled the blue. After Chelsea's internal strife in the next season, the Red Devils regained the lost ground. Arsenal had a hard time since building its own stadium until 2013 when they bought Ozil and began to recover. Next, he must at least let Arsenal win as many championships as possible, even the League Cup. Championships are very important to the temperament of a team. At this time, a pleasant voice was heard: "Brother, you are awake. Mom called you to get up." Hearing this voice, Li Yuxin's had suddenly appeared another memory. Li Yuxin, born in 1988, height 185, weight 82 kilograms, 100 meters 11.8 seconds, Arsenal first-team player. His father is a businessman, a Chinese, who went abroad to work after the reform and opened several trading companies in London. His mother is a British, and was seduced by his father who came to the UK to work hard. Li Yuxin slowly cleared the memory in his mind. Haha, this guy's physical fitness is really good, plus his acquired bonus, he should be able to gain a foothold in Arsenal. His consciousness was imposed on this Li Yuxin, and the original Li Yuxin's main consciousness had dissipated to who knows where. Only the consciousness of football and some warmth of relatives remained. Thinking of this, Li Yuxin sighed helplessly and said to himself, "From now on, there will be no Zhang Ke, only Li Yuxin." He was determined to repay this half-fellow villager who died unfortunately with his own efforts, and changed his original name to Li Yuxin. At this time, the voice was even more anxious, saying, "Brother, are you up? Are you still sick? Today is the gathering time. Coach Arsene will be unhappy if you are late." Li Yuxin knew that this Coach Arsene was Professor Wenger. Thinking of his serious expression, his heart palpitated. It was probably the reaction of the remaining consciousness of Li Yuxin. Hey, it is estimated that this kid has been beaten by Wenger. However, in order to see this old man who is respected even though he doesn't like him earlier, Li Yuxin quickly jumped out of bed to run the water, then washed up, and quickly got dressed. Rushed to the living room. When he came to the living room, his mother and his sister Yang Gang, who had just called him to get up, were already there. His father had gone to the company to take care of business. "Your breakfast." Yuxin, his mother put a breakfast in front of him. Arsenal has hired a professional nutritionist to supervise and guide the daily diet of each player. In addition to paying attention to it when playing in Theobald and with the team, the players must also pay attention to their diet at home. For example, Li Yuxin will play in the Community Shield in a few days against the powerful Blues Chelsea, so he can't eat meat and some high-fat foods today, and his favorite barbecue will have to be saved until the break in the future to eat once a week. Breakfast is milk, soy milk, cereal, fruit, juice, butter, bread, jam, cheese, ham and yogurt. There are many kinds of rich, but as a professional player, Lee Yuxin is tall and has a big appetite. The breakfast on the small table in front of him is his current task, and he must eat it all, because breakfast is very important for a professional player. According to Arsenal's nutritionists, the most important things for breakfast are starchy foods, high-quality protein foods and vegetables and fruits, and they need to have high water content, rich types and sufficient quantities. Even many times, if breakfast is not enough, you have to eat an extra meal. So Lee Yuxin concentrated on finishing the breakfast in front of him. Brother, I will go to cheer for you in the game in a few days. Yang Guiyang adjusted his glasses and waved his fist and said, well, okay, brother will definitely win the championship. Lee Yuxin looked at his sister, who was less than 1.70 meters tall, bookish, very cute, a lovely little girl, and in his memory, she was also very good with her brother. What a good family, what a good opportunity. I will definitely change Arsenal's championship-lessness, Lee Yuxin swore in his heart. He knew he would face a huge test. Community Shield Chelsea, Drogba, Terry, Mourinho, strong enemies are coming. Come on, Blues. Chapter 3 Training Class. After dinner, my mother said, Yuxin, it's almost 8 o'clock. Coach Arsene doesn't like players who are late, especially since you've been sick and haven't been to training these days. Arsene even called. We're going to play the Community Shield against Chelsea in a few days, so you have to work hard and try to get on the field. Go quickly. Lee Yuxin glanced at the clock. It was just past 7 o'clock. Hey, he gave it his all for the game, but he hadn't really trained yet. Although he was born with good qualities, God knows what the result will be. He's going to play in the Premier League next. He got to the garage and started the car immediately. Following his mother's instructions, he headed towards the Carney training base. Along the way, there were mostly pastoral scenery, golden lights scattered on the road, and a breeze blowing in his face. When he arrived at the destination, the Carney training base, it was said that Wenger built a Carney training base with the money from selling Anelka. In fact, he only used part of the money to improve it, and the rest of the money was used to buy Arsenal's greatest shooter, Thierry Henry. The Carney training base has a total of 10 standard football fields. The last one is used for the first team games. This training base covers an area of 4 acres, including 45 acres of forest and 7,000 trees. The environment is quite good. You can completely relax and enjoy the fun of football. Many football stars will choose this as their training base. Even the England national team has trained here. It is also very close to Highbury, about an hour's drive away. Generally, you are allowed to be late for the first training session for a few minutes. Of course, if you are late for more than half an hour, then our Professor Wenger will make you a beast of exhaustion. Lee Yuxin quickly changed his clothes after entering, and found that his jersey number was 85. At this time, Lee Yuxin was not interested in this number, and hurriedly asked the equipment supervisor to change his number to 90. The number 11 in his mind was already taken. After applying, Lee Yuxin left the equipment room. When he came out of the venue, he saw some fans sitting in the stands and watching the reserve team training boredly. It was just past 7 o'clock, and most of the players had not arrived yet. There were some children in the stands wearing Arsenal jerseys, cheering for the youth team players with great enthusiasm, and cheering and shouting when they saw some gorgeous moves. After a while, Lee Yuxin saw a figure walking in. He had a handsome face, deep eyes, a little immature, and a slightly thin body. Good morning, Lee. Lee Yuxin walked over and said, Hey, Sesk, good morning. The man raised his head and smiled and said, You guys are even earlier. Why didn't you start training today? Did you go to see the beautiful girls at the University of London again? The person who came was the real first-generation Chief Fabregas. Lee Yuxin, who came from the future, knew better than anyone how much Wenger liked Fabregas. In order to establish Fabregas' main position in the midfield, Wenger could let Vieira go. In order to establish Fabregas' core position in the team, Wenger could let Henry go. In order to establish Fabregas' position as the boss in the team, Wenger sent away big players such as Touré and Gallas one after another. Even in order to suit Fabregas, talented players like Merida and Denison, who played in the same position as Fabregas, ended up in tragedy. Of course, Wenger changed Arsenal's original style of play for Fabregas. Wenger is no longer the same as when he first took over Arsenal a few years ago. At that time, Wenger was just a little-known person, and he was constrained by big agents like Jerome Anderson within Arsenal. But after all these years, Wenger has become the banner of Arsenal and his status in Arsenal has greatly increased. In order to cultivate Fabregas, Wenger has been very decisive in the past. He would clean up when necessary, and anyone who stood in Fabregas' way would be suppressed immediately. Just like Ferguson cleaned up Van Nistelrooy and Keane for Cristiano Ronaldo in history. However, the last two people are like strangers, and they are paying for it. Oh. Thinking of Arsenal fans burning jerseys, thinking of Fabregas' disappointment at Arsenal's refusal to buy back in the future, and the joy of joining Chelsea, well, when Lee Yuxin was thinking. Fabregas came and bumped his shoulder and said, "Don't put your evil thoughts on others, it's very immoral, apologize to me quickly." In fact, Lee Yuxin has the best relationship with him and Van Persie in the team. They are all handsome, have excellent temperament, and have gorgeous football skills. They are all young talents and are valued by Wenger. There are too many similarities that make the three of them become close friends. Fabregas rolled his eyes at Lee Yuxin and said, "Come on, I don't know you yet. By the way, why has your taste changed? Did you insist on having a queen before? Now you cheat on little girls, which is even more evil." The tone of his voice and his actions are as murderous as a hidden murderous intent. Lee Yuxin instantly felt a cold gaze flashing behind him. Lee Yuxin hurried over, put his hand on Fabregas' shoulder, gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Don't talk nonsense, this is my first love, you know." Instantly felt that the sun was so beautiful. Fabregas let go of Lee Yuxin's hand easily, walked a few steps, and said loudly, "Forget it, you said that every time. Didn't you say that last time when you brought 5 girls here?" They didn't believe it. He was almost screaming hysterically. After saying that, he looked at Lee Yuxin proudly and ran away with the ball. Lee Yuxin smiled bitterly and looked back. Seeing the assistant coach's vicious eyes, he came over helplessly and said, "Boss, don't believe him. He is slandering me." The assistant coach said, "Go to training quickly." At the beginning of the training, Lee Yuxin gently carried the ball, and from time to time did some fancy moves, trying to find the ball. At this time, Lee Yuxin's consciousness began to slowly merge with his body, and his mind remembered those familiar ball skills. The physical changes that God gave Lee Yuxin also began to take effect. His body slowly felt that the ball was growing under his feet. Lee Yuxin gently carried the ball and his body felt the ball's beating. Lee Yuxin walked to the far end, skillfully dribbling the ball, occasionally doing some difficult moves. It looked like he was making the ball dance on the field. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lee Yuxin, even the female fans were obsessed with watching him dribbling the ball. Elegant, smart, coupled with that seriousness, let the originally handsome face exude charming charm. At this time, on the high platform of the training ground, a tall and thin old man said to a spirited Arsenal player, "Thierry, what do you think of Lee?" The two were the king of Highbury, Thierry Henry, and the old man was the godfather of Arsenal football, Wenger. Henry looked at him and said, "The progress this time is obvious, and the skills have improved a lot. He used to be a speed slugger, but now his small skills have improved a lot. He made the speed and rhythm of the ball perfect, and there was no stiffness in the whole movement." Wenger couldn't help but shine when he heard this. Everyone knows that Wenger prefers young players. Although it is limited by the financial pressure of the club, he probably still enjoys the sense of accomplishment of training young players. Lee Yuxin also felt the professor's gaze. He remembered what someone on Dublin said about the professor in the future. The huge salary gap and the temptation of the trophy made a group of young people that Wenger had painstakingly cultivated leave in the summer of 2011. This kind of escape from the bottom of the pot caused Arsenal to experience a historic defeat of 2-8 to its old rival Manchester United at the beginning of the season. Every Arsenal fan watched helplessly as this tower built on quicksand collapsed tragically before it reached the sky. I thought of Arsene at this point. Wenger was ultimately unable to resist the changes in the world and was dying under the collapsed rubble. However, he still got up and staggered forward. In the last 11 games, Arsenal has regained 9 wins. Of course, everyone knows that this is just rebuilding the foundation of the tower, and the day when the Tower of Babel is completed still seems out of reach. These stubborn people may still not be able to change the world. Fortunately, the world ultimately failed to change these stubborn people. This respectable old man. Chapter 4 Pre-Match 1. At the same time, on the other side, at the Chelsea press conference, Jose, what do you think of the game against Arsenal this time? Opinion? Oh, my players told them that they are eager and able to win the game, but I think we can. Because we have the best defender in England, John, the Beast Yay, and my all-round warrior Frank. My players can give me confidence. But Jose, Arsenal is also very strong. They won the championship undefeated last season and their players are all there. Oh, really? Isn't Patrick in Juventus? Well, Thierry is very good, but we have ways to deal with him. You mentioned Robert. I think Arthur doesn't know whether to put him on the side or on the wing. Oh, Dennis, I admit that I have been fascinated by his skills, but now he is more like a retirement player in Arsenal. Ashley, oh, you know I have always admired him, and I am willing to coach such outstanding players. Frederick, of course, as long as he runs, you have to pay attention to him, but we have enough physical strength to run with him, provided that he can still be so fast now. Puff, Robin and Cesc sound very familiar, but I haven't seen more reports about them. I really can't remember what they look like. Maybe they will appear in the newspapers in the future. But now, they are not strong enough for me to remember. But recently, what I know most about Arsenal is the charming Lee. Oh, I admit that I envy his handsomeness, but I haven't seen any amazing performance of his in that sports newspaper. Maybe Arthur expects him to use the skills he uses to deal with the girls on the ball, but you know that this is something that Gascoigne and Best can't do. Of course last season has proved the strength of my team, but in Cardiff, I will tell you how the Premier League champions of the season before last were defeated by the Premier League champions of the season before last. Mourinho arrogantly insulted Arsenal one by one at the press conference, and finally did not forget to point out that Arsenal's championship title was officially won by himself. Suddenly, the Community Shield match that had not yet started was full of gunpowder. Those reporters rushed to the training bases of Chelsea and Arsenal like sharks that smelled blood, taking the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Here, Arsenal training base Lee Yuxin came to the parking lot, parked the car, got out and saw Van Persie and Fabregas had just arrived, but the two of them were talking about something and didn't notice him. Van Persie looked very excited and kept saying, "That damn guy, I will let him know who I am. The upstarts will never know the foundation of the rich. Does he think that the ruble can buy the championship? The ruble can indeed buy the championship. Did they do it last season?" Lee Yuxin knew from Van Persie's words that the madman Mourinho was offending people again, but Lee Yuxin, who knew about the things in his previous life, of course knew how powerful the madman was, and naturally took over Van Persie's words. "Oh, Lee, why are you here so early? How can your shoo let you out?" Van Persie saw Lee Yuxin and stopped yelling at Mourinho, and turned to tease Lee Yuxin. "Lee, did you see Mourinho's interview today?" Fabregas was not as furious as Van Persie. He knew the team's strength very well. Although Mourinho's words were a bit harsh, they were indisputable facts. Although the old players had a great level of technical competition, their bodies might not be able to withstand the most intense competition among the top 5 leagues, not to mention that the Premier League has the most schedules among the top 5 leagues. Therefore, his deep eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. Lee Yuxin understood Fabregas's thoughts very well, patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, since Jose doesn't know us, then we have to let him see us clearly. Let him know that after Robert, there is me, and after Patrick leaves, there's you." As for Robin, although his strength is a little weaker, he is at least the successor of the Ice Prince. "Hey, Lee, who do you think is weaker? Whoever agrees will be the winner." "Okay, let me see how I deal with you. Stop, don't run." Fabregas looked at the two people who were playing and gradually went away, and the worry in his heart disappeared instantly. Yes, without them, can't we take over? Kicking out our own glory with our own feet is more worthy of pride than standing in the honor book. Lee, don't let me down. I want to prove that losing me is their mistake. Fabregas secretly looked forward to it. Wait for me, you two guys. Fabregas smiled and ran towards the two of them. At the training ground, Henry, Pires, Ljungberg, and even the usually elegant Bergkamp were full of energy, constantly showing the peak competitive state, which made Wenger, who had been sullen, smile again. The entire training ground was serious, with less laughter and more rigor. Seeing his disciples working so hard, Wenger's hatred for Mourinho was slightly reduced. Magic Bear didn't know that his ridicule not only failed to lower the opponent's morale, but instead stimulated these famous champions with countless honors to their best state, waiting for the final battle. "Robert, are you okay?" On the field, Lee Yuxin and Robert clashed once and accidentally knocked him down, and hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. Pires looked at Lee Yuxin, who was worried, smiled, stood up and said, "Lee, you are really strong, but I am not old enough to need help. Don't worry, I have to keep my body to show Jose, but I don't know if the boss." At the end, Pires looked at Wenger with some sighs. Indeed, Pires' position in the last period of Arsenal has always been swinging between the wing and the wing. With the arrival of some good wingers, the tired Pires with a declining competitive level has never been able to reproduce the style of the wing magic wing. Instead, he became a substitute under the constant physical confrontation with the wing. In the end, he was replaced in the Champions League final, which became his last performance for Arsenal in the Champions League. This superstar, who has won countless honours in England, but failed to fight for the first Champions League title for his club to the end, but ended his club career in a sad manner. Lee Yuxin looked at Pires and recalled the time when he returned to the Premier League in his previous life. Although he was also wearing a red jersey, he represented Aston Villa against his old club. However, that figure with a slow pace became the last memory in the hearts of Arsenal fans. It was indeed the most sighing sigh. Lee Yuxin looked at Pires with a look of emotion, and suddenly remembered that Pires seemed to have played in the Community Shield match, still on the left side that he was most familiar with. Lee Yuxin looked at Wenger and found that he did not notice this side. He said mysteriously, "Don't worry, Robert, I think you will be able to play, and on the left side." Pires was stunned, obviously not believing Lee Yuxin's words, because in a series of warm-up matches, Pires played as a road player, and the left side was always occupied by Hleb. He couldn't help asking, "Lee, how did you know?" "Well, anyway, you can rest assured. How about this, as long as I say it's right, you can treat me to a meal at the hotel. If not, how about I treat you?" Lee Yuxin didn't know how to explain, so he just threw the bet. Pires was suspicious for a while, but since this would not harm him, he said, "Okay, I'll bet with you. Then let's train. The coach is still watching." Lee Yuxin saw Wenger looking at him unkindly, and said something quickly, and ran away. Did this kid see the coach's tactical map? Pires muttered to himself. Highbury was already surrounded by reporters and fans. Today was the last day of open training. Tomorrow the team would go to Wales. Only some fans could go with the team. In addition, it was Saturday, so they all wanted to see the status of their team. The reporters were here to see if they could interview some stars after training. The same was true for Chelsea. Of course, there were also some fans and reporters, which was another matter. The training was in full swing, and Wenger was interviewed by reporters during the training. Mr. Wenger, we know that Mr. Mourinho of Chelsea is very confident that he can win the Community Shield. He said that he will prove that he can beat you in the future, whether it is the Community Shield or the Premier League. Do you think your team can do it? Mourinho's meaning was exaggerated in one sentence. The Daily Mail reporter's level of sowing discord was not bad. Really? I know Chelsea is very strong, but the fact that we can play the Community Shield against them already shows something. After all, we have won the Premier League Championship and the FA Cup. No matter who it is, they all say that their team can win. Of course, I am the same, and so is Jose. It has nothing to do with strength. So, do you think Mr. Jose is just bluffing? No, I said they are as strong as us, but there are always some factors in the game, such as experience. He didn't say anything, but it was very powerful. Then Mr. Wenger, what do you think of Mourinho's comments on your players? Oh, I'm a little disappointed to hear this. You know, my players are all champions, and you have seen the competitive level of our players. I am with them every day, so I think I have more say. I don't know where his comments come from. I think he will study the video of our team. After all, sitting there and saying that it can't help him win, I'm sorry, I still have to watch their training. Wenger seemed to give a kind suggestion and left with the help of the security guard. Mr. Wenger, then what do you think of Lee's comments? Is it the same as what Mourinho said? Mr. Wenger. Seeing Wenger was about to leave, all the reporters who still had questions rushed up, but most of them were gossip, because Wenger just made a very wise response to Mourinho's words, and the reporters didn't have the opportunity to use his words to ask more questions. Wenger wanted to hold a press conference to fight back when he saw Mourinho's words, but he saw that his apprentice was not affected by it, but burst out with stronger fighting power. He did not need to give reporters a chance to disturb the team's preparations, and just pointed out his own views. As for Mourinho's attack on Wenger's apprentice, he did not criticize indirectly. As for what other reporters think, it is not his business. As for Lee Yuxin, Wenger has not seen any bad signs from him, so he will not make any comments, and can just criticize him privately. Chapter 5 Pre-Game 2. Regardless of how the newspapers outside portrayed the game, Lee Yuxin still actively trained according to Wenger's intention. Wenger and his coaching staff were still discussing tactics. After noon, Wenger suddenly announced that Highbury would not be open to the public for training. After asking everyone to leave, Wenger quickly abandoned the 442 formation and changed it to 433. He used Lee Yuxin's excellent headers in training to be the striker, while Van Persie was on the right and Henry returned to the left where he first debuted. Behind him were Fabregas, Haleb, Silva, and defenders Touré, Senderos, Ashley Cole, and Hoyt. As soon as this formation came out, Arsenal's attack was immediately upgraded to a higher level, but the interception ability on the field decreased. Wenger looked at Haleb and Flamini and was hesitant. Fortunately, he used the two in turn. No one knew why Wenger suddenly wanted to practice this formation. In the past few days, the 442 formation had been used. Most people's eyes began to fall on Lee Yuxin. The most special ones were Pires and Henry. You have to know that the striker position of Arsenal belonged to Henry not long after he came. Now he was suddenly asked to change back to the left side. He was a little uncomfortable, as if he had lost something. But Henry thought about it and soon understood that his headers had never been his strong point. The proportion of headers in his club career goals was pitifully small, which might be related to the position he played when he debuted. The other one was Pires. Once Wenger used this formation, Pires was basically in a scrapped state. Therefore, he also looked at Lee Yuxin, meaning whether what he said before was true. Only Bergkamp understood Wenger's intention. This formation was definitely the most lethal, but facing a team with a strong front field like Chelsea, Wenger usually used it at the last moment, so the 442 before that was Wenger's real choice. In any case, this formation was used until the end of the training. Okay, that's all for today. Go back and have a rest. We'll gather tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We'll take the team bus to Wales. Be careful when you go out. The reporters are all outside. The old rules tonight are no drinking. Also, restrain your desires, he said, and deliberately glanced at Lee Yuxin, with a warning in his eyes. Lee Yuxin stuck out his tongue a little aggrieved. He was still a virgin, but who would believe it if he told others? After announcing the disbandment, Wenger deliberately kept Senderos and asked, Felipe, did you gain anything from the video I showed you about Didier? Senderos thought for a while and said, well, boss, I almost know his characteristics and running positions. He is very similar to Lee, but he doesn't have Lee's speed and extraordinary skills, but he is stronger. I have been playing against Lee these days, and I think I can limit him a little. Senderos said, not very confident, because he was beaten too badly by Lee Yuxin these days, but he thought Lee Yuxin was a monster from the beginning, so he just said that. Wenger also knew this, so when he heard him say this, he was relieved a little, but he didn't dare to put all the chances on Senderos, so he used that formation. Crazy reporters also went to the outside of Chelsea's stadium, Stamford Stadium, constantly looking for opportunities, hoping to dig up more things. Didier, what do you think about the upcoming Community Shield? Well, you know Arsenal is very good. They performed very well in the FA Cup this year. When the reporter heard this, he thought, do you need to say this? If they are not good, how can they win the championship? Bullshit. The reporter did not give up and asked provocatively, so, you have no confidence in Arsenal's game? Oh, no, I just said that they are excellent, but we are stronger. You know, the league is not the FA Cup, it relies on real strength. For those who question the team and question me, I will prove it in my own way in the game against Arsenal, yes, the way of a striker. Oh, Didier, it seems that you are very confident, so I wish you good luck and thank you for accepting my interview. You're welcome, I have to go to training too. Didier, the team that won the FA Cup is not as strong as the league champion, the Independent. For a while, a new topic was revealed by reporters. With the arrival of the new season, all kinds of news and gossip suddenly flew in the newspapers. Outside the Arsenal training base, when Van Persie slowly drove out of the parking lot, a large group of reporters surrounded him. Just now, Lee Yuxin ran fast and was not caught. Those old-timers knew how powerful the British reporters were, so they ran away. Therefore, these reporters did not catch any big fish. Now they saw Van Persie coming out. Although Van Persie's image was damaged due to some previous events, it did not affect the enthusiasm of the reporters at all. If they did not catch him, there would be only a pot of clear soup. Robin, Didier said just now that he would use his feet to tell you how the striker plays. Is it because you have a good personal relationship? Drogba knew that his original words, I will prove it in my own way in the game against Arsenal, yes, the way of the striker, were misinterpreted by them. Robin, who was already unhappy with Mourinho, was even more furious when he heard this. He said in a bad tone, no, I didn't even know who DJ was before I came here. Since he said this, I will use my skills to tell him what beautiful football is. Does that mean you challenged him? The reporter asked cunningly. Van Persie was not that stupid. He said, oh, sir, we are playing football, a game between 11 people, not boxing, so it can't be called a challenge. In this way, Arsenal's football is team football, and you will defeat them with team football. Of course. Okay, thank you for accepting my interview. The reporter was satisfied with his answer. Robin also breathed a sigh of relief and drove back. Soon the reporters called their own newspapers. Hey, tell the editor, the headline is Arsenal players disdain Chelsea's challenge, they don't understand team football. Yes, that's the headline. Robin, I don't know DJ at all. Arsenal decided to use their own technology to tell Mourinho who we are. Anyway, Van Persie's quick words have been changed into a declaration against Chelsea. With the arrival of the Community Shield, the new season will also enter the countdown stage. Major newspapers are trying to capture attractive news, and the media have begun to hype the match between Arsenal and Chelsea to increase their sales. At the same time, the English Football Association also acquiesced to this confrontation. After all, ensuring the excitement of the game and attracting fans to the stadium to watch the game is what they care about. Chapter 6 Arrival in Wales. The next day when he arrived at Highbury, Lee Yuxin saw a large number of fans gathered around the stadium, shouting, "We want the championship, beat Chelsea, we are the representatives of London." Lee Yuxin then realized that shouting slogans is not the patent of one country, but a universal practice. Lee Yuxin just greeted the fans around him, ignored the reporters beside him, and rushed to the stadium quickly. When he arrived at the locker room of the team, he found that his teammates had almost arrived, and the important players were all there. However, Lee Yuxin saw that Van Persie was in a bad mood, as if someone owed him money. Similarly, Wenger's brows were frowned more seriously than in the past few days, and Ljungberg's expression was also a little strange. After a while, Pat nodded to Wenger, indicating that all the players were present. Wenger said, "Okay, now I announce the list of 18 players: Thierry, Robert, Cesc, Jens, Lee, Robin, Pav, Justin, Gilberto, Flamini, Almunia, Senderos, Ashley, Toure, Sigan, Dennis, Ebau, and Frey. Let's go out." Wenger hesitated when he called out Ljungberg at the end, but still let him enter the list. Led by Wenger, the Arsenal players walked towards the bus outside the stadium. Along the way, many reporters wanted to interview them, but they were all blocked by the club officials. There were also Arsenal fans around who shouted slogans such as "The championship belongs to us" and "London belongs to us," and escorted the team away. At 7:50, the team bus left Highbury and headed towards Wales. Some fans also followed the team to Wales. After all, today was the weekend, and they had plenty of time without work, not to mention that this was a championship match between two strong teams. Along the way, as the car moved, Lee Yuxin's heart also inexplicably became a little nervous. Perhaps at this time he had completely replaced the unlucky Lee Yuxin, and some parts of his body were controlled by himself. Therefore, all the games that this body had participated in the past became irrelevant information to him, just like what he saw on TV. No experience could help him reduce the pressure before this war. Even all the games that this body participated in were not as important as this one. He clearly remembered that Arsenal lost 1-2 in this game, thus starting an embarrassing 8-year history of nothing. Moreover, before rebirth, Lee Yuxin was just an unknown boy, but now he is likely to compete with the world's best stars, being stared at by millions of eyes, and his every move is likely to be captured by the TV camera and magnified in front of the world. For Lee Yuxin, a standard otaku in the previous life, all these are like a huge shadow entangled with him. Fabregas beside him saw that Lee Yuxin had not spoken since he got on the car, and his face was even a little pale, with a trace of worry in his eyes. He patted Lee Yuxin's shoulder and said, "Lee, What's wrong? Are you okay? Lee Yuxin turned around and saw Fabregas looking at him with a worried look on his face. He forced a smile and said, "It's okay, Sesk, I'm just a little nervous." "Thank you." Henry, who was sitting on the aisle side of Lee Yuxin, also noticed Xiaow's abnormality. After hearing what Lee Yuxin said, he knew that Lee Yuxin was under too much pressure, which might be the result of too much expectation of himself. Henry stood up and said to Fabregas, "Sesk, come sit next to me, I'll talk to Xiao." After all, Fabregas had little experience and didn't know how to comfort Lee Yuxin. After hearing Henry's words, he quickly stood up and changed seats with Henry and patted Lee Yuxin's shoulder. Henry sat down next to Lee Yuxin, and seeing Lee Yuxin's somewhat embarrassed expression, he smiled and said, "What's the matter, little guy? You are only 17 years old, and the first official game of the first team is such a game, which is inevitable. In fact, many situations are the result of my own imagination. I still remember the 1998 World Cup. I was 21 years old, but I still didn't dare to watch when my teammates took the penalty kick. I even doubted whether I could do it. But when I walked to the penalty spot, I calmed down and kicked the ball in, sending the Italian team home. At that time, I told myself that I was a player, a striker, and my task was to take the penalty kick. Everything else had nothing to do with me. I didn't think about anything, just follow the usual training, running up, shooting, that's it, it's that simple. I didn't expect myself to swing often, because I spent all this effort, and I can get those gains after all. So Xiao, anyone can see your efforts and your progress, as long as you think about your training. When you get to the court, you will find that everything is so natural, without any difficulties. You will find that the ball is the same as in training, as long as you think about the rolling ball." Lee Yuxin heard Henry's words of comfort, and his thoughts slowly calmed down. Yes, he had died once. What could be more terrifying than this? Moreover, he had physical training to strengthen his physique, and nothing could be difficult for him. It was just a football, and he was playing with it. He had already proved himself in training, so there was no need to doubt himself. Henry watched Lee Yuxin slowly recover, and once again showed his handsome smile. He knew that he had figured it out, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. Henry had always regarded Lee Yuxin as his little brother. Since Lee Yuxin joined the team at the age of 11, he had trained with the team members. In the past, the little guy had always pestered Henry and several other team leaders, asking them to guide him. Basically, Yuxin Lee's football career was deeply influenced by several people. This season, Lee Yuxin has made great progress, and Henry is very happy. Last season's failure made him want someone to help him in the front court. Just like Bergkamp before, Van Persie's growth was too slow. Now Lee Yuxin's rise has given Henry hope again. Lee Yuxin looked at Henry, who is like an elder brother, and said sincerely, "Thank you, Terry, you are a good captain." "Haha, you kid, when did you become so polite? You are not as thick-skinned as usual." Henry looked at Lee Yuxin jokingly. All the players who paid attention to Lee Yuxin laughed when they heard Henry's words. Wenger was very happy to see his disciples getting along so well, especially when he saw Henry taking the initiative to take on the responsibilities of captain just now. Wenger's heart was also put down. Wenger has been worried that Henry, who is a little dull, will not be able to do the duties of captain well. Now seeing this scene, he is relieved. After nearly 4 hours of driving, Arsenal's bus finally arrived at a 4-star hotel where they stayed, which is only a dozen minutes' drive from the Cardiff Millennium Stadium. The players were very tired after the 4-hour journey. They carried their own luggage and entered the hotel under the guidance of the security guards. They simply greeted the fans around them. Lee Yuxin was with Fabregas and the murderous Van Persie. At this time, Hoeb suddenly came up and said, "Hey, Lee, I was actually very nervous in my first game with the first team. I even remember that I was so nervous that I had to go to the bathroom from time to time. But when I got on the court, I realized that the feeling of the game was wonderful. I think you can feel it too." Everyone laughed at Hoeb's funny story, including Van Persie, who had been frowning from the beginning. Lee Yuxin looked at Hoeb with great gratitude and said, "Pav, thank you very much, but I think I'm much better now. I just want to laugh, haha." Hoeb looked at the disloyal Lee Yuxin and said with some emotion, "It seems that the captain is right. Lee, you are really thick-skinned, haha." He couldn't help laughing as he said that. The players were walking in the hall laughing and getting on the elevator. making the reporters outside who didn't know the truth think that Wenger had given them some medicine. Chapter 7, Change of Formation. Wenger quickly arranged for the players to eat something and then rest. It was almost 12 o'clock now. The game was at 3 in the afternoon. They had to go to the Millennium Stadium an hour in advance to adapt and do some physical training to recover. After eating, Lee Yuxin and Fabregas were in the same room, while Van Persie was in the room with Haleb. Fabregas, who was lying on the bed, looked at Lee Yuxin and said leisurely, "Lee, are you nervous and can't sleep?" Fabregas really cared about Lee Yuxin and was still worried about Lee Yuxin's previous state. Lee Yuxin smiled and looked normal. After Henry's guidance, there was nothing wrong. However, the reason why he couldn't sleep was really because of the game, but because he was excited about the upcoming game and couldn't sleep. Since he was not worried about his own swing. This kid has begun to look forward to the scene of his first game. He still remembers what he promised Knightley, the underwear she was about to wear, and Shuo said that if he scored a goal in the game, there would be a mysterious gift. Thinking of these, Yuxin couldn't wait to play in the game immediately. "No, it's just that I can't sleep because I'm so excited when I think about the game starting soon." "Haha, Lee, you think too much, go to sleep, besides, the coach hasn't announced the players yet." "Ah, yes, Sesk, do you think the coach will not arrange for me to play? Get up and talk." "Hey, Lee, if you don't sleep, I think the coach will really not let you play, go to sleep quickly." Fabregas took a look at Lee Yuxin's expression and saw that there was nothing wrong with his expression. He simply ignored Zioge's muttering. Wenger and Pat, who were still in the room, were not as leisurely as Fabregas. "Pat, what did the team doctor say? How is Frey's injury?" Wenger looked at Pat anxiously. Pat put down the phone, shook his head and said, "Colin said that Frey is not fit to play. His Achilles tendon injury has recurred. The results just showed that he needs to rest for at least 1 to 2 weeks. He can't play in this game." Wenger sighed and said, "I thought he could catch up with this game. It seems that we have changed our plan and let Robert play." I don't know how long it took. When Lee Yuxin was still coaxing Shuo to tell him about a mysterious gift, Fabregas had already woken up. Seeing Lee Yuxin still sleeping with a smile on his face, he was really speechless about his brother. Not only was he amazingly talented, but he also had a handsome and elegant face, but he was not self-disciplined and was born with many right and wrong. Pat pushed open the door and said, "Lee, Sesk, gather together. We are going to the Millennium Stadium. Emma, I'm going to hang up the phone. We are going out." Lee Yuxin still didn't wake up. Fabregas couldn't stand Lee Yuxin's appearance, so he kicked him in the ass and kicked him to the ground. "Let's go. They've already gone downstairs." Fabregas ignored Lee Yuxin, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, put on his clothes, washed up, put on his bag and went downstairs. Lee Yuxin hung up the phone and followed Fabregas downstairs. When they arrived outside the hotel, the players came out one after another, and Lee Yuxin and Fabregas got in the car together. Wenger looked at the players and saw that no one had not arrived yet. He signaled to the driver and started to drive towards the Millennium Stadium. Behind them were many fans, cheering for their beloved team. At this time, there was no laughter among the people. They closed their eyes and rested. Although it was useless, it could be used to calm their mood. Lee Yuxin also leaned quietly on the seat. His mind was blank, without any tension, but not extremely excited, unusually calm. At this time Lee Yuxin seemed to have played countless games. Wenger glanced at Lee Yuxin, and found that he couldn't tell what he was thinking. He just hoped that he could show his training results. The car drove for more than 10 minutes and arrived at the periphery of a magnificent stadium. The surrounding area was already full of cheering fans. When they saw the Arsenal bus coming, they held their notebooks and Arsenal's team flags and kept cheering and shouting slogans. However, there were also a large number of Chelsea fans who shouted at the bus. The fans on both sides had already started to confront each other, making various insulting gestures. Some people took the opportunity to throw various debris, and even some hot-tempered fans wanted to rush to the other side's camp. However, there are outstanding football hooligans in the UK, but their police are not just for show. After all, they have been tested many times over the years and can be said to have experienced many battles. Therefore, they suppress those impulsive fans. Wenger led his disciples into the temporary locker room without stopping. Wenger saw that everyone had prepared their things and said, "Okay, Let's go out now and adapt first. Wenger asked Pat to take the team to the stadium, and the rest of the players who came to watch the game, except for 8 people, watched the players train quietly with Wenger in their temporary coaching seats. When Lee Yuxin walked onto the stadium that could accommodate more than 70,000 people was almost full of spectators. Lee Yuxin tried to find a familiar figure, but unfortunately there were more than 70,000 people and Lee Yuxin's eyesight was still poor. In addition, seeing the team flags of both teams and some slogan boards raised from time to time, Lee Yuxin was doomed to be disappointed. Therefore, he could only wander around boredly, at least to look at the beauties. Inadvertently seeing Ljungberg sitting next to Wenger, with a somewhat lost look, and without changing his clothes, Lee Yuxin said to Fabregas, "Cesc, is Frey injured?" Well, when Frey came this morning, he said that his right Achilles tendon hurt a lot. The teacher asked him to do a checkup, and it seems that he can't play. Lee Yuxin sighed. Injury is always the biggest opponent of players. His previous thoughts deepened. He knew that if he wanted to create a legend in Yuxin, his friend Fabregas must not have too many injuries. Otherwise, even if he had a strong body, he could not do the work of 4 or 5 people. So Lee Yuxin himself suffered some fatigue and helped him and Robin improve their physical fitness. Although it would not make them much stronger all of a sudden, they could try to avoid injuries as much as possible. The rest was up to them. Chelsea also arrived at the Millennium Stadium earlier. They were doing warm-up exercises on the other side of the field. At this time, both sides were just doing some simple exercises to avoid unnecessary injuries after the start of the game and to familiarize themselves with the field. There was no joint training at all, so they didn't care about each other. The head coaches of both teams had met at the official press conference an hour and a half ago, and there was nothing much to say, so they just quietly waited for the game to come. Wenger looked at the time, 2:20, and asked Part to call the players back, and he went to the locker room first. Lee Yuxin knew that the announcement would be made soon, but according to the previous training, he might be able to do it, but with the injured Ljungberg, he didn't know who would take over, because before, it was more Pires, Ljungberg, Haleb, Ebou and others who rotated on the 2 sides, and he and Van Persie were more rotated with Bergkamp as the shadow striker, but sometimes he and Van Persie also rotated on the wing, and he didn't know if there would be any changes this time. The next chapter officially kicks off. Sorry, I hope to set the mood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Start. When the 18 players entered the locker room, Wenger was already holding the tactical board and said seriously, "We will still play the original 442 formation this time. Players: center forward Thierry, shadow forward Dennis, left midfielder Robert, right midfielder." Wenger paused, looked at the somewhat nervous Lee Yuxin, and uttered a word Alexander. Ignoring Lee Yuxin's unusually excited expression, he continued to read, defensive midfielder Cesc, Matthew, left back Ashley, center back Colo, Philip, right back Justin. Lee Yuxin was still immersed in his own hopes. Although he had a premonition, he was still very excited to hear this news. He looked at Wenger with his eyes wide open with disappointment. He secretly thought that he must prove himself with the best performance. But unexpectedly it was Haleb who came on the field. Then Wenger began to arrange tactics. Jens, you have to pay attention to their long shots. Philip's task is to focus on Didier. Colo, you have to pay attention to the opponent's flank. Justin's Arjun is very fast, you have to pay attention at all times, and Matthew, you pay attention to defense. Try not to let the opponent's field goalkeeper shoot calmly, and disrupt the opponent's rhythm of switching from defense to offense as much as possible. Cesc should give full play to his offensive talent while ensuring his own defender, and Dennis, you and Alexander have to change your positions from time to time. Alexander, you have to pay attention to Arjun, his speed is too fast. Robert, try to run as much as possible. I will change you when your physical strength decreases seriously. Chelsea's field strength is very strong, and you all have heavy tasks. I won't say anything else, time is almost up. Let's go out. In fact, Wenger emphasized almost all of these during training, but with a war imminent, Wenger had to remind him again. When he was about to leave, Wenger called Lee Yuxin. Did you see what Dennis did on the bench before? Do the same as him, observe the situation on the field, and learn to use your brain to think about what you should do when you're on the field. This approach will be very good for your career. The Madrid derby will definitely be a very long and difficult game. I need a chess piece to open the situation in the middle. Robin is no longer a secret weapon. Jose is a very good head coach. He will definitely make targeted arrangements for what will happen after Robin comes on the field. So this time, I want to give you the responsibility of the secret weapon, Wenger said softly. Lee Yuxin raised his head suddenly, with unspeakable excitement on his young face. Wenger told him when he brought him to the first team that this season would be a transitional season. Wenger would use him, but would not let him play as a main player, because he still had a lot to learn. Lee Yuxin knew that this was for his own good, so he was patiently learning and waiting. He was still young and had plenty of time to wait. Even if he was training in the first team and watching the game on the bench, he would grow. But the dream in his heart has never been given up. One day, wearing Arsenal's jersey, playing in the final, breaking through the opponent's gate. This is what Lee Yuxin has dreamed of since he was a child, and for himself, he needs to fulfill his promise. Now, Wenger told him that in this game, he will become the team's secret weapon. He will play when the situation needs to be opened in the middle, and give him more important tasks. No words can describe Lee Yuxin's mood at the moment. This kind of excitement makes Lee Yuxin's words seem a little stuttering. Boss, calm down, and then go out with me. Wenger smiled and patted Lee Yuxin on the shoulder. Believe in yourself, believe in my vision. Indeed, in such an important game, using a 17-year-old young player can be said to be a bold use of Wenger, or it can be said to be a stupid move, but it cannot be denied that Wenger's attention and training of young players is difficult for other coaches to achieve. The players of Arsenal and Chelsea were quietly waiting to enter the aisle with the three referees. Lee Yuxin stood behind Wenger and in front of Senderos, curiously looking at the Chelsea players around him. 1 sec, Ferreira, 13 Gallas, 26 Terry, 3 Del Horno, 4 Macalil, 8 Lampard, 16 Robin, 11 Duff, 15 Drogba. Marino used a 433 attack formation. As time approached, the referee looked at the captains of both sides, nodded, and entered the field with a match ball. As the players entered the field, a deafening noise was released on the field. Lee Yuxin was instantly shocked. The roar of more than 70,000 people, what a scene it was. It felt like the whole stadium was about to collapse, and even felt that the ground was shaking. Lee Yuxin looked at the swaying figures around him, feeling extremely small, and even felt that he had difficulty breathing. Wenger saw Lee Yuxin's dazed expression and whispered, "It's okay, Zio, you will often encounter such scenes in the future. You know it will be even crazier in the fuck-up." Lee Yuxin nodded instinctively and said, "Yes, boss, it's unimaginable. The noise of 70,000 people makes my ears numb." As the time was approaching, Wenger went out of the aisle first, followed by Mourinho. The two shook hands and returned to their respective coaching seats. In the stands, Chelsea fans sang high, "Blue. Our dream, football, our sport. Unity, victory is our goal. Whether it is sunny or rainy, please keep cheering for us, because our name is Chelsea, Chelsea." Chelsea fans on the sidelines of the court shouted their team song because they were too excited. Chelsea has a blank history, and there is really nothing. It is impossible for such a club to be ranked in the top 10 in English football, but now it has won the Premier League championship and entered the quarterfinals of the Champions League. How can they not be happy? Chelsea fans are still quite satisfied with Chelsea's performance this season. Jose, Jose, Jose. Suddenly, an unexpected voice appeared on the Chelsea side of the stadium. There were not many fans shouting Jose, but there were not a few either, nearly 10,000. But soon other fans joined the ranks, and eventually many people were shouting Jose's name. It turned out to be because of Mourinho. Lee Yuxin sighed that he was such a charming head coach. Dear audience, this year's Community Shield in England is about to begin. We are very clear about both sides of the game. It is the English champions who rose strongly last season, and the Arsenal team that has an unbeaten history and is the FA Cup champion last season. Sitting here is still the best host you can see, Matthew. Okay, we won't talk about other people like Adams. Haha, let's take a look at the starting lineups of both sides. Chelsea's list is in my hand. They are 1 sec, Ferreira, 13 Gallas, 26 Terry, 3 Del Horno, 4 Macalil, 8 Lampard, 16 Robin, 11 Duff, 15 Drogba. This is the 433 attack formation that Jose often uses. Matthew is still so arrogant. Okay, everyone, I have the list of Arsenal players in my hand. They are centre forward Thierry, front midfielder Dennis, goalkeeper Lehmann, and another very strange name, right winger, Haleb. Matthew, the substitute Lee is of Chinese descent, right? Are you familiar with him? Adams knew that Matthew had been following Arsenal for many years, so he asked. Besides, the game hadn't started yet, so they couldn't just sit there and not talk. It just so happened that Lee Yuxin was a newcomer, so he had to introduce him. The broadcast of the Community Shield was still on Sky Sports TV in the UK. When the host Matthew took Adams' wingers list, he was stunned for a moment and said to his partner, Lee, I've heard of him. He's only 17 years old and has no chance to play in the first team. Arthur didn't send him to start this game. I think Arthur was right. You know, he is the treasure of their youth training, and so is Robin. Oh, what a pity. It seems that something happened to Frey. He didn't even change his clothes. As Matthew spoke, the cameraman quickly showed the figures of those people. Finally, they faithfully focused the camera on Lee Yuxin. When Lee Yuxin saw the cameraman was anxious to shoot, he was still a little nervous. He just waved to the camera. He still had a pretty smile, but his serious expression, handsome face, and deep eyes made him look very charming, which made countless women in front of the TV exclaim, "Oh, my God, this person is much more handsome than David. Look at his face and his eyes. He is so charming. Now I want to support Arsenal. He is more handsome than David." Such scenes appeared in every family in the UK. Is that so? It's good for his growth. I agree with Coach Arthur's use of people. Well, Adams, although I don't agree with Lee, I believe in Arthur's vision. He has never disappointed me. You know, Coach Arthur is the most concerned and attentive to talents in Europe. With Henry and Terry winning the coin toss, Henry chose the ball, while Terry chose to attack from north to south. Bergkamp and Henry stood in the circle. With a whistle of the head coach on duty, the game officially began. Bergkamp passed the ball to Henry, who passed it to Fabregas and ran quickly to the opponent's half. Soon, the front court players attacked Chelsea's half, with Fabregas and Bergkamp connecting the two. Haleb used his technical advantage to continuously encroach on Chelsea's right side. Lee Yuxin watched the situation on the field seriously. The protagonist came on as a substitute. Chapter 9. The situation is not good. As time went on, Arsenal now had a position about 30 meters in front of the right side of the penalty area. At this time, Bergkamp, Henry, and Pires had already stood in front of the ball. Henry stood in the middle, while Pires stood in front of Henry to block the side of the Chelsea players. Bergkamp also stood on the side, and Henry only showed his head. At this time, several tall defenders from both sides stood in the penalty area, crowded with each other, and each of them secretly attacked the opponent's players. The referee had to go over and warn several players. The referee looked at the position of the human wall, and after confirming that it was correct, he raised his hand and put it down with a beep. After hearing the whistle, Bergkamp and Pires immediately crossed their positions. I don't know who flicked the ball, and the ball rolled to Henry's left. Henry went to meet it with great force, and the outside of his foot suddenly hit the ball. With a whoosh, the ball bypassed a high-jumping human wall and flew straight to the upper right corner of the goal. At this time, the Arsenal players in the penalty area also started running. Kolo Touré saw the ball's path, took a few steps ahead, and jumped high in the direction of the ball. Terry also judged the direction correctly and rushed from the other side. The two people collided directly in the air and both fell to the ground, but neither of them touched the ball. However, Sek reacted a little slower due to the interference of Kolo Touré and Terry. When he saw the ball flying to his right, he rushed forward with all his strength. Although his body stretched, it was too late. Sek could only watch the ball fly through his fingertips and did not catch the ball. Everyone realized that Arsenal was going to score a goal at this time, and Arsenal fans stood up. There was only the goal in front of the flying ball, but unfortunately the Arsenal fans who had stood up and waited for cheers let out a huge sigh. With a boron sound, the ball hit hard between the scale and the pillar and bounced out. Seeing that the team survived the disaster, Chelsea fans burst out with terrifying energy in the brief calm, and once again ignited the atmosphere of the stadium. When Wenger saw that the ball didn't go in, he punched the air with both hands that were about to be clenched into fists and sat back in frustration. Mourinho, on the other hand, stood on the sidelines excitedly and punched the air a few times, his face full of joy and pride. "Oh, God, Chelsea is so lucky. If this ball goes in, it's a perfect cooperation." Yes, Robert's running position, Dennis's dribbling, and Terry's clever shooting are all beautiful, but did you notice that Henry consciously glanced at Colo when he shot? If he passed the ball, with Terry's ability, it would be impossible for him to fly directly over. At least there would be a drop before, which is obviously to let Colo help him cover. It seems that Zio quickly integrated into Arsenal's game. Indeed, the free kick just now was also created by Cesc and Terry, but Chelsea will definitely not give Arsenal a chance after this. The scene on the field just confirmed Adam's words. Chelsea obviously strengthened their control of the field, fought fiercely, and started physical confrontation, but most of them started to fight far away from their own half. After this free kick, Chelsea did not dare to easily commit fouls in their own half, and the game officially entered a stalemate. Chelsea also had a chance later. After the ball was on the field, Lampard passed the ball to Robin, who was running. Robin cut inside, shook off Toure and shot, but was caught by Lee. After that, both sides had several good chances but no one scored. Lampard's shot was off target and Pires' clever shot was blocked. The two sides remained deadlocked. At this time, Pires' left side had fallen into Lampard's control as the game progressed. Pires could not take any advantage in the confrontation. In addition, Duff, who was good at breaking through and cutting, was jumping in front, and Ferreira, who came forward from time to time. The entire left side had become Chelsea's corridor. Ashley frequently blocked and could not assist at all. On the right, Haleb also exploded Chelsea's right side, but at least Chelsea still had Robin. As long as he was not injured, Little Flying Man was always fast in England. It was hard for Hoyt, who basically never entered Chelsea's half from the beginning. It was Lampard again, carrying Pires and forcing a pass error. Duff quickly intercepted the ball from the side, without even looking at it, and attacked directly towards the Arsenal hinterland, Ashley. Cole hurried back to defend, but Duff's speed was very fast. Ashley caught up with him when he knew he had entered the penalty area, but Duff did not rush inward at all. As soon as the ball was in his hand, he had already inserted from the back row to Ferreira. After receiving the ball, he looked at the road and directly kicked a high ball. The Warcraft saw Ferreira's arrival and had already rushed into the goal with his strong body. When he saw the ball coming, he ignored Senderos in front of him and jumped high, hitting the ball with a heavy hammer. The torque at that moment made Drogba's body extremely bent. His physical fitness was terrible. Senderos still couldn't keep an eye on Drogba. Guel? Oh. Didier scored for Chelsea. This goal is so beautiful. Chelsea's monster is out of the cage. Arsenal is in danger. There is only one person in the world who can control this monster, but unfortunately he is in Chelsea's coaching booth. The commentator on the scene saw Drogba pressing Senderos to the end, and before the ball went in, he could not help but let out a shocking roar, and the sound instantly set off the whole audience. With a swish, Lehmann had no way to deal with such a close distance, watching the ball fly into the dead corner. Huh? After seeing the goal, Chelsea fans cheered and vented their excitement to the camera. Seeing the goal, the two hosts sitting upstairs started talking again. For this goal, we can only blame Robert and Gilberto. Ashley was still in Chelsea's half when they lost the ball, and Robert's mistake gave Duff the opportunity, but Gilbert, who was supposed to be at the defensive midfielder, was away from his job and gave Drogba the opportunity. Well, I agree with Matthew's opinion. In fact, Arsenal did a very good job in the first half. They basically didn't give Chelsea any good chances, but Gilbert's recklessness gave Chelsea the opportunity to play to their strengths. Wenger stood on the sidelines, watching the situation on the field expressionlessly, frowning, obviously dissatisfied with a goal. Gilberto's recklessness made his tactics in the first half fail to achieve the best effect, but he didn't want to adjust it yet, because from the previous game process, his tactics were still successful. It was only the inadvertent mistakes that gave Chelsea the opportunity. Mourinho, on the other hand, looked at Wenger with a calm expression and a slight smile. Wenger had previously restrained his own tactics, but now that his team was leading, Wenger had to change his tactics. However, no matter how he changed, the offensive and defensive balance would never be as good as this tactic. So seeing Wenger's solemn face, Mourinho felt more confident. Drogba held the ball from the goal with no expression on his face and ran towards his own half. When he passed the sidelines, he glanced at Lee Yuxin and Van Persie, then looked at the ball in his hand and walked straight back. Lee Yuxin didn't expect Arsenal to lose the ball first. Although he knew that Arsenal had lost this game in the previous life, Lee Yuxin was still unhappy, but he was still on the bench. The situation was not good. Chapter 10, Taking on a Mission in a Time of Crisis. After conceding the goal, Arsenal obviously strengthened their offensive. In the 9th minute, Henry leaned against Gallas at the front of the penalty area and then turned and shot, but Sek easily confiscated it. After that, Arsenal once suppressed Chelsea in half-court defense, but Chelsea's tight defense did not allow Arsenal to find any opportunities. In the 21st minute, Bergkamp's shot on the right side with the outside of his right foot was not strong enough and was hugged by Sek. 3 minutes later, Makalil and Fabregas had a dispute and were given 50 points by the referee Weber. Both were shown a yellow card warning. In the 27th minute, Henry tried a long shot but it was slightly off. After that, the situation on the field was still Arsenal had the upper hand, and Chelsea was passive in defense. In the 44th minute, Lampard took a free kick from the middle 30 meters away from the goal and shot slightly off. In the stoppage time, Henry leaned against Ferreira and turned and shot on the left side of the penalty area, but Sek confiscated the ball. In the first half of the game, Chelsea led Arsenal 1-0 into the halftime break. At the beginning of the second half, this game was too intense. Arsenal seemed to have found their skills again and were able to organize themselves on the field. Arthur started to make substitutions. Robin was going to play and Dennis was going to leave. As a 36-year-old player, he did his best today, but the league was about to start and Arthur had to protect him. Well, Jose was also substituted. Joe Cole came on to replace Duff, who performed mediocrely in the second half. The game entered the last half hour and it was time for the real showdown. Wenger and Mourinho once again adjusted their players. Anyway, there were no restrictions on the use of players in the Community Shield, so both sides could use the players they had at will. This time, Chelsea was on their own side, and Jeremy was holding the ball outside the boundary to see if there was any good opportunity. At this time, Lampard subconsciously glanced at Arsenal's backcourt and found that Drogba had moved to the space between Flamini and the defender. Lampard quickly signaled to Jeremy to pass the ball, and Ferreira quickly threw the ball to Lampard. Lampard used the force of the ball falling in the air, gently picked it up, and passed Taleb who was coming forward. Then he swung his thigh and hit the lower part of the ball fiercely. The ball drew an arc and flew directly to Arsenal's backcourt. Drogba saw Lampard's action and started quickly, rolling towards the back of Arsenal like a black whirlwind. "Oops," Flamini shouted in annoyance. Just now he saw that Chelsea was in his own backcourt out of bounds, so he wanted to move forward and effectively intercept, but Lampard used his back block behind him, plus Drogba's body speed, to form a very threatening close attack. Senderos struggled to grab the ball back, trying to prevent Drogba from getting the ball, but his explosive power and speed were not at the same level as Drogba. Although there was a body distance before, Drogba had already caught up with him. Drogba and Senderos almost touched the ball at the same time, but his body swept past Senderos like a whirlwind while moving high, snatching the ball. Senderos was at a disadvantage in the physical confrontation, watching Drogba pass by his side with the ball, and could only eat dust behind him. One-on-one, DJ is worthy of being the most famous magic beast in England. Lehmann comes out, he will be one-on-one with Didier, a well-known goalkeeper, and a ferocious magic beast, and the result. Oh. What did I see? Lehmann made a contribution, he blocked Didier's shot with his foot. Drogba saw Lehmann coming out, and did not dare to slow down. Several defenders behind him had caught up, and saw Lehmann open his body, tighten his lower block, and had no chance to penetrate, and the near corner was also blocked, so he quickly poked with the outside of his right foot, trying to score from his right side. But Lehmann did not let Drogba succeed. When he saw Drogba had a one-on-one chance, he made the most correct choice, leaving Drogba with only one angle to score. After seeing the outside of his right foot move, Lehmann subconsciously stretched his leg to block the ball, which hit his own leg and bounced out. He successfully resolved the crisis. The dull atmosphere in the stadium was suddenly boosted by Lehmann's world-class save, and applause rang out again. Wenger also applauded with a smile on his face, and glanced at Mourinho who was sitting in the seat in anger. The ball flew quickly to the vicinity of the field, and Fabregas, who was driven back, got it, launched an attack and dribbled forward. After Jeremy stepped forward, he passed the ball to Henry on the left. In the 53rd minute, Gilberto's shot from 30 meters away missed. In the 57th minute, Chelsea's midfielder launched another long pass attack. Gudjonsson headed the ball into the penalty area. Drogba used his toes to cushion the ball, resisted the interference from centres behind him, and flicked it to the left in the face of Lehmann's attack. He staggered and turned to shoot with his right foot. The ball flew over Lauren's head and into the net. After scoring, Drogba celebrated excitedly again. Didier, there was no wasting the opportunity again. Arsenal fell behind again. Marino immediately replaced Gudjonsson and Drogba with Thiago and Crespo. In the 65th minute, Gilberto passed the ball to the right. After Ljungberg got the ball, he made a cross near the bottom line on the right. The ball passed Ferreira, and Thiago in the middle also lost his defensive position. As a result, Fabregas shot with his left foot in front of the small penalty area to get 1 point back. But Lee Yuxin was not substituted at the beginning of the second half. Damn it, Robin was on, but I wasn't. Because from memory, Arsenal did not break through Chelsea's goal again. Because it was a Community Shield match, the rules stipulated that both sides could replace 6 players. In the 65th minute, Wenger stood up and said to Lee Yuxin, "Lee, now is your time to play." Just as Lee Yuxin was looking at the situation on the field with some worry, Wenger's voice rang in his ears. These words made Lee Yuxin stunned for a moment, then he reacted and looked at Wenger in astonishment. Until Wenger nodded to him affirmatively, he quickly took off his coat and rushed out to warm up. Lee Yuxin is going to play. Marino was also stunned. He had made sufficient preparations before the game, but after all, there were only 3 days, so Wenger's substitutions in the game were only targeted arrangements for Van Persie's substitute appearance. Lee Yuxin was not the most eye-catching among Arsenal's forwards, at least in the previous games Van Persie and Hleb's performances were much better than him. Although he valued Lee Yuxin through the information, he believed that Lee Yuxin was the future of Arsenal, definitely not now. Although he belittled him verbally, he did not deny the talent of this young man. How will he make substitutions? Will he replace Henry? That would be much easier. Marino thought to himself. Although Henry had not scored a goal so far, he had tied down Chelsea's 2 central defenders. It was not known what role Lee Yuxin would play after he came on the court, but he would definitely not have as much deterrence as Henry. After the warm-up, Wenger said a few words to Lee Yuxin in the spotlight, and then patted him out. Lee Yuxin waited on the sidelines, and then the 4th official played the substitution sign. Lee Yuxin replaced Hleb. This substitution made many people stunned. Hleb was out, so what kind of midfielder would Arsenal have? No left forward? Hleb's performance was not bad. Even Hleb himself was stunned for a moment, and then ran off the court. In the previous game, his speed caused a lot of trouble to Chelsea's wing, but after the start of the second half, with McManaman's appearance, Chelsea's offensive and defensive strength on this side was also strengthened a lot, and his performance began to be a little quiet. After hugging Lee Yuxin, Hleb walked to the bench reluctantly, but he was a young player after all, and he didn't have much resistance to this. "Alex, you did a great job." Wenger hugged him and said, "But now we need to strengthen the attack in the middle. Have a good rest, there are still many games to come." Lee Yuxin bent down and stroked the grass, then ran onto the field. This was his first time playing at the Millennium Stadium. He played in the youth team before, and he played at home. However, this time was different, because the opponent was Chelsea. Lee Yuxin's heart seemed quite calm at this moment. Perhaps it was because of the previous chat with Wenger that he settled down and knew how to go. He originally thought that he would be very excited when he participated in the London derby. After Lee Yuxin came on the field, Arsenal's formation changed to 433, and Fabregas' position also began to move towards the middle. Strengthening the attackability in the middle, this is the change of Arsenal. Now it is impossible to suppress Chelsea on the wing. After all, Chelsea's wing is now full of people. Maybe Arsenal's wing pressure will be very large, but they can also regain the initiative through the pressure in the middle and recover the disadvantage that has been gradually taken away by Chelsea. Marino was naturally well aware of this change. He now felt more and more that Wenger was really shrewd. Although the pressure on Chelsea's center began to increase, it was not so easy for Arsenal to regain the initiative. What Chelsea wanted now was a goal. As long as there was a goal, the whole situation could be reversed. What Marino didn't know was that Wenger sent Lee Yuxin to score goals. Wenger was not worried about the defense on the wing. Although Flamini's position would be closer to the center, he would still assist in the defense on the right. After Lee Yuxin came on, Ashley Cole's position was also a little to the left, and his task was also to defend. Fabregas' position was premised on providing firepower for the three forwards in the front court. Chapter 11 Tie. At this time, Arsenal's lineup changed to 433, Henry was on the left, Lee Yuxin had already stood in the middle, and Van Persie also settled on the right. Pires and Fabregas supported from behind, and Flamini was ready to insert at any time. When defending, the formation could be pulled back, with Van Persie acting as a shadow striker and Lee Yuxin on the right. After Fabregas passed a ball to Henry, Ferreira had already blocked him, and Haleb came forward to meet him. Henry did not take the ball too much and directly knocked it to him. He turned around and wanted to make a 2-on-1 cooperation with Haleb, but Pires was blocked by Jeremy and there were two Chelsea players between them, so there was no way to pass the ball. Lee Yuxin quickly stepped forward to meet the ball, and Pires quickly passed a ball to Fabregas who was in a forward position. After Fabregas ran to receive the ball, he did not stop the ball. He already knew that Lee Yuxin was coming to meet him, so he knocked it directly to Lee Yuxin, making Lampard's tackle miss and watching him continue to move forward. Lee Yuxin and Fabregas understood each other's running positions. Seeing Fabregas's pace, Lee Yuxin blocked the way and quickly went to the left to pull away from Ferreira. At this time, Henry had already landed on his favorite road. Lee Yuxin had already pulled away and also took away the defender. Ferreira was looking at Lee Yuxin, while Terry and Jeremy were several steps away from him. Fabregas obviously also saw Henry's running position. He sent a direct pass, penetrating Chelsea's entire defense line. Henry jumped out and rushed into the penalty area from the left. Gallas saw Fabregas pass and rushed to Terry's back to block Henry. Del Horno also rushed to the small penalty area. The entire defense line was pulled to the left by Henry. Henry did not slow down, and kept making dribbling moves and inserting to the sideline. Soon Gallas lost his position, and Henry had already gone deep into the penalty area. Sek had already rushed out and ran straight towards the ball at Henry's feet. Although Gallas had lost his position, he was still close to Henry, not allowing Henry to kick calmly. Terry had also been secretly pressing Henry's waist from behind, not allowing him to have any power. The eyes of the entire stadium fell on Henry. Henry's right foot arch had been bent outward at an unimaginable angle. The ball passed directly between Sek and Gallas and quickly went to the right. However, there was another Del Horno in front of the goal. He had already met the ball. A yellow figure rushed past Del Horno. It was Lee Yuxin who fell in his position. Del Horno watched the ball disappear from his side and quickly stuck to Lee Yuxin's body, using all his strength to resist Lee Yuxin and prevent him from taking a step. Lee Yuxin jumped up and headed the ball. Del Horno had already used his body to secretly hit Lee Yuxin's supporting foot. The huge consumption did not allow him to defend strongly, and Sek jumped sideways in the right direction. Heading the ball flew into the goal from Peter's fingertips. Go, Lee Yuxin, this player who just came on the field, scored with his first touch. Arsenal tied the score. This is the result of the Arsenal team, just as Van Persie said. The Arsenal fans at the scene shouted loudly. Thank you, Terry, the boss trusts me. After Lee Yuxin scored, he immediately ran to Henry who assisted him and hugged him. Henry and several others also hugged Lee Yuxin together. Seeing his disciple perform so well on the field, Wenger also smiled. The Arsenal fans in the entire stadium fell into a crazy situation. From the opponent's leading ball to their own tie, it took less than 20 minutes. They felt breathless because they were originally shrouded in the atmosphere of failure. It turned out that the air was so beautiful. This roller coaster experience made them crazy. The British men waved their fists and roared at the Chelsea fans. Meanwhile, Mourinho was surprised to see Lee Yuxin. He had never thought that this kid would have such a strong physique. If Wenger could correctly shape him, he would be another Henry. But the winner must be himself. Under the leadership of the madman Mourinho, such a group of players would never accept defeat or even a draw, because under the training of such a strong head coach, they already felt that their team deserved to win, and they were extremely eager to win and match their team. This is why Chelsea was able to quickly become one of the European giants after Abramovich took over, while Manchester City was more active than them but could only be called a nouveau riche in the hearts of the fans, and could only buy players with money. The mentality of these wealthy and arrogant people is the greatest glory that Mourinho has brought to Chelsea. Under his leadership, Chelsea has leapt from a nouveau-riche to blue army that terrifies all clubs. Sure enough, the Blues players continued to attack in front of Arsenal's goal, but Arsenal's mentality at this time was completely different from the first half. In the first half, they played with anger, but now they were full of pride. This kind of ball is most beneficial to technical teams. They can organize the ball calmly and follow their own rhythm in an orderly manner. Some people also say that Arsenal is good at playing with the wind. With a rhythm, Arsenal's players can change various routines at will. Chelsea attacked for nearly 15 minutes again, without any gains. There were several chances to score, but they were all resolved by Arsenal's players. Instead, Arsenal's players took advantage of the opportunity to counterattack and threaten Chelsea's goal again and again. The most threatening thing was the ball that Yuxin sent to Fabregas on the road, forming a single knife, but it was judged to be offside first. But when passing the ball, it was obvious that Del Horno had one foot at the end. At this time, Yuxin showed his extraordinary physical strength. He ran the most in the whole game, but in the end, he looked relaxed. Although he was a little out of breath, his pace was still very fast. This time, Chelsea was in front of him. Chelsea could not attack for a long time, and there were occasional emergencies in the first half, so they stopped attacking and strengthened their defense. Arsenal could not attack at all, but calmly passed the ball and organized the attack. The game was already in the 83rd minute, and including the injury time, it was only about 10 minutes, so the players on both sides consciously strengthened their offense. After Phillips made a series of changes of direction and passed the ball, Ebou shook off and sent a low ball into the Arsenal penalty area. At this time, Crespo and Joe Cole were already in the penalty area. Oh, danger! Crespo got rid of Touré, grabbed the ball, and hit the ball high with his toes. Lehmann was too far forward and missed the ball. The ball fell down and went to the empty goal. Oh, it was a lure. No. Senderos saved Arsenal. He headed Crespo's shot out of the empty goal. Chelsea missed a great opportunity. The commentator said in an incredible tone. Senderos was beaten by Drogba throughout the game, but at this moment he saved Arsenal. Yuxin in the front court looked at Senderos. It seemed that his fighting spirit also infected him. History was changed by himself. The audience exclaimed instinctively when they saw this ball. Chelsea fans raised their arms first, waiting for the shout of victory, but the scene that followed was what they didn't want to see. Arsenal fans held their heads, watching the ball fly past Lehmann in frustration, but when they saw Senderos's wonderful clearance, the noise that was originally set off by Chelsea fans suddenly exploded. At the critical moment, Crespo's goal was hit by Senderos, who rushed over in time and hit the crossbar. Chelsea won a corner kick, but unfortunately Lampard's corner kick was cleared by Yuxin's header. Wenger saw Yuxin's high-jumping figure and actually had the urge to let Yuxin play as a central defender, but he suppressed it. Otherwise, Arsenal's future results might not be so brilliant, not to mention that Yuxin would not play the role of a defender who worked hard and never complained. Yuxin's heart has fallen in love with the pleasure of the moment of scoring. Messi, Ronaldo, I also want to compete for the throne. Yuxin is here. A few minutes passed in the game. Although Yuxin tried very hard to get every ball, Chelsea's players did not let Yuxin have a chance to dribble the ball calmly. Every time they saw him dribbling, they would immediately press him closely. Another player would come up and directly kick his pass away. Basically, there were 2 or 3 people standing beside Yuxin, instead of the previous close defense. At this time, Chelsea's players already knew that Yuxin's physical strength was terrible. Once he rushed, no one had the physical strength to keep up with him. The 90-minute game was over, and soon it entered the 2-minute injury time. Yuxin saw the referee frequently looking at the watch, knowing that time was running out, and the players on both sides seemed to be ready to start the penalty kick. Soon the referee blew the whistle and the penalty shootout was about to begin. Yuxin thought of something and began to ponder. It's time for a penalty kick. Chapter 12 Penalty Shootout. Finally, it was time for the bayonet to see blood. After waiting for 90 minutes, it was finally the most exciting moment. All the drowsy fans in front of the TV became alert. Many people began to turn up the volume to the maximum, staring at the TV screen without blinking, not wanting to miss any details. Of course, there was still some rest time before the penalty shootout began. While the referee was discussing the location of the penalty kick, The players from both sides gathered near the center circle and took this little time to massage the players. The assistant coaches were discussing the order of the players to appear. Lehman was tidying up his gloves. At this time, Yuxin patted his shoulder and stuffed something into him. Lehman did not show any surprise. He nodded to Yuxin, then carefully put the note that Yuxin stuffed into his socks, and then walked towards the referee. "Give it to him," Wenger asked. "Give it." Yuxin nodded, and then sighed. "Our coaching staff is still very strong, at least this ability to collect intelligence is strong." Wenger smiled, but he had already started preparing. The characteristics of Chelsea players taking free kicks are no secret, and they can be judged through the video recordings of their penalty kicks. They take fewer penalty kicks, so there is a chance to make a judgment, but there is not much information. The small note: well, before the game, Yuxin proposed in a conversation with the assistant coach that this idea of using small notes to record the opponent's penalty kick habits can increase the chances of winning. This whimsical idea was adopted by the professor, but due to the short time, it could not be as accurate as Germany in the World Cup. In fact, before the semi-final in 2006, no one had thought of using this method to gain an advantage before the penalty shootout. It was surprising that the Germans, who are known for their rigor, could come up with this method first. But even so, Arsenal would have a huge advantage. After tossing a coin, the referee chose the half of the field where Chelsea was in the second half of extra time as the location for the penalty kick. This was slightly advantageous for Chelsea. After all, Sek seemed to be more familiar with the area around the goal. Lehman didn't care about this. He guarded the goal for the same amount of time as Sek, but his temporary memory was a little worse. At this time, the head coaches of both teams also submitted the starting lineups for the penalty shootout. This list did not need to be disclosed to the other side, so it was a mystery to the head coaches of both teams. Wenger and Mourinho both returned to their seats. Of course, no one sat down, but stood on the sidelines, watching the penalty shootout half. The penalty shootout will start soon. Well, let's look at some technical statistics now. Arsenal has no experience in penalty shootouts in the Community Shield before, and Chelsea also has disadvantages. Penalty taker Drogba is already off the field. They have missed 5 penalties this season. At the same time, in the penalty shootouts of the England national team's last 4 international matches, the first player to miss a penalty was a Chelsea player. Mourinho didn't seem to expect a penalty shootout, otherwise he shouldn't have replaced Drogba. Drogba's penalty shootouts are very good. Yuxin is very confident. The penalty shootout recorded in later generations in Munich is the 11th penalty shootout Chelsea has encountered in the Abramovich era. Among them, 3 times were in the Champions League, 4 times in the League Cup, 2 times in the Community Shield, and there was also an FA Cup in a preseason friendly. The Blues' record in these 11 single-handed 12-yard shots is 3 wins and 8 losses, with a winning rate of only 27%. Starting from Mourinho, among the 7 coaches appointed by Abramovich, only Hiddink has not experienced the baptism of penalty shootouts. The remaining 6 coaches have all experienced a feeling of heartbeat. Except for Villas-Boas and Di Matteo this season, the other 4 coaches have all fallen in penalty shootouts. Mourinho is the worst in penalty shootouts. What Chelsea fans find unbelievable is that among these coaches, the one with the worst record in penalty shootouts is the special one they love the most, Mourinho. Watching the Portuguese, who is already the coach of Real Madrid, kneeling on his knees in the penalty shootout in the semi-finals this season, you will know how guilty Mourinho is about penalty shootouts, and the psychological shadow of the uncle about penalty shootouts can be said to be deeply buried during his coaching period at Chelsea. Thinking of these news, Yuxin became more confident. The 2 goalkeepers stood behind the goal. After a coin toss, it was determined that Arsenal would take the first penalty kick. The first one to stand up was Henry. As the core of the team and the first penalty taker, Henry had no choice but to be the first to appear. Sek stood in front of the goal, waiting for the opponent's first penalty. After putting the ball on the penalty spot, Henry took a deep breath, started to run up after hearing the referee's whistle, and then kicked the ball. Obviously, Henry was a little cautious. He pushed the ball directly to the lower right corner with his right foot. Sek made an excellent judgment. He fell to the ground in time and stretched out his long arms, but the ball flew into the goal from his fingertips. Henry raised his hands high, extremely confident. The cheers of Arsenal fans rang out in the stands. Chelsea fans hugged their heads. The first goal was scored. This was a good sign. Let you defend. Do you think you can win by penalties? You can't beat us with penalties. The Arsenal fans in the stands shouted crazily at the field, trying to use this to put pressure on Chelsea's players. Oh, Arsenal scored this penalty. Henry's penalties originally had a high hit rate, but he scored this penalty very well. Such a goal is a big blow to Chelsea. Sek is worthy of being a top goalkeeper. His judgment was very accurate, but he did not save Henry's penalty. Now Arsenal is beginning to gain the advantage. If Chelsea had defended until now and finally lost on penalties, it would be a big blow to them. After all, they have always wanted to drag the game into a penalty shootout. If they still lose in the penalty shootout, they may not be able to raise their heads for a long time. Such a negative, non-scoring style of football should suffer the fate of failure. Mourinho's extremely utilitarian approach should be punished. Arsenal will definitely win. The pro-Arsenal commentators shouted with foam flying, even if it's a penalty shootout, we will win. Wenger was not moved at all on the sidelines, still watching the court quietly. He knew that the advantage was obvious, and Yuxin was also watching him from the side, thinking that if he really won the game in this way, he would definitely leave a new record and start the new season well. However, he was not excited. He firmly believed that he would win, a good start, and he would definitely win. This is a kind of belief, and also an absolute confidence. Arsenal's fate has changed. The championship will come. Chapter 13: The magical use of small notes. When Henry excitedly walked back to his side, Chelsea's first player also walked into the penalty area, their vice-captain Lampard. Lehmann was slightly stunned, because he remembered what Yuxin said to him before the penalty shootout. There is information about Lampard in the intelligence, but if he plays, it depends on your reaction speed. At this time, Lampard was the first to step forward. Lehmann gave up the idea of looking at the information, and stood in front of the ball, waiting for the start of this penalty. The referee's whistle sounded, Lampard started to run up, and Lehmann chose to jump to the left at the moment he shot. The next moment, the ball flew into the goal from the upper right corner. 1-0, Chelsea tied the score at 1-1 after the first round. The stands once again rang with huge cheers from Chelsea fans. Lehmann slapped the grass in annoyance. He had just made a bet on the direction, but it turned out to be wrong. But even if he had made the right bet, it would have been useless, because Lampard had chosen a very good angle, the upper right corner, which was a very dangerous angle because it was easy to miss the ball. However, Lampard had mastered the angle of the shot very accurately. Lampard walked back while applauding the stands. Chelsea players came up to praise Lampard, which to a large extent also created psychological pressure on Arsenal. At this time, Arsenal's second penalty taker came on the field. He was not a striker or a midfielder, but their left back Ashley Cole. Ashley Cole often took set pieces when he was at Arsenal. There was nothing wrong with his footwork, but in this situation, as a defender, he seemed a little unreliable. Sek, standing in front of the goal, clapped his hands demonstratively, then bent down to look at Ashley Cole. His action was very powerful. After all, as a goalkeeper who is not good at saving penalties, he naturally needed to have great confidence when facing penalties. Many Arsenal fans in the stands covered their mouths nervously, as if they were afraid that their anger would affect Ashley Cole's performance. Chelsea fans kept shouting loudly, trying to interfere with Ashley Cole's penalty. The referee blew the whistle to take the penalty, and Ashley Cole started to run. Before running close to the ball, Ashley Cole swung his left foot, and Sek quickly made a judgment this would be a shot to his left and Ashley Cole's right. However, after he reacted, Ashley Cole changed his shooting technique at the moment of shooting, from volleying with the instep to pushing with the instep. This is a very awkward way, especially when using the left foot to push the ball to the left side of the goal, but Ashley Cole completed this series of actions very well, and the ball flew into the right side of the goal, and Sek fell to the ground helplessly. The stands immediately erupted in huge cheers. Arsenal fans jumped up from their seats one after another, waving their fists continuously. After this penalty kick was scored, they felt relieved. Wenger waved his fist fiercely. What he was most worried about was that he had made all the preparations, but the players performed abnormally because of fear and excitement when they faced the penalty shootout. Henry had some such signs. If Ashley Cole made such a mistake again, such emotions would spread throughout the team like a plague. Fortunately, this situation did not occur now. Ashley Cole, who usually seemed very silent and low-key, showed excellent psychological factors and calmness at this time and scored the first penalty for Arsenal. Such an action will also make other Arsenal players full of confidence. Ashley Cole ran back to his teammates with his head held high. His teammates came up to him and hugged him. At this time, Chelsea's second penalty kicker had already walked into the penalty area. The second one to come up was Robin. Lehmann saw him from a distance, and then quickly took out a note from his socks, unfolded it, looked at it carefully, and then stuffed the note into his socks. His action was very fast. The broadcast camera was just aimed at Robin, who came forward. No one noticed Lehmann's action. Only some neutral fans behind the goal noticed it. They were guessing, but they couldn't see clearly what Lehmann was doing just now. When Robin came up, Lehmann bent down slightly, looking at Robin, but thinking about what he saw on the note just now. Robin, a left-footed player, habitually hits the right side when taking penalty kicks. The ball is fast, so it is recommended to make a save it the first time. The referee blew the whistle, and Lehmann tensed up his nerves. When Robin started to run up and kicked the ball with his right foot, he immediately kicked his feet and flew up like a rocket. When he flew out, he saw that the ball kicked by Robin was coming in his direction. The whole process happened in a flash. When Lehmann stretched his body completely, the ball had already flown in front of his hand. Then Lehmann closed his hands and pushed the ball shot by Robin out of the baseline. The crazy roar of Arsenal fans rang out from the stands. They waved their fists and shouted at Chelsea fans from afar, "Shout! Shout again! Now we are leading again! Let me tell you, everything is under control. Don't think we really have no chance to win." Lehmann saved Robin's penalty. A beautiful save. He made a judgment at the first time and then stretched his body in the air. Unlike Sek's failure to save Henry's penalty, Robin did not make any mistakes in this penalty. The angle was also very tricky, but Lehmann made an extremely wonderful save. Lehmann, who got up from the ground, waved his fist violently, then roared to the sky, and then turned and walked off the court. When he passed by Sek, Lehmann was full of pride. "Even if you are an excellent goalkeeper of the younger generation, I will definitely be better than you. Because our preparations must be more sufficient." There is no doubt that in the second round, Ashley Cole's shot and Lehmann's save made the confidence of Arsenal players begin to rise. The impact of the first round of draw has been completely swept away. At the beginning of the third round, Arsenal's Pires, who was the first to play, cleanly shot the ball into the lower right corner of the goal. Although Sek made the right judgment, the ball still flew into the goal by rubbing his fingertips. After scoring the goal, Pires raised his fist to the stands. When another wave of shouts from Arsenal fans rang out from the stands, Arsenal's momentum had reached its peak. Next, the shouts of Arsenal fans reached the highest peak. Chelsea's third player Yuxin chose to hit the center of the goal with his left foot. Although Lehmann made a save to the right first, he quickly stopped his action and blocked Yuxin shot with his legs. Scored 2 goals in a row. Saved 2 goals in a row. Arsenal led Chelsea 3-1 in the penalty shootout. Next is the fourth round. For Chelsea fans, this round gave them hope, because although Van Persie, who played first, had a very tricky angle to shoot, Sek showed his excellent goalkeeper characteristics in this save. With accurate judgment and a pair of long arms, he saved Van Persie's penalty very thrillingly. The fourth Carvalho was a very unfamiliar penalty taker to Lehmann. Carvalho had basically no experience in penalty kicks before, so naturally he had no information about him. Because Carvalho was right-footed, Lehmann chose to dive to his right side, but Carvalho pushed the ball into the left side of the goal. 4-2. After 4 rounds, the advantage was on Arsenal's side. The last round. If Arsenal scored this round, it would be over. If not, the game would enter a round to decide the winner. The fifth player to play for Arsenal was Yuxin. As the future star of Arsenal, Yuxin came up as the defender. Although he was young, he had rich experience in set pieces. However, he had never played in a final before. Would he be unbalanced at this time? Yuxin walked into the penalty area, and the fans in the stadium were involuntarily quieted down. At this time, it seemed that no matter how loud the boos were, it would be useless. Sek looked at the young striker. He didn't know that he was not familiar with Yuxin, but Yuxin was very familiar with him, but in another time and space. "I will definitely save it," Sek thought to himself, then bent down again and watched Yuxin's movements carefully. With the referee's whistle, Yuxin started to run up, and Sek also tightened his nerves. The next moment, Yuxin pushed the ball to the left side of the goal with his left foot, and Sek also made the right judgment. The ball goes in. Lee took this penalty kick very resolutely. The ball almost brushed the post and flew into the goal. Theoretically a blind spot. Although Sek judged the direction correctly, the ball still flew into the goal. Now Arsenal is leading 4-2. If Crespo hadn't scored this penalty, Arsenal would have won the Champions League. Crespo is the 5th player to appear for Chelsea. The head coaches of both teams seem to think that the penalty kicks will go to the last round, and the players in the 5th round are all the best players. Will Crespo score this goal? Let us wait and see. When Crespo stepped forward, Lehmann took out a note again. His action was finally discovered by others. A commentator began to say, "What is Lehmann doing? He seems to be looking at something," and then stuffed his socks. Is it some information? This is a pioneering work. The goalkeeper can't spend so much energy to remember this during the game, but just like a cheat sheet, it would be useful to be able to take a look. Despicable Germans. Jorge must not be fooled. Shoot at an angle you rarely shoot. The pro-Chelsea commentator shouted loudly. Unfortunately, Crespo did not hear his heart-wrenching shouts. 4 penalty shooters, in a penalty shootout, of course, they must shoot in the most comfortable way for themselves, so that they can better pursue the success rate. In fact, before the 2006 semi-final, no one had thought of using this method to gain an advantage before the penalty shootout. It was surprising that the Germans, who are known for their rigor, could come up with this method first. There was nothing wrong with Crespo's penalty kick. He volleyed the ball directly to the lower right corner with his right foot. If the goalkeeper had made a save after judging it, it would have been too late. However, before he shot, Lehmann had already jumped to his left, and then blocked Crespo's penalty kick with one hand. 4-2. Arsenal won. The Community Shield was over. Chapter 14 Post-Match Awards. It's out. It's out. It's out. The commentator almost shouted at his throat. When Lehmann flew to block the ball out of the baseline, the entire Arsenal fan stands were boiling, because they knew that Arsenal had won the 4th Community Shield Championship in the club's history. Although it was a warm-up match, it was a victory over Chelsea after all. After seeing the ball fly out of the baseline, Lehmann supported himself with both hands, immediately jumped up from the ground, and then waved his fists and rushed towards his teammates who were rushing from the center circle. 4-2. Arsenal beat Chelsea in the penalty shootout. Amid the crazy shouts and shouts all around, Lee Yuxin just let out a long breath, and then felt powerless all over his body, throughout the entire game. Although Lee Yuxin had always remained calm and confident, only Lee Yuxin himself knew how much pressure he had endured during the game. Not only in this game, but for the entire season to come, Lee Yuxin will have to continue to work hard. At that moment, Lee Yuxin almost didn't want to do anything. He just wanted to leave this noisy place immediately, and then go to a place where he could completely relax and have a good rest for a whole month without thinking about anything. However, after a moment of relaxation, Lee Yuxin showed a happy smile. After a whole season of hard work, now is the time to celebrate and enjoy the harvest. Wouldn't it be a waste to relax at this time? Cheers, guys, this is the greatest moment. He stood up, opened his arms, and shouted loudly to the stands occupied by Arsenal fans behind him. Arsenal won the May 6th Community Shield. As for Chelsea, Mourinho went over and shook hands with Wenger expressionlessly, then returned to the temporary locker room. In a box in the stands, a red-nosed old man and a fat man with a beard saw the end of the game and each said, "What a wonderful game, he is such a genius." They are Ferguson and Benitez. They were invited by the English Football Association to watch, along with Eriksson and related officials, but Eriksson was only talking and laughing with one of the officials. Lee Yuxin was surrounded by his teammates and ran to the stands of Arsenal fans to greet them. When these fans saw their fans coming, they cheered loudly, shouting "Champion and Champion." Lee Yuxin seemed to see a familiar figure in the crowd. It was his sister Yang Gang. Lee Yuxin smiled and took off his first number 90 jersey he had just received and threw it to the cheering crowd, leaving only the vest with those 3 words on it. Soon the officials of the English Football Association prepared the award ceremony, and under the leadership of Henry, the Arsenal players began to slowly walk onto the stands. Lee Yuxin was still a little nervous, because Pat had just said that he had won the title of Community Shield player. The first time he received the award, Lee Yuxin asked curiously, "Cesc, how did you feel when you went on stage to receive the award before?" This sentence amused the players behind him. Van Persie patted Lee Yuxin on the shoulder and said, "Haha, Lee, You are still nervous about this? Why don't you wait for me to go on stage first and then you can go? Don't come on, I'd rather watch Sesk, he's more experienced than you. Lee Yuxin obviously really wanted to see what his teammates' attitude was like. Soon, as the current host took the microphone and said, the team that won the 2005 Community Shield is Arsenal. The fans at the scene gave a deafening applause, and the stands were waving the Arsenal team flags, and countless fireworks bloomed. Amid the applause, Wenger first went on stage and took the shield-like Community Shield from the hands of the Vice President of the English Football Association. He showed it to the fans in the audience, and the whole stadium was full again. Next was Henry. This was the first trophy Henry won as the captain of the team. Henry also kissed it affectionately, holding the trophy high to show the fans in the audience the first glory of his captain era. Great, Lake, we have a good captain again, leading us to glory. The team members took the medals one after another and displayed the trophy again. Soon, Lee Yuxin appeared in the camera lens. Lee Yuxin stretched his neck and stared at the movements of the players in front of him, as if he wanted to see clearly the movements of each of them. When Lee Yuxin's curious look appeared in the camera, everyone couldn't help laughing. Compared with his domineering posture with two guns raised to the sky in the arena, it was completely different. The teammates behind him also held their breath for fear of laughing. However, the audience in front of the TV did not care about that. They just laughed and lay on the sofa. Even the father and mother saw the curious baby look of their son after he became a hero, and they held their foreheads with one hand, sighing that their son was naive, but the smile in the corners of their eyes could not be hidden. It seems that our genius Lee has no experience of receiving awards. I advise all viewers to record this scene quickly, because this will be the last time that Lee acts as a curious baby. In the future, when the audience sees him receiving awards, there will be no such funny and innocent scenes. Of course, if you want high-definition pictures, then you are very lucky. Our radio station also has them. We can even provide the audio of Lee and his teammates. Of course, we will only charge a symbolic fee of £1. Any method is fine. Of course, as for the fees, you have to pay for them. We will provide them specially. As for the phone number, I think the information disc will have it. It would be a waste of talent for Adams not to be an agent. Sky Radio's phone was flooded with calls within a day. No one believed that this would be the last time that Lee Yuxin would go on stage to receive an award, so every household rushed to order such a rare scene. £1 was too cheap, but it was a huge profit for Sky Radio. Facts have proved that those precious video materials also allowed everyone to gain the most authentic memory of Lee Yuxin. Next, the one to go on stage is. Before the host finished speaking, the whole stadium erupted with the most shocking sound since the start of the game, Lee. The whole stadium seemed to collapse, bringing endless air waves that echoed over the stadium for a long time. Lee Yuxin straightened his body, took the medal from the vice chairman with a smile, then shook hands with several important people, and then took the trophy from Fabregas and kissed it gently. There was no exaggeration in his movements, but only moderate courtesy. Then he handed the trophy to Van Persie behind him. The whole set of movements was quite standard. Van Persie, who was so standard, almost couldn't receive the trophy and laughed directly to the ground. Those who didn't make phone calls on TV, covered their stomachs with laughter and couldn't even dial the number. Lee Yuxin had a very gentlemanly smile throughout the whole process, and it felt like he was attending a dress ball. However, Lee Yuxin was still immersed in the joy of winning and didn't realize it at all. Haha, Lee is so funny, it's so grand. I guess those officials of the English Football Association will promote Lee's set of movements to the whole UK, haha. Matthew finished speaking in the live broadcast room, holding his stomach with joy. Haha, Mr. Blatter will probably invite Lee to demonstrate, haha. Anyway, Lee Yuxin finally won his first official match and brought Arsenal the first of his numerous trophies for the club. Come on, the new season, my goal is to conquer. Sky Sports broadcast to all dear viewers, this live broadcast is about to end. Let's take a look at the statistics after the game. Shots, Arsenal 4 times, Chelsea 6 times. Inside the goal frame, Arsenal 7 times, while Chelsea only 6 times. It seems that Chelsea didn't tie their shooting boots well today. In terms of ball possession, the two sides are similar, Arsenal 5%, Chelsea 48%. Corner kicks for both teams 8 times each. From the above data, we can see that the strength of both sides is similar, so we can look forward to their confrontation in the league. I think it will be more exciting then. Well, the following is the post-match interview. I hope Arthur can bring Lee to appear. Haha, Adams, I think you will be disappointed. As far as I know Arthur, he will not let Lee appear in front of the media too early. Captain, I want to go to the locker room to see Del Horno. After all, he used too much force just now. Lee Yuxin went off the stage and immediately fulfilled his promise. Henry was very happy to see that Lee Yuxin still remembered this. This meant that Lee Yuxin not only played football very well, but also had no problems in being a person. He played football well and was also very experienced in dealing with people. It would undoubtedly be easier for him to integrate into the team. Henry smiled and patted Lee Yuxin on the shoulder and said, I'll take him there. After all, Claude is from the same hometown as me. He will help. Henry and Lee Yuxin came to Chelsea's locker room and talked and laughed with Chelsea's players along the way. Although they fought hard on the court, they were at least friends off the court, because they all knew that the court was the court and life was life. The right and wrong of the two did not necessarily have to be brought off the court. So when they saw Lee Yuxin coming, the Chelsea players just nodded in a friendly manner and looked at Lee Yuxin curiously. Robin saw Lee Yuxin and even joked, Lee, congratulations, but your speed is too fast. It feels twice as fast as mine. If I tell my Dutch friends, they will definitely not believe it, but we will not lose again next time. Haha, you're exaggerating. Let's talk about it next time. Is Del Horno here? I came to apologize to him for what happened on the court just now. As soon as Lee Yuxin finished speaking, almost all the players in the locker room looked at Lee Yuxin with friendly eyes. Drogba, whose face was a little darker than before, also turned a little pale when he heard this. You know, it was Del Horno who was defending on the field just now, but he couldn't resist it and was knocked to the ground and carried out directly. Lee Yuxin's ability to come to see Del Horno already showed Lee Yuxin's character. In their eyes, such an opponent is worthy of respect. Del Horno was still resting in the locker room. It was nothing serious. It was just that Lee Yuxin hit his respiratory tract and stomach, which made him particularly uncomfortable. He also heard what Lee Yuxin said, stood up in a friendly manner and took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Lee Yuxin, and the previous grudges were resolved. Lee Yuxin and Henry talked to them for a while and then left. Henry had a post-match press conference, and the others had to go back. After receiving the award, as Matthew said, Wenger did not take Lee Yuxin, the best player of the game, to the press conference, but took Henry. Lee Yuxin and the players also rushed back to the hotel and did not stay at the stadium for long. After all, this is not Highbury. When the team bus rushed back to the hotel, the entrance of the entire hotel was blocked by many fans. Last season, Chelsea took the Premier League championship from Arsenal. The long-term oppression of the same city made them turn over all of a sudden, which made Chelsea fans extremely excited and let Chelsea fans show off in front of Arsenal fans. This time, Arsenal directly won the Community Shield in the dialogue between the two sides, giving their fans a vent. It is conceivable how excited the fans are in the field of football. Moreover, this Community Shield is also what the English Football Association hopes to see. The teams in the same city, one is the champion of the last Premier League, and the other is the overlord of the league before. There are many stories, strong dialogues, hatreds and intertwined, and they played an extremely exciting game. There is also a rising star Li Wuxin. These factors broke the ratings of the Community Shield game, even approaching the ratings of the first half of this year's Champions League final. Lee Yuxin also stood out from the crowd in England and attracted the attention of European football. Newspapers also went back to write articles as quickly as possible to introduce this new star, but they only had some pitiful official information about Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin did not have an agent at all, and Wenger would not let Lee Yuxin accept any newspaper interview at this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Reactions from All Parties. Lee Yuxin was thinking hard, but the whole of England was crazy about him. Lee Yuxin's celebration was prominently shown in newspapers. He raised his index fingers high up into the sky and looked around the stadium arrogantly. Lee, the next generation of the Gun King. This was the headline of Sky Sports. The Daily Star paid more attention to Lee Yuxin's private life. They used various connections to collect information about Lee Yuxin's life. A simple and honest player. Lee used his outstanding performance to remind Ericsson, the striker is not good. This was the headline of the Daily Mail. BBC even published a headline Lee equals Ronaldo, comparing the shock of Lee Yuxin's first official first-team match to Ronaldo's league show in the Eredivisie. In particular, Lee Yuxin's extraordinary speed and strength were as shocking as Ronaldo's back then. He was even said to be a copy of an alien. It was pointed out that Lee Yuxin's future was limitless, and a large number of articles were reported on Lee Yuxin. Since there are those who agree and those who disagree, The Sun said, Lee, a product of a wealthy club. The Sun pointed out many names, explaining that there are players in wealthy clubs who have amazing performances from time to time, but as the game progresses, they obviously can no longer continue to improve. Therefore, The Sun believes that Lee Yuxin is just such a player, who only has certain strength in wealthy clubs, and suddenly exploded overnight, and then disappeared from people's sight due to the fierce competition within the team. An editor named Larry even said in his special topic, "It is great that Lee will have such a performance in this game, but there are too many short-lived performances in one game, so I conclude that Lee will disappear from the English court this season, and even be sent away by Arsenal, otherwise I will jump into the Thames." As soon as Larry's words came out, the attention to the news about Lee Yuxin was instantly raised to an unprecedented level. People all want to see how this newcomer who had an amazing performance in the Community Shield will perform in the Premier League this season. On the official website of Arsenal, there are fans calling on Wenger to trust Lee Yuxin as he trusted Fabregas in the past, and give him more opportunities. At the same time, the coaches of the Premier League clubs did not escape the Lee Yuxin storm. Ferguson, Benitez and Abramovich were asked what they thought of Lee Yuxin's performance. "It's surprising. I think Arthur has found a good disciple, but our Manchester United team also has many players like Lee, and even one or two in the reserve team. But I hope he can focus more on the game. If he comes to me, I think I will give him more advice," Ferguson said leisurely with a big red nose. "Well, Lee's performance is impeccable, but Arsenal's midfield left a greater impression on me. You know, if Lee had the support of our midfield, he might have a more perfect performance," Benitez said with some regret for Lee. "Yes, I admit that I am interested in Lee. I will discuss it with Jose. You know, he can't refuse such an excellent player." Abramovich still has a habit of collecting good players as always. At this time, before the Premier League started, many teams were eyeing Arsenal. Dunn, the team's football director, was already a little overwhelmed. With the start of the season, he thought his work would be easier, but he didn't expect to be even busier, with faxes coming in continuously. Dunn asked his assistant to help sort them out, and found that most of them were about Lee Yuxin's transfer and loan requests. Dunn rubbed his numb head, feeling unprecedentedly tired. It seemed that he should retire. "Hey, Arthur, come here, I'll wait for you in the office." Dunn put down the phone and lay down to rest. "What's wrong, David?" Wenger knocked on the door and came in. When he saw Dunn lying on the chair, very tired, Wenger asked with concern. "It's okay, Arthur, you should take a look at these faxes. They are all about Lee you mentioned a few days ago." Dunn handed a small stack of papers to Wenger. Wenger took it and saw that they were all small teams requesting to rent Lee Yuxin. Sunderland was the most sincere and was willing to rent Lee Yuxin for 1 year for £1 million and cover all of Lee Yuxin's salary for that year. Middlesbrough, Birmingham and other teams were also eyeing Lee Yuxin. There were also many English Championship teams such as Portsmouth, and even Manchester City was willing to pay £450 to buy Lee Yuxin. Wenger frowned and said, "David, they have all been rejected. Tell them what Lee's plan is for this season." Dunn nodded and said, "I know, but Arthur, take a look at this. These are requests from several clubs to acquire Lee." Thanks to the two hosts of Sky Sports, the live broadcast ratings of the Community Shield have been rising steadily. The whole of Europe knows about Lee Yuxin, who defeated Chelsea in the Community Shield. All the shrewd team managers have realized Lee Yuxin's future, so they have applied to Arsenal to buy him. Inter Milan's Moratti was the craziest. He has always had a special fondness for forwards and has already made the first offer for Lee Yuxin. Chelsea's owner Abramovich saw Lee Yuxin's performance on the spot and immediately called Mourinho to ask if he could buy Lee Yuxin. Mourinho told him very confidently that as long as Lee was brought in, he would celebrate at the Stade de France next year. Abramovich immediately ordered his confidant Arnezen to offer Arsenal a high price of £10 million. AC Milan offered €5 million and that was it, because they already had Keka, Inzaghi and others, and there was no room for Lee Yuxin in the front court. In contrast, Real Madrid, the arrogant old man, looked down on the wild land of the Premier League, not to mention that the front court was already full, and he had to face his own competitors. Once Lee Yuxin was acquired, it would inevitably be another criticized transaction. Barcelona already had Messi, Eto'o and Ronaldinho, and they also opened their era. The team manager did not want newcomers to destroy the atmosphere of the team, especially in Eto'o's position. The Bundesliga giant Bayern is still buying players from its own league, so there is no need to compete with the Premier League giants. The smart Ferguson and Benitez will wait and see. Once Lee Yuxin complains about the team's treatment or is dissatisfied with his playing time, that will be the time for them to take action. After all, getting in touch with a player does not have to go through the team. There is also the important link of the agent. At this time, they are also looking for Lee Yuxin's agent, but they did not expect that Lee Yuxin's agent is more mysterious than him and cannot be found at all. Wenger did not even look at him and said, "Lee, you can't move me. He and Cesc are the future of our team." But Arthur Keane has made some unusual moves. His board of directors is under too much pressure. We can use this money to buy more good players. And this is just their first offer, and it will be higher. Dunn was tempted. Good player? David, tell me which club has a player like Lee now. There are no more, just like Thierry. There are no more. I will not allow you to sell Lee. There is no negotiation on this matter. Don't forget that I still have the decision-making power of the players. Wenger saw that his old friend seemed to be moved and had to use his last trump card. Dunn saw Wenger's words and looked at him without giving in. He knew that Wenger absolutely did not agree to sell Lee Yuxin. He nodded with some disappointment. "Well, I know. I will announce in the official that Lee is not for sale and reject some offers for Lee." Wenger nodded. Seeing his old friend's appearance, he also knew the dilemma he was facing. The team really had no money. The construction of the new stadium had forced Arsenal to bear huge debts. Wenger comforted him, "David, don't worry. I will soon let you know how wise your decision is. As long as we play well this season, we can win some more trophies. After all, Lee brought us the Community Shield in the first game, didn't he?" "Well, Arthur, I hope you are right." Then several eye-catching words appeared on Arsenal's official website. "We reject all offers for Lee. He belongs to us." Lee Yuxin was not aware of these things because he was going to attend a party later. Chapter 16 Barbecue Party. Many people hate life in the UK. The weather and food are also factors. I remember someone said that in Spain, you can have paella. In Germany, at least you can eat sauerkraut and sausage, and in Italy, no matter how bad it is, you can fill your stomach with pizza and noodles. But in the UK, what can you eat? Fried potatoes, mashed potatoes. Of course, traditional British food is based on beef, lamb, pork, chicken, fish, with potatoes and a vegetable. But under the influence of globalization, most foods and recipes have entered the world and have been modified to adapt to the eating habits of local people. So it is not surprising that fish and chips are no longer the most popular food in British restaurants. The number one British food now is chicken tikka masala, curry roast chicken, which has quickly captured the hearts of the British. To be more precise, it has captured our stomachs. Although the origin of this dish is unclear, it sounds like Indian curry. It is said that curry roast chicken was invented by a curry restaurant in London. This dish has as many as 17 ingredients, and large pieces of roast chicken are poured with fragrant, thick, spicy curry sauce. In fact, chicken tikka is an Indian dish, and the sauce masala is to cater to the British taste. In the UK, it is impossible to eat meat without gravy. International students in the UK, you know. This roast chicken curry is called the pure British national dish and can now be seen in restaurants in other countries. So life in London is not that difficult for Lee Yuxin, who grew up in China and was deeply influenced by Chinese cuisine. Today, his family held a barbecue party to celebrate his performance, and it was still early before the game. When he was still thinking about what to eat, Coach Feng Shuo came. Feng Shuo is a graduate of the Cologne Sports Academy and then came to Arsenal as a youth training coach and trained Lee Yuxin for 3 years. He is a respected elder brother of Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin hurriedly stepped forward to say hello, Brother Shuo, I haven't seen you for a while and you've gained weight again. Feng Shuo smiled and said nonchalantly, boy, the coach taught you to be happy all the time. Today I'm going to feast on it. After that, he went into the living room to cook. Li Yuxin smiled. Brother Shuo is a very good person. He just likes food, so his weight has been soaring, but he is also a very easy to get along with person and a good brother to the young players. After a while, another group of people came. Christian Wu, a rich second generation, was a childhood playmate. After a while, another group of people came. They were my sister Yang Yang's classmates. There were classmates and students from other grades. Several children came to Li Yuxin excitedly to ask for autographs. One of them, an international student named Zheng Hang, was particularly active. Seeing his good sports genes, Li Yuxin had a new idea. Everyone found a chair to sit on the lawn in the backyard. 2 sets of grills were already set up. They grilled a few pieces of meat and skewered some vegetables. Soon, my father and other friends also arrived. With more people, plus a group of children, it was very lively. When the wind blew, the aroma of meat floated in the wind, which made people's appetites grow. Needless to say, everyone went to get their plates. Li Yuxin took a bite of the roasted lamb. It was rich in oil and charcoal, although the medium-rare ingredients destroyed the taste a little. But everyone's praises continued, and even a few children would say good. Yang Yan came in with a plate. Seeing Li Yuxin thinking about something and looking at the grill, he smiled and said, "Hey, brother, look what I brought you. Grilled lamb." Li Yuxin wiped his hands and took the plate from Yang Yang. The lamb was grilled on charcoal, sprinkled with pepper and cumin, and exuded a strong aroma. He took a bite and found it oily but not greasy. The gravy was delicious. Even after swallowing it, his mouth still had an endless aftertaste. He gave a thumbs up. Great. Li Yuxin was very satisfied. Of course, there are 2 essential ingredients: grilled hamburgers. When it comes to the British's favorite food, hamburgers are of course one of them. Here are the ingredients and steps for grilled burgers. Ingredients: sliced beef, lettuce, cucumber slices, salad dressing, ketchup. Baguette steps: 1 chop 1 pound of beef, add 1 tablespoon of salt, 1 tablespoon of dried oregano, and 1 teaspoon of freshly ground black pepper. To mix the above ingredients and make 4 small patties about 2 centimeters thick. 3. Prepare the charcoal fire for the grill. Put the patties on the grill and grill for 4 minutes. 5. Spread salad dressing on the patties, add sliced cucumbers, add lettuce, tomatoes, and bread at once, and then spread ketchup on the bread. Repeat the above steps to make other burgers. Grilled chicken legs. Delicious and tender chicken legs are also a must-have food at summer barbecue parties. The cylindrical clay oven is an excellent tool for grilling chicken legs. People usually use it to bake bread, and the chicken legs baked with it will surprise you. The cylindrical clay oven is a half grill and half oven form. It shortens the grilling time and makes the grilled meat more flavorful. Chicken legs are cost-effective, and the cylindrical clay oven can separate the meat from the bones of the chicken legs, making them very delicious. Ingredients: 8 chicken legs, a quarter of an onion, 2 cloves of garlic, 1 piece of ginger, fresh coriander, 100 milliliters Greek yogurt, a teaspoon of cooked cumin powder, a teaspoon of coriander powder, half a teaspoon of black pepper, a tablespoon of honey, and a tablespoon of vinegar. Production steps: 1. Beat the chicken legs and reduce the grilling time and make the chicken more flavorful. 2. Turn the barbecue clay oven to medium heat, mash the onion, garlic, ginger and fresh coriander in a mortar and pestle, add yogurt and stir evenly, filter out impurities, add spices, honey and vinegar and stir evenly, add salt to taste, put the chicken legs in the prepared marinade, rub and marinate for at least half an hour. 3. Put the chicken legs on the grill where the fire is the strongest, and turn the chicken legs from time to time to prevent them from burning, until the surface of the chicken legs is browned. Move the chicken legs to a lower fire, turn them from time to time, and they can be eaten after 15 minutes. Use a knife to cut the chicken to see if it is cooked. The cooked chicken has a hint of red, but not bright red. Bright red means the chicken is not yet cooked. This is a must-have dish for British barbecues. As the host of the party, Li Yuxin chatted with the guests from time to time. He had attended many British parties before, and he had figured out the process. In short, the host is responsible for livening up the atmosphere and satisfying the guests. It can be seen that everyone is in a good mood and feels at home. The girl appeared, Shuo Shuo, who came from a wealthy family and was the girl he liked. After eating and drinking, seeing that it was still early and the atmosphere was suitable, plus the sound effects placed around were excellent, Mark and Olivia performed a dynamic cowboy dance. The tap rhythm of the Western cowboy ignited a passion for singing and dancing in everyone's blood, and the old and young all moved. Christian Wu pulled his wife to show off his dancing skills, and everyone gathered around and beat the rhythm with their hands. Several pedrugs ran around chasing Mark's steps, not understanding why these people were going crazy. Li Yuxin walked out of the crowd, his eyes fell on Shuo Shuo, who was sitting alone, and walked to her and sat down. "Don't you want to join them?" Shuo Shuo shook his head. "I'll just watch. It's not good for you to do that. If you have fun with them, you will sleep well tonight." Li Yuxin knew that Shuo Shuo's personality was a bit different. Her hobbies were different from others. For example, Mary liked shopping for clothes and painting her nails, but Shuo Shuo rarely showed interest in these areas. Instead, she liked equestrianism, symphony, etc. Shuo Shuo continued to shake his head and whispered, "I can't." "What?" Li Yuxin was stunned for a moment. "Can't?" Did he hear it right? Then how did you play before? Birthday parties were not very lively. Shuo Shuo frowned and looked at him. Before? They were all quite formal dances, everyone danced some ballroom dances, and there was no such crazy scene. I feel that you must have been very boring before. Li Yuxin stood up and stretched out his hand to her. "Come on, let me teach you how to be crazy." Shuo Shuo just looked up at him. "Actually, I've given it my all. Others rarely see me like this," Li Yuxin said with a smile. Shuo Shuo hesitated and stood up by himself. Li Yuxin took Shuo Shuo to Jenny and asked Jenny to teach her some modern popular dance steps. Shuo Shuo actually has a very good foundation. She has been trained in court dance and has a strong ability to comprehend. After a few pointers, she mastered the tricks. Jenny took her through it again and she was not bad at all. In this kind of relaxed atmosphere, no matter how good the dance is, whether you can dance or not, you just need to twist your body, keep up with the beat, and be happy. Jenny led Shuo Shuo to jazz dance. Jenny was unrestrained, lively and energetic, while Shuo Shuo was slightly smaller and hesitant. "Shuo Shuo, you have to let go of your movements. No one will laugh at you. Believe in yourself," Li Yuxin encouraged, and said to others, "Hey, let's give Shuo Shuo some encouragement. Come together. Give some applause for her to hear. She dances very well, right? Come on, Shuo Shuo." Everyone applauded generously. When the music sounded, Jenny, who was wearing a cool short top, reached out and pulled Shuo Shuo out. The lively and crazy style was displayed on her. Li Yuxin gave her a thumbs up, and she responded with her head held high. Everyone joined the dance circle and showed off their unique skills. Later, they had a crazy time, with all kinds of styles. In order to encourage Shuo Shuo, Li Yuxin even sacrificed his image and danced street dance, adding the flame of European and American divine songs. They had a lot of fun, and the laughter could be heard from far away. Henry actually played the divine song "The Fox Calls" first, and then "Harlem Shakes." The camera was placed on the lawn, and a group of people shook wildly at the camera like they had a stroke, completely destroying the image of all gentlemen and ladies. The joyful atmosphere ignited everyone. Although there was no effect of alcohol, the excitement was comparable. The noise continued until midnight, and the tired but excited people reluctantly said goodbye. Li Yuxin sent them out one by one, and they all said they would come again next time. After the joy, Li Yuxin will embark on a new journey. The new season of the Premier League is about to begin. Chapter 17 Pre-Match Preparation. The Premier League season kicked off with a match between Manchester United and Everton. Manchester United beat Everton 1-0 away, while Liverpool was defeated at the Riverside Stadium, tied 0-0 by Middlesbrough. Chelsea's matches with newly promoted Wigan, Arsenal and Newcastle were all held on the 4th. "Brother, my sister Shuo Shuo and I won't go to the stadium with you for now. There are too many reporters, but we have already booked the tickets and will definitely go to the game." Yang Guiyang lay on the table and watched Li Yuxin finish his early lunch and the preserved egg and lean meat porridge that he had successfully experimented with. "Okay, I feel relieved to have Shuo Shuo go with you." Li Yuxin nodded. He also knew that Shuo Shuo had bodyguards to protect him these days, so he was more than enough to deal with a few hooligans. At around 10 o'clock, Li Yuxin rushed to Highbury. The game started at 1:30, so Wenger arrived early. "Arthur, Do you think Newcastle will cause trouble for your team today? A BBC reporter quickly seized this opportunity before the game to interview Wenger. Well, any Premier League team will cause trouble to other teams, and Newcastle is the same, but I think my team and the players on the field can solve these problems. I have confidence in my players. Arthur, how is Lee? Some newspapers say that he has been partying these days. Can you tell us if Lee will play today? The reporter asked about the situation of the hottest new star in British football during this period, and also included the news of the gossip reporter. Well, I don't know how Lee's life is, but I think Lee can handle his affairs, and we will help him, but I know he is in very good condition. I think he can play. Wenger ignored these gossips without definite evidence, and only talked about things related to football. Sonis, do you think your team can score at Highbury? A beautiful reporter from the Daily Mirror surrounded Newcastle coach Sonis, who led the team to Highbury Stadium to adapt. Well, I know Highbury is a scary stadium. We haven't taken any advantage here, but we will try our best to play our game well. After all, we were just a little unlucky last season. This season we have more changes, and our captain Alan will also play, so I think we can get what we want. Sonis waved his hand, indicating that he was going to watch the players training. When Lee Yuxin arrived at Highbury, the team members were almost here, and Henry was also being interviewed by reporters outside the stadium. Terry, we know this is your first league game as Arsenal's captain. Do you have anything to say? Well, I'm very happy that the coach has helped and trusted me so much. I know that being a captain means more responsibilities, but I know that I have the ability to win more honors with a captain's armband. My players also support me, and I think I can take on these responsibilities. Well, there are many newcomers and young people in the Arsenal team this season. Do you think they can give you and the team more help? The reporter from the Daily Mail was obviously malicious. Yes, I believe that although we do have a lot of newcomers, like Robert, Dennis and I, we have also given them some help, and they also learn very quickly. Like Robin, Seska Lee, the atmosphere in our team is very good, and we also enjoy each other's relationship. I think our team can win some honors, just like you saw on the Community Shield before. Henry was not fooled and did not express any dissatisfaction with the team's construction at this stage. Henry calmly separated from the group of reporters who ate meat without spitting bones, and talked with the fans who arrived early for a while before entering the stadium. When the reporters saw Lee Yuxin coming to the stadium, they immediately swarmed towards Lee Wei. Lee, is that mysterious Oriental woman your girlfriend? Lee, please ask, how do you think you will perform in this game? A tall blonde OL beauty put the microphone in front of Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin finally heard questions related to football. He glanced at this extremely sexy voice and hot body of the Queen reporter, and his eyes swept to the mark on her chest. Sky Sports reporter Georgie Thompson. As soon as Lee Yuxin saw the Sky Sports logo, he couldn't help but think of what his parents said last night. His good impression of him immediately dropped a lot. In addition, he was annoyed by these boring reporters, so he said in a light tone, I don't know. It depends on the coach's arrangement. Sorry, the time is up and I have to gather at the stadium. Lee Yuxin ignored Thompson, who was stunned, and entered the stadium with the help of the security guard. Thompson saw the indifference in Lee Yuxin's eyes, the cold tone, the perfunctory answer, and the impolite departure. This beautiful woman who has always been successful felt a little angry. She stepped forward and asked, Lee, you were so anxious just now. Were you nervous about the game? Or were you dissatisfied with Coach Wenger? That's why you said that. Thompson directly pulled Lee Yuxin's coldness together with his words. Lee Yuxin was stunned. Seeing Thompson's provocative eyes, he didn't expect that this mature beauty would have a temper as hot as her figure. She couldn't help but smile and said, I'm not nervous. I just believe in the coach's arrangement. Okay, beautiful girl, I think you misunderstood. By the way, you have an enviable bust. After saying that, she glanced at the proud chest of the beautiful woman with bad intentions, waved her hand, and went in. When Thompson heard Lee Yuxin's praise, her heart was inevitably happy. Being praised by a handsome man, no matter which woman it was, would be very happy. Suddenly she remembered the old Chinese saying that her Chinese sister always said when she was jealous of her bust, big breasts and no brains. Damn, bastard. Thompson was immediately furious. If there weren't so many colleagues watching, Thompson would probably rush up and bite Lee Yuxin immediately. Now he could only look at Lee Yuxin helplessly. John, we are also going to enter the field. The game is about to start. Her photography partner hurriedly reminded. When Lee Yuxin rushed to the locker room, most of his teammates also arrived. Wenger saw that all his players had come in, so he took out the lineup and said, "I will announce the lineup: Thierry Henry, Dennis Bergkamp, Lee, Dennis Pires, Cesc Fabregas, Gilberto Silva, Ashley Cole, Felipe Senderos, Kolo Touré, Mayer Lauren. We will still play 4-4-2 in this game. Do you understand?" In this game, Holeb had to rest for a while because he was injured in the training after the Community Shield. Wenger saw his disciples nod, and then said, "Okay, Pat, take them out. Let's move around first." He took Henry to the pre-match press conference, as a routine. Led by Pat, the main players began to enter the stadium and play football together. As the Arsenal players came, the whole stadium was filled with cheers, and flags were flying everywhere. Henry's number 4 jersey was densely covered in the entire stadium, and a huge Henry head was raised in the stands, which shows how popular the King of Highbury is in this stadium. Of course, there were other players' heads and jerseys flying, but they were far less popular than Henry. Although Highbury is far smaller than the Millennium Stadium, the atmosphere here is incomparable to the Millennium Stadium, because this is Arsenal's home ground, and the fans here are more protective of their team's honor and players. Therefore, from the moment the home team entered the stadium, the entire stadium has been cheering without stopping, singing Arsenal's team song, "New Season, Let's Go, No One Can Stop Us, Everything is About to Happen." Old Wright steps into Bergkamp's world, Powell radiates dazzling light, the Gunners see that Arsenal will create miracles. Arsenal is showing the world, "Come on, Arsenal, you are wizards, tell me what you are tired of, now we will score again, our army is advancing." Martin Nigel, Lee Gill, Patrick Petty, "We got to continue to create miracles and show the world that they will always support, tell me what you are tired of, now we will score again." Sing the Gunners, "We are the gods of war." In April, England, number 1. A myth goal is getting easier and easier. The Gunners saw that Arsenal was creating a miracle. Red and white, flying in the world, telling me what you are tired of, now we will score again. For a long time, fans waved jerseys and placards, and countless hands were dancing. Lee Yuxin was in such a stadium, enjoying the shocking cheers in his ears, and his heart was filled with endless pride. He felt that the power of his whole body was surging, and he wanted to vent it immediately and gallop in this nearly 100-year-old stadium. Sister Shuo, "Look, brother is out, brother, come on." Yang Yang and Shuo in the stands were no different from ordinary girls next door at this time, so she could cheer for Lee Yuxin to her heart's content. When Wenger and Henry came back, Pat saw that the time was about to come to 1 o'clock, and immediately summoned the players to the locker room. Wenger had some tactical instructions. Wenger once again emphasized what he often said in previous training: "We still play 442. Robert and Lee, you need to open up the wing, especially Zio, try to cut off their connection in the front court. Gilberto and Cesc, you need to pay attention to the protection of the field. Newcastle's field interception ability is strong. Although Shearer is old, he has a strong sense of smell. Kolo and Felipe, you need to pay attention to your back. Mayer and Ashley, you need to help Lee and Robert as much as possible. Okay, the game is about to start. Everything is the same as in training. Go on the field." Wenger clapped his hands, encouraged his players, and sent them into the aisle. The first game of the new season. Chapter 18 Season Debut. Lee Yuxin was taken care of by his teammates, and was given a chance to stand next to Henry, so that he could receive more cheers from the home fans, which was a great motivation for Lee Yuxin. Shearer was still chatting with Henry. "Thierry, can you break my record?" The English goal record is held by Shearer, who has 50 goals, but Shearer is already 35 years old and has plans to retire. The media generally believe that as long as Henry can play in the Premier League until Shearer's age and maintain his offensive efficiency, then the English goal record may be taken by Henry. "Haha, Alan, you are still playing, I hope I can, but Lee, I am more sure he can. You know, he is only 17 years old, and he has been playing in the Premier League since the beginning." Henry was not very interested in this English top scorer, and pulled Lee Yuxin behind him to Shearer. Then he said, "Haha, Shearer, I am teaching this kid my shooting skills." "Haha, Lee, hello, but I think Dyer will give you an unforgettable memory of this game. You know, his arms are not for show, and football is not as simple as those shitty media say." Shearer was polite to powerful opponents, and he didn't take other opponents seriously. He just looked at Lee Yuxin with interest. After more than 10 years of hard work in the Premier League, he knew that most of the young talents debuted with the cheers of the media, but very few of them succeeded in the end. Dyer looked at Lee Yuxin in a very joking way. He didn't care about the chapters in the media. In this profession, as long as you play well in a game, you may be praised to the sky, especially the players of the rich and powerful. In his eyes, this thin and weak little white face is already his dish. He is determined to teach him a lesson in the game and slap those reporters in the face. "Hello, Alan." Lee Yuxin saw that Shearer didn't pay attention to him, and he didn't want to be boring, and there was no need to have eye contact with Dyer. "Haha, you'll know when the time comes, Alan." Henry patted the neglected Lee Yuxin on the shoulder and looked at Lee Yuxin encouragingly. Lee Yuxin was not so easily defeated. Shearer was famous, but it had nothing to do with him. If he wanted to win the respect of others, he had to prove it with his own strength. As the game approached, the players on both sides of the aisle also looked serious, waiting for the referee to announce the entry message. The referee Bennett looked at his watch and signaled to Henry and Alan, "You can enter the field." Amid the cheers of more than 30,000 fans at Highbury, the players of the two teams began to enter the field. The captains of both sides were in the circle tossing coins. Henry had good luck and got the ball and attacked from south to north. After the players on both sides shook hands, the caddies began to leave the field. However, the caddy who took Lee Yuxin away winked at Lee Yuxin before leaving. His name was Danny. Fans, I am your live commentator Senk. Welcome to our great Highbury Stadium." Arsenal's commentator shouted the last 5 words in the loudest voice. "Dear loyal Magpies fans, now we have come to Arsenal's Highbury Stadium, where our Warriors will start their new season journey. I am your wrath." Newcastle's live commentator said a paragraph of words in a very plain way. "Well, now we welcome the great Gunners, goalkeeper Lehman, left back Ashley Cole, centre back Toure, Senderos, right back Lauren, forward Silva and our genius, Fabregas, and right forward, unfortunately, Ljungberg temporarily left us for 2 weeks, but we have ushered in the greatest genius, Lee. This 17-year-old boy got his first English opportunity." Lee. The cheers of the fans at the scene reached the highest point since entering the stadium. "Brother, I'm here." With a crazy atmosphere at the scene, Yang Guiyang no longer cared about his image and shouted to Lee Yuxin unscrupulously. "So, our ice prince once again appeared on the stage he is most familiar with, and French magic wing Robert is here, and our king, Thierry Henry, he will guard his territory. King, king." Endless cheers followed Henry's wave of his hand, creating a melody, just like Song Yuxin. Lee Yuxin looked at the stadium full of purple and red number 4 jerseys, and the huge Henry head portrait had not been removed. The whole stadium was resounding with King. Shocked, he looked at Henry who was enjoying himself. His heart was filled with endless hope. "I want to enjoy such treatment too." Incomparable confidence rose. "I can definitely do it." Lee Yuxin's face showed an extremely solemn expression. It started, "Oh my god, our patron saint, our patron saint." He blocked Lee's header, G. The Newcastle commentator shouted as loudly as if he saw his own team score a goal. "No, God, Lee's amazing header was actually lifted by G from the side of the crossbar." Senk's annoyed voice echoed in the stadium. The fans at the scene were disappointed, but they still applauded Lee Yuxin. "It's a pity, that abominable uncle, otherwise I could have seen my brother send me a goal." Now in Yang Guiyang's eyes, the 29-year-old given is a weird uncle. Shuashuo looked at Yang Guiyang who clenched his fists helplessly, but he also felt sorry for the figure who jumped up. Soon Pires took a corner kick and directly hung the ball into the no-man's land in the penalty area. Henry shook off the defender before Pires dropped the ball, rushed to the road of the penalty area, and volleyed the ball quickly. "Thierry," he shot. "Oh, it's a pity, the ball is a bit hard." Thierry's shot was high. Newcastle suffered a series of fierce attacks from Arsenal, and began to shrink its defense, hoarding roads, not allowing Henry and Bergkamp to easily receive the ball, and even if they got the ball, they would not give them the opportunity to start or pass the ball. Bomzing was also shown a yellow card for elbowing Henry when he was grabbing the ball in the backcourt. Wenger's eyes began to fall on Lee Yuxin and Pires, hoping to use the two sides to create more threats. At this time, the two sides had already gained the upper hand. As long as they made a mistake, the two sides could send the ball to Henry and Bergkamp. Silva once again got the ball from the Newcastle player and quickly passed it to the feet of the running Lee Yuxin. Li Yuxin took the ball and quickly went to the inside of Newcastle. At this time, Dyer had put away his contemptuous mentality. As Li Yuxin's speed and strength gradually showed in the game, Dyer could no longer defend against Li Yuxin and was frequently passed by Li Yuxin. Li Yuxin glanced at Dyer, who looked solemn, and kept stepping on the ball, saying confidently, "I'm going to pass from your left side." Then he quickly passed the ball and started to pass from Dyer's left side. Dale was stunned. He didn't expect Li Yuxin to be so arrogant and dare to say such words on the court. He was instantly furious and increased his speed. His face turned red and he rushed to block Li Yuxin's way forward. Li Yuxin saw that his way was blocked by Dale. He didn't stop. He pulled the ball behind him with his right foot and quickly moved his body's center of gravity to his left. Dale thought he was deceived by Li Yuxin. He wanted to pass him from his right side, but his center of gravity had already moved. He quickly stretched out his thigh to stop Li Yuxin and quickly moved his center of gravity to the right. Li Yuxin saw Dale's action, but he didn't retract his right foot. He crossed his feet and knocked the ball with his right foot from the left side of his body. The ball passed through Dale's crotch. The center of gravity of his body was quickly pulled back. He immediately started the speed and ran from Dale's left side. In an instant, he brought Dale, who couldn't retract his center of gravity, to the ground and successfully shook Dale off. The whole set of moves took less than 5 seconds to complete. He shifted his center of gravity 3 times, causing Dyer to lose his center of gravity and fall. Li Yuxin perfectly demonstrated his abnormal physical fitness. "Oh, Li, what a beautiful pass Li made." There was no one in front of him. Janus couldn't catch up with Li. Senk saw this ball and shouted excitedly. Janus was already a little annoyed. He was frequently blocked by Silva and others on offense. On defense, Dyer had been passed by Li Yuxin 5 or 6 times, and he was repeatedly replaced. He was also suppressed. It was too depressing. Seeing Li Yuxin dribbling the ball again, he could only insist on following behind him, without any chance. Janus saw Babayaro being thrown away by Li Yuxin again, and was about to break into the penalty area, while Henry and Bergkamp had already surrounded him. Janus was furious and anxious, and his head was hot. He didn't care about anything anymore. He immediately made a flying tackle from behind Li Yuxin, heading for his ankle, and directly hung Li Yuxin on the ground. Li Yuxin was kicked by Janus, and suddenly felt a burning pain in his ankle. For a moment, he couldn't help but cover his foot. The pain made Li Yuxin unable to get up for a while, and it looked like he was seriously injured. But before that, Li Yuxin had already felt someone coming from behind him, and consciously retracted his right foot, changed his left foot to support his foot, and consciously swung his right foot, so that only Janus hung on him, but he was not directly tackled, so he was not kicked and seriously injured. However, the sudden force still made Li Yuxin roll out, and the studs also hooked his right foot, which was burning and painful. He had to support his right foot with his hand. Arsenal players saw Yanez tackling Li Wuxin from behind without stopping, and immediately rushed forward. Henry pushed Yanez and kept pointing at him to warn him, while Bergkamp and Fabregas hurried over to support Li Wuxin, and the other players were arguing with Newcastle players. The fans in the stadium had already made a deafening noise, shouting "Red card, red card." The referee Bennett saw the players from both sides gathered together, and hurriedly blew the whistle beep 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 and ran over quickly. Henry and Pires also came over to ask the referee to give a card, while Shearer pleaded with the referee. He knew that Yanez would definitely get a card, the key was what color it was. The referee came over and ignored Henry's 3 players, walked in front of Yanez, and reached his hand into his trouser pocket expressionlessly. "Red card." Bennett gave Yanez an undisputed red card, but we are more concerned about Li's condition. He hasn't stood up yet, and Wenger has already asked the team doctor to come in. Yanez muttered a few words and walked out of the locker room amid the boos of the fans in the stadium. The fans in the stadium were all concerned about Li Yuxin's injury. No one wanted Li to end his performance so early today. "Damn, that murderer, how is my brother?" Yang Guiyang looked at the court with a worried look on his face, clenched his hands, and anxiously looked at Li Yuxin sitting on the sidelines, hoping that Li Wei would stand up and wave at him. "Li, how do you feel? Can you move?" "Heart, it may just be scratched, but it hurts a little. It's okay, you spray some medicine on me." Li Yuxin didn't want his first league game to end like this, not to mention that there was a Yang Guiyang in the stands. Hart helped Li Yuxin check his right foot and found that his right foot was bruised a lot, and there was a wound that was a bit big, but the miracle was that the wound had stopped bleeding, and it didn't look as serious as imagined. Hart was used to being shocked by Li Yuxin's abnormal quality, so he was stunned for a moment, and quickly sprayed Li Yuxin with pain-relieving, hemostatic, and swelling-reducing drugs, and said, "Li, stand up and try to see if you can run. If not, get off the court." Li Yuxin nodded, and with the help of Hart, he stood up, tapped his toes, walked a few times, and ran a few steps gently. He felt a little numb and sore, but he felt okay, not as hot as before. He nodded to Hart and indicated that he could continue the game. Pat on the side patted his shoulder and said, "If there is anything, get off the court immediately." Li Yuxin nodded, then stood on the sidelines and signaled to the referee that he wanted to enter the court. After seeing the referee's gesture, Li Yuxin trotted a few steps and trotted into the court. At this time, the whole audience burst into long applause, giving it to Li Yuxin, cheering for his bravery. "That's great, brother is fine, that's great." Yang Guiyang hugged Shuo excitedly, shaking her body constantly, and hugged Shuo and bit him fiercely. Shuo didn't care about these things. When she saw Li Yuxin was killed, her heart was pounding. It was not until he entered the field that she felt her heart beating so fast. Chapter 19, Victory. Newcastle, who had one player sent off, was even more passive. They were a little bit worse in both defense and offense. Facing a team like Arsenal, losing possession of the ball was not conducive to offense, and against a first-class shooter, it was not stable to defend. They could not pose any threat to Arsenal at all. Arsenal launched a fierce attack in the last 10 minutes. It was still Li Yuxin who was not affected by Yannis's kick. The right side had become his passage. After Dyer made a steal shortly after the start of the game, he followed Li Yuxin, and Lauren, who was a speedster behind him, made Arsenal frequently create killing opportunities on the right side. If it weren't for Given's excellent performance, they would have been ahead by a large score. In the 38th minute, Li Yuxin and Bergkamp cooperated to break into the penalty area and pass the ball straight, but due to Taylor's interference, Pires did not get it and Given got it. Soon after, Henry received a long pass from Fabregas in the backcourt and successfully countered the offside. Unfortunately, Given blocked Henry's shot again. Senk watched Given defuse Arsenal's attacks again and again, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Given has become the strongest fortress, and our gunners haven't opened it yet." Amid the cheers of the fans, Arsenal's players finally waited for an opportunity. Fabregas intercepted Boumsing's long pass from the backcourt, quickly attacked from the field, and rushed to Newcastle's half with a ball. Parker stepped forward to block, and Fabregas quickly passed a ball to the left. Because Newcastle was short of one man on the field, Souness asked the two wingers to assist from time to time, and Li Yuxin was too late to protect himself on the right, so the only one who assisted was Karl on the left. At this time, Fabregas took advantage of the counter-attack opportunity, and Pires easily received Fabregas' pass on the left and drove in. Karl made Pires run in nearly 30 meters before catching up, but Pires did not run again, and directly passed the ball back to Fabregas. The entire offensive line instantly attacked Newcastle's penalty area line. After Fabregas received the ball, he saw that Li Yuxin had already run high into the penalty area, and Newcastle's defender was still between Henry and Bergkamp, so he did not hand it over to them. He directly kicked the ball and flew it quickly in the direction of Li Yuxin's running. Li Yuxin noticed the ball and saw that Babayaro had already rushed towards him. The ball had already fallen into the air. Although his speed was fast, the ball was closer to Babayaro. Li Yuxin took a few big steps, stepped up with his right foot, and rushed high into the air. His left chest thrust in the direction of the ball, stretched his feet as hard as he could, as if he was crossing the railing, like an eagle flying through the air, accurately caught the ball, unloaded it from the air, and took advantage of the acceleration to flash in front of Babayaro and snatched the ball that fell behind Babayaro. Oh my god, flying man in the air, is Li a dancer of football? Aerial ballet. Senk saw this ball and stared at Li Yuxin's body in the air in amazement. Who are we against? The commentator of Newcastle also watched Li Yuxin slide into the penalty area in disbelief. The fans now saw this figure leaping out, covering their heads in disbelief, staring in amazement, and the stadium gasped. Li Yuxin took advantage of Babayaro's shock, and Li Jia shook him off and rushed into the penalty area again. Boumsing hurried over to fill the position, and at this time, Li Yuxin, who had already started his highest speed, was no longer something that the clumsy Bombsing could stop. He directly dribbled past Bombsing and dribbled the ball past him. Bombsing watched Li Yuxin pass him and wanted to kick Li Yuxin, but in a short moment he remembered Janus' red card and suppressed this idea. He could only grit his teeth and stick to Li Yuxin from behind, secretly exerting force on Li Yuxin's waist and pulling Li Yuxin's jersey. Li Yuxin ignored Bombsing's trick, pulled the ball, entered the small penalty area, and faced Ji Wenwen. Li Yuxin made a push shot, and Taylor's figure appeared on his left side, stretching his foot to block Li Yuxin's shooting route, and Ji Wenwen also quickly blocked Li Yuxin's possible shooting angle. The tall figure had made Li Yuxin lose the shooting angle, but they forgot that there was a shooter who was more powerful than Li Yuxin at this stage. Li Yuxin lost the shooting angle, but the huge gap under Taylor's crotch gave Li Yuxin the best passing space. Li Yuxin stopped his push shot and changed to horizontal knock. The ball bounced from Taylor's crotch and rolled to Henry's feet, who had already surrounded him. Henry faced the empty goal and just pushed it lightly. The ball rolled directly from Ji Wenwen's feet into the lower left corner of the goal and scored. Guel King, our king, Thierry Henry, he has tied Alan Shearer's record of the most goals scored for a Premier League club, 138, cheer for our king, and cheer for our flying man Lee's wonderful assists. King, Lee sank roared at the microphone with all his might. Lee King, the two voices echoed over Highbury for a long time. Henry also excitedly rushed to the side of the stands and put one hand to his ear, indicating the fans even more deafening calls. Li Yuxin saw that he assisted Henry, and excitedly ran to Henry's side, jumped high on him, and the two accepted the worship of the fans on the scene together. Henry carried Li Yuxin on his back and ran nearly 10 meters, back and forth on the court. The two hugged the players for a while before walking back to their own half. "Li, you're really heavy." Henry was in a good mood and still had the energy to joke with Li Wuxin. "Haha, Captain, I scored a great goal for you." Li Wuxin also replied in a humorous way. Wenger was also very excited to see this goal. He clenched his fists and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that if he couldn't score in the first half, it would be difficult for Newcastle to win in the second half. So Henry's goal left a lot of room for Wenger to arrange his troops in the second half. Souness looked worried. With 1 minute left in the first half, Souness's plan for the second half could not be implemented at all. It was even more difficult to get a point at the Arsenal Stadium. He only hoped to have a chance to equalize in the 3 minutes of stoppage time. After Newcastle restarted the game, they launched a fierce attack under the leadership of Shearer. After several battles, Newcastle got a chance. They pressed forward. Bowyer and Emmer cooperated. After passing Silva, they used their speed to get into Arsenal's left rib. After shaking off Clichy, they directly knocked the ball to Emmer, who was waiting outside the penalty area, and he also pulled up to meet Emmer. After Emmer got the ball, he looked at Arsenal's formation and directly hit the penalty area with a long pass. The ball quickly fell into the no man's land in the penalty area. Shearer saw Emmer's long pass, started quickly, got the ball before Touré, and formed a single-handed attack. Allen has a single-handed attack, shooting. Oh, God, damn referee, he raised the flag. Bennett also blew the whistle. Damn, I must watch the replay of the game. The Newcastle commentator complained about the meddling referee in great frustration. After Shearer got the ball, the referee saw the linesman had raised the yellow flag and realized that Shearer was offside at the moment of starting, so Shearer's goal was invalid. The slow-motion replay also showed that at the moment Emmer passed the ball, Shearer's half body was indeed ahead of Senderos on the right. In the subsequent games, Newcastle's momentum seemed to be blown away with Shearer's offside goal. Soon, with the referee's whistle, the first half of the game ended and Arsenal led Newcastle 1-0 at home into the locker room. "Very good, we did a perfect job in the first half of the game, making the opponent lose one and leading by 1 goal, but Newcastle will not give up like this. They are likely to use the tactics of defensive counterattack. Gale and Gianberto, you have to pay attention to Bowyer, he is very fast. And Lee has enough physical strength, you have to cut inside more, connect the road and the left from time to time. Cesc, you have to try to control the road, understand?" "Yes, I understand." The players nodded, and then took the time to rest. Wenger walked up to Li Yuxin, who was still asking Hart to check his right foot, and asked, "Hart, is Lee's foot okay?" "It's okay, There are some bruises and the wound is a bit big, but the bleeding has stopped and he can play. Hart was obviously optimistic about Lee Yuxin's minor injury. That's good, Lee, take the time to rest. Wenger patted him on the shoulder. In the second half, we must pay attention to defense, be careful not to let those two guys, Lee and Robert, have the opportunity to send the ball out, and control Cesk's pass. In short, we must cut off their cooperation on the same route, and at the same time, we must take advantage of every opportunity to launch a counterattack. You must always pay attention to the running positions of Shearer and Bowyer, you must always pay attention, be ready to give Arsenal a fatal blow, do you understand? In the Newcastle dressing room, Souness was shouting hysterically. Yanis' uncalm behavior caused the field to be unbalanced, making Souness's original arrangements impossible to complete. He could only rely on stable defense to find opportunities, allowing Shearer and Bowyer, who have outstanding personal abilities, to find fatal opportunities. At this time, Newcastle, which was relatively weak, was in a very passive position. Soon the break time of more than 10 minutes was about to arrive. The players of Newcastle and Arsenal walked to the court one after another, waiting for the referee's whistle. When the referee's whistle sounded, most of the Newcastle players, except Shearer and Bowyer, shrank behind their own half. Although Arsenal was in control of the situation, they were slow to break the situation. Fabregas was the focus of defense. Bowyer and Shearer were both pestering him, ready to intercept his pass at any time. Lee Yuxin was also like Fabregas. Although he used his skillful skills and strong body to prevent the opponent from easily stealing the ball, it was not so easy for Pires and Bergkamp. Newcastle's body resistance made the veteran who ran for half the field a little overwhelmed. In this way, the ball could only be passed by the two sides. Arsenal's passes were not connected and no effective attack was formed. Even if there was a little chance, it was resolved by Given, who performed well today. Bergkamp's powerful shot was also caught by him. Newcastle also had no better chance. Their passes were all aimed at a fatal pass, but without effectively pulling the Arsenal defense line, Arsenal could not create space at all, and could not form an effective opportunity. Silva once again intercepted the ball passed by Parker to Bowyer and quickly passed it to Fabregas. Fabregas looked at Newcastle's forward formation and his teammates had already run out of position. He immediately started and passed the ball to Pires on the left, and he also quickly moved forward. After Pires got the ball, he didn't dribble anymore. He passed the ball straight to Fabregas, who had already thrown it to Parker. With two passes, the simple cooperation between the two had torn through Newcastle's defense. After Fabregas got the ball, he started quickly, along the left side, and rushed to the front of Newcastle's penalty area. Carl had already met him. He couldn't retreat anymore, because Bergkamp would appear in Fabregas's passing route at any time. Fabregas saw Carl coming, and without stopping the ball, he passed it directly to Pires, who was in the path. Pires saw Henry between Boumsang and Taylor, followed the ball, ran past the ball, and also took Parker away. Pires' sensitive heel knocked the ball from behind Parker to Henry's feet. Henry saw Pires' move, and with a glance, he also found that Lee Yuxin had already flown to Newcastle's right ribs. Henry also used the same move, quickly started, cut to the left, and used himself to attract the attention of Boumsang and Taylor. The same move was still useful. Henry ran to the ball's path, and also did not stop the ball. He passed the ball, and then knocked his heel. The ball quickly flew from behind Boumsang into the goal. There was also a figure in there, with a staggering Babé arrow behind him. A white number 90 had already appeared on the ball's path. Facing the ball, Lee Yuxin had already drawn his bow and arrow. He couldn't help but glance at Given from the corner of his eyes, and his left foot suddenly exerted force, and a furious shot directly hit the far end of the goal. All Newcastle defenders had been fooled by Arsenal's two passes. Boumsang and Taylor had no time to return to defense. When Lee Yuxin appeared in front of the ball, Given quickly moved his body sideways and subconsciously blocked Lee Yuxin's near corner, with his feet ready to block. Unfortunately, he had misjudged Lee Yuxin's angle and could only rely on luck. An extremely arrogant gesture once again appeared on the Highbury pitch. Lee Yuxin's index fingers reached the sky and swept the entire pitch. At this moment, the center of gravity of the entire pitch was only on this man. The same gesture showed that luck was on Arsenal at Highbury. A wonderful two-level pass, a magic heel pass. Lee appears in the direction of the ball. He's going to hit the goal hard. Given's feet can no longer resist the bombardment of our genius. Go L, genius shooter, our genius shooter, Lee. The commentator on the scene saw Lee Yuxin's genius fly over Given's feet, hit the inside of the far post and bounced into the goal, and shouted excitedly. The fans on the scene were even more excited to shout Lee at the man in the stadium who was holding a gun with both hands in the sky. This genius made Arsenal completely recognize this man with a charming face and completely accept him. Lee Yuxin looked at the fans in the whole stadium cheering for him, and did not forget his promise. He took back his hands and ran to the edge of the court to keep blowing kisses to the stands. He also made a heart shape to the stands, to his lover and the cute little princess at home, who were looking at him at this time. He Yang and Shuo covered their mouths, kept smiling foolishly at his posture of passing, and were very excited. Henry did not forget his secret loss just now. He excitedly jumped on Lee Yuxin and waved to the fans. Then he ran to Wenger, who was clapping and laughing like a daisy on the sidelines, and actually performed an ancient Chinese ritual, bowing, to show his respect for the old man who gave him the opportunity. Oh, that gesture, I know that gesture, it comes from China. It means respect and gratitude. Now we can be sure that Lee has the mysterious ancient Chinese bloodline. The knowledgeable Seng quickly recognized the gesture Lee made and excitedly introduced his knowledge. Wenger smiled and patted Lee's shoulder. Indeed, this disciple gave him a big surprise like Fabregas. Lee Yuxin turned around and did not forget his teammates. He gave a big hug to Henry and Pires who passed the two good balls, and high-fived the teammates who ran over one by one. Lee, you didn't realize that the moment you shot just now, the huge force scared Given and he didn't dare to open his eyes, Fabregas hugged Lee Yuxin's shoulders and said with a smile. Haha, if it weren't for the captain and Robert's fantastic knock, I really wouldn't have had a chance. Wenger stood on the sidelines and looked at the score on the field with great satisfaction. In the 65th minute of the game, they were leading by 2 goals and had one more player, so there was no problem. Wenger also began to signal Van Persie and Heleb to move around, and they could be substituted in a while. Chapter 20, First Battle Victory. Arsenal strengthened their control of the ball in the following minutes, no longer giving Newcastle any chances, while Newcastle had no chances and became increasingly chaotic. In the 92nd minute of the game, Silva made a long pass from the backcourt, and Lee Yuxin passed the ball to Henry who was in a better position. Henry shook off Zhang, saw Ji standing forward, and directly made a lob shot, scoring another goal. Go L, Thierry, Lee, a perfect combination, King, Lee Seng's excited shouts echoed throughout the stadium. The King and Lee in the stadium echoed for a long time again. When the referee blew the whistle and announced the end of the game, Arsenal finally won a 4-0 home victory over Newcastle in the new season and got off to a good start. Perfect start, perfect show. Today our Premier League hero is our 17-year-old genius, Lee. After the game, Lee Yuxin was named the best player on the spot with a league goal and 2 assists. Congratulations, Lee, you are amazing. After the game, Shearer came to the court and found Lee Yuxin, and took the initiative to say hello. Haha, thank you, I think I am in good shape today, but I can play better, Alan. Lee Yuxin did not have the traditional politeness of China. When he said the last sentence, he looked at Shearer firmly. Shearer was stunned when he saw Lee Yuxin's eyes. He did not expect that this young man who was less than 18 years old would have such a sharp look. Once upon a time, he also had such a confident and unruly look, but now he was covered with injuries and could no longer make such a declaration to his opponent. Shearer patted Lee Yuxin on the shoulder and said, haha, I believe in you too, but now I want to exchange jerseys with you, okay? Lee Yuxin was stunned. This was the first time that someone wanted to exchange jerseys with him, especially the top scorer in the Premier League. On the football field, the opponent asked to exchange jerseys, which was a kind of affirmation and admiration for the player's strength. Of course, there are also famous players who took the initiative to ask to exchange jerseys with less famous players than themselves, which is more of an incentive. Shearer witnessed Lee Yuxin's performance throughout the game, his sharp breakthroughs, powerful shots and shocking game-reading ability. He had never seen such a young player able to do this. He began to believe what Henry said in the corridor, and suddenly felt a shock of witnessing the growth of a generation of superstars. So as soon as the game was over, Shearer took the initiative to ask to come over to exchange jerseys. Lee Yuxin nodded instantly and said happily, yes, Alan, I originally wanted to exchange jerseys with you. Lee Yuxin took off his jersey and handed it to Shearer. Shearer saw Lee Yuxin's eager look, and his serious face couldn't help but show a smile. He also handed him his jersey and said jokingly, "Lee, you have to learn to be calm. You will get more jerseys from you in the future, but they are all late. Haha, Lee, we are leaving. Next time at our home court, I will teach you shooting skills. Bye." Shearer shook hands with Lee Yuxin and walked towards his locker room. In the ESPN live broadcast room, the host Jonas also got the post-match statistics of this game. After taking a look, he said with appreciation, "Dear viewers, this game is over. I believe that Arsenal's strong offensive power has left a deep impression on everyone. Indeed, as the strongest offensive team last season, Arsenal continues to maintain its tradition, especially the addition of Lee, who has just been promoted to the first team this season, has given them more varied offensive means. In this game, Arsenal shot 4 times in the goal frame, and 4 times penetrated G's defense. But another worry is Arsenal's defense. 2 of the 4 defenders have received yellow cards in this game, and even each of them has 4 to 6 fouls. It seems that Parker's departure has a great impact on them. In this game, Newcastle got 4 shooting opportunities, 6 times in the goal frame, and scored. Their possession of the ball is only 7%. Okay, dear viewers, our live broadcast room is here. Let's take a look at the post-match interview. Will Arthur bring Lee this time? Unfortunately, Wenger still did not let Lee Yuxin attend the post-match press conference, but only brought Henry. Coach Sonis, can you tell me what you think of this game? The game was very difficult. You saw that. We lost the ball in the first half and had 1 less player. It was beyond our expectations. This score is normal. There is indeed a gap in strength between us and Arsenal. Although RG made a world-class performance, their attackers Henry and Lee were in great shape today. But I still think we should have played better. It was just that some factors restricted us. Sonis was obviously still concerned about the red card for his Yannis. Coach Wenger, congratulations on winning this game. What do you think of Yannis' kick in this game? The reporter of The Sun saw Wenger coming and started to speak with a strong taste. After all, Sonis was already cleaning his gun. Well, I am very disappointed with Yannis' kick. After all, he lost the morals that a player should abide by. Bennett's refereeing is correct. I am very happy that Lee was not greatly affected and played a perfect show. However, he also went to the infirmary for a checkup early because of Yannis' kick. Wenger also explained why he did not bring Lee Yuxin with him. But after waiting for a while, the reporter did not find the 2 head coaches quarreling, but just looked at the audience. Thierry, you scored 2 goals today, surpassing Alan to become the player with the most goals for a Premier League club. Can you break Alan's total number of Premier League goals? The coach could not do it, and the reporter immediately picked the relationship between the 2 captains. Alan is a great player. He has done many things that many players cannot do. As a player, I really hope that I have this opportunity, but it is really difficult. More importantly, Alan is still playing, so I can only continue to work hard. Now I just want to score more goals for Arsenal. Henry was not fooled. Alan, as for Thierry, do you think he can break your record? Haha, hasn't he already broken it? Thierry is also the best shooter I have ever seen in the Premier League. Now everything he does is to create records. But if you want me to really name one person who can definitely break my record, it is Lee. Although Thierry is great, he was already 22 years old when he came to the Premier League. So compared to 17-year-old Lee, I am more optimistic about Lee. And Thierry also told me that he will teach his shooting skills to Lee. As long as Lee can continue to play in the Premier League, I think he can do it. Alan was obviously more straightforward and directly expressed his thoughts. Coach Wenger, is this what you meant by Lee Yuxin playing the entire game with his injured leg? How is his foot injury now? When Alan mentioned Lee Yuxin, the reporter immediately thought of Lee Yuxin's injury. I won't joke about my player's health. We can only let him play after our team doctor's confirmation. This is also his wish. We also checked Lee on the field to ensure that he can play, but I think further information can only be known after a comprehensive examination. Wenger was obviously quite dissatisfied with the reporter's question and answered with a solemn face. After the press officer announced the end of the interview, the reporters hurriedly sent back the news and the live games they had interviewed. All media were rushing to edit their reports. Another group of reporters rushed to the stadium, where there was a later game between Wigan and Chelsea. Arsenal had already provoked Chelsea with a big score of 3-0. I believe Mourinho has already received the news, and the next game is Chelsea's home game against Arsenal, so the media has begun to brew the atmosphere of the two teams' confrontation. However, Chelsea seem to have not yet recovered from the defeat in the Community Shield. Fortunately, Crespo's goal won 1-0 in the 89th minute. Lee, Cesc, how about we go for a drink, and Pav and the others should also go. I'll treat you, how about that? Van Persie, who scored a goal, was very excited and hugged Lee Yuxin and Fabregas. Lee Yuxin moved a little, but was still a little worried. He asked, "Where are we going?" "You know, those reporters are watching us. If they find out, we will probably be in trouble." Fabregas also nodded. It is not difficult to imagine that many reporters have gathered outside Highbury at this time. Once they get the chance, it is estimated that tomorrow's newspapers will be full of news about the indulgence of the entire Arsenal team. Pires and Silva also came over and said, "We can go to the Arsenal fan club. We can drink there as well. John doesn't know how to welcome us yet." Fabregas was stunned and said, "Yes, I haven't been there for a long time. Let's go." There is absolutely nothing wrong there. Chapter 21 Fans and Concerns. The Arsenal Club bar was jointly opened by hundreds of Arsenal fans in the 1970s. It has been around for more than 30 years and retains the purest bar atmosphere. Most of the people who go there to drink are senior Arsenal fans. They all talk about everything, and the topic is mostly football. Apart from beer, there are few other entertainment items. Various Arsenal posters and various valuable things of the club will appear there, and the fans there will organize various activities from time to time, and even directly give Arsenal Club their own suggestions and criticisms. After listening to their introduction, Lee Yuxin nodded. It is indeed a good place to brag and fart. Soon, under the leadership of several old players such as Pires and Silva, they quietly drove from a secret passage to an inconspicuous street near Highbury, while Henry, Bergkamp, and Ashley did not participate. Henry was because of his daughter, Bergkamp was too tired, and Ashley was because of a conflict with Cheryl. Lee Yuxin saw the noisy scene of the crowd, and when he saw Ashley's lonely back, it was true that Ashley had become a little unfamiliar with his teammates. Lee Yuxin called Shuashuo and followed his teammates. After turning a few corners, they arrived at a street with lush trees. The area around there was originally a wealthy area decades ago, but now it has become a quiet and leisurely paradise, with many modern buildings preserved. The Arsenal fan club is located in a two-story quaint wooden building. There are even two small wooden push fans at the entrance, which looks very old. Lee Yuxin and his friends passed through a dark corridor, and the noise gradually came out from inside. The aroma of wine gradually became stronger. After about a minute, Lee Yuxin felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. The hotel is quite large. Rows of seats are filled with men waving their arms and talking loudly. There are also many women. The furnishings on the second floor are quite well arranged, but there are also many fans lying on the railings and talking to people below. Most of them are wearing Arsenal uniforms. The TVs on both sides are still replaying today's game. The walls are also covered with various Arsenal posters. Arsenal's championship moments over the years are also recorded here. Lee Yuxin even saw many private photos of the players here and their signatures. It seems that this is indeed a good place for Arsenal fans. "Hey, Robert, you are here. Robin, you are here today too. Oh, Cesc, our genius, the boss, have another drink. I am so excited to see them today." Arsenal players appeared at the entrance one by one, attracting cheers from the fans inside, but they did not come to ask for autographs, but just excitedly shouted to the boss for wine, and frequently gestured to toast to their idols. "Lee, I saw Lee." As Lee Yuxin entered the bar, the whole bar burst into the most enthusiastic cheers, and the sound of glasses colliding resounded endlessly. A tall and fat middle-aged man wearing a thick Arsenal shirt with a large number of 1500 came over. "Hey, Robert, you can't show it today." "Haha, John is fat again, it's not simple. Robin scored a goal today, so I will treat you for free." "Haha, then you will be bankrupt in the future." John greeted the Arsenal players very familiarly. He is the current manager of the Arsenal fan bar, and the Arsenal players are not unfamiliar with him. The jersey he wore was custom-made after the bar had 500 members. "Hey, Lee, you did a great job today. My son is already a die-hard fan of yours. You can call me Fatty, or John Fatty." John was humorous and took the initiative to extend his hand to greet Lee Yuxin. "Haha, "Hello, John, nice to meet you, it's quite nice here." Lee Yuxin responded politely. Now he is a newcomer. "Haha, okay, John, let's go upstairs to drink, but Lee, you have to leave your autograph here later." Pires patted John's shoulder, and the Arsenal players greeted the fans downstairs one by one and filed up. "Lee, here, you can drink and chat as much as you want, but there are no women. The fans here will not disturb you. There is also low-proof beer here. If you get drunk, they will take the initiative to send you back. This is the best place for you to get along well with the fans." Fabregas took the initiative to introduce Lee Yuxin. At first, Lee Yuxin was still aware of his status and didn't dare to play around. However, when he saw Van Persie, Fabregas and others drinking, playing darts, poker, chess, etc. with fans in the hotel, Lee Yuxin also let go of his awkwardness and played with them. However, there were more people talking about football here. From time to time, people argued because of different opinions, and Lee Yuxin even thought they would fight. However, those fans who wanted to fight looked at the bar and miraculously calmed down. They hurriedly checked out. Fighting here would be banned from entering the small building for life, so for these people, it was extremely difficult to lose the opportunity to meet their idols face to face, so they usually went out to find a place to fight. Lee Yuxin looked at the noisy environment around him, greeted the fans around him from time to time, and gave advice to Van Persie, who was embarrassed by playing chess, but he had no chance to play darts, because after Lee Yuxin showed his unique skill of hitting 30 red hearts in a row, no one dared to challenge him. "Hey, Lee, if you score a goal next time for Chelsea and help Arsenal win, we will treat you to free drinks for a year," John said as he took the pen that Li Wuxin had signed. Li Wuxin's arrival today nearly doubled the bar's turnover, so John was willing to do so. "Haha, I will, but really, John's wine is really good." Li Wuxin's face flushed. At the end of the day, many fans came to drink with Li Wuxin, so Li Wuxin got a little drunk, but he didn't have to be sent back like other players. Lee, top scorer? Top assists. The Daily Mail used this title to systematically report yesterday's match between Arsenal and Newcastle, and Li Wuxin became the absolute protagonist of the newspaper. Especially after the game, Henry and Shearer, two strikers who dominate the Premier League, said that Li Wuxin could become England's top scorer in the future, but in yesterday's game, Li Wuxin became England's top assists with 3 assists. This contradiction is definitely the biggest selling point, so the Daily Mail used this title to praise Li Wuxin's performance and was very optimistic about Li Wuxin's future in England. Goal is the headline of the Mirror for yesterday's game. They believe that Arsenal's 22 shots and 14 goals yesterday show that Arsenal may still be the best offensive team this season, and Henry's 2 goals and Arsenal's young generation of front-court attackers have been highly praised by the Mirror. Our genius, Lee, is the headline of the Arsenal official website. Arsenal officially introduced the detailed information of Li Wuxin through yesterday's game, including that Li Wuxin has no agent. Finally, the official website also stated that Li Wuxin is their wealth and an indispensable member. Strong attack but weak defense, Arsenal can't win the championship is the headline given by The Sun. Larry got the comprehensive statistics after the game and some loopholes in Arsenal's game, and published this chapter. He pointed out that although Arsenal's attacking power is excellent, the problem of Vieira's departure has already appeared. Arsenal's defense is not as good as in the past seasons. The interception ability of the defensive midfielder position has declined greatly. The injured Campbell has an important impact on Arsenal's defense. Arsenal's entire defense is already in the middle of the Premier League, so he believes that even if Arsenal's front court performance is excellent, it cannot offset the weakness of the backcourt. However, the report of The Sun was ignored by the optimistic Arsenal fans. Although Wenger agreed with The Sun's point of view, he has already started to rebuild his defense. Senderos, a new star with potential in height and speed, has given him hope. In the defensive midfielder position, the newcomer Flamini, who came this season, also gave him hope. This season Wenger hopes to complete the renewal of Arsenal. As for the results, no one knows what Wenger plans to do. Yesterday, Lee Yuxin, who slept until noon when he returned home, washed his face and got dressed. After waiting for Shuo to take lunch, he sat in front of the computer and browsed the newspapers of various families. Arsenal's official website has already seen a lot of fans' blessing messages for him. Last night, he went to the fan bar to get closer to the fans, and Arsenal's loyal fans completely accepted this 17-year-old young man. Seeing the blessings, expectations and praise from the media, Lee Yuxin felt that he was slowly beginning to enjoy the satisfaction that football brought him, and leaned back quietly on the seat. "What are you looking at? You are so absorbed in it." Shuo's somewhat cold voice came to his ears. She was wearing a light yellow dress, which set off her tall and graceful figure and made her look extremely attractive. Her hair was tied up to reveal her delicate and flawless face, her blue eyes, her nose and her cherry lips, with a suffocating classical beauty. Lee Yuxin watched for such a long time, but he was still a little absent-minded for a moment, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, but he quickly reacted, resting his hand on his head, and said solemnly, "Look at the reports, they are all praising me, which is really distressing. PFFT, cut it out, you little bastard, you just played a good game, why are you showing off?" Shuo was amused by Lee Yuxin's funny look. "Humph, I will be even more proud in the next game against Chelsea." Lee Yuxin held his head high, like a proud general. In the next game, Arsenal will face the Blues Chelsea again, the champions of this season in history. The next game, it's Chelsea again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, The Battle Between Spear and Shield. Chapter 21, The Battle of Spear and Shield. The sharpest spear challenges the strongest shield. Sky TV has already used this title to promote the tidbits. The clash between the best offensive team of last season and the best defensive team of last season is already full of expectations. Wenger certainly wants to continue his unbeaten record against Chelsea, and the defeat in the Community Shield match a dozen days ago means that Mourinho will not let Arsenal celebrate at Stamford Stadium again. Wenger was full of confidence at this time. He said in an interview at Highbury, "We have a good lineup. Although Freddie and Sol are injured, our young people can already help our team. Coach Wenger, although you won the last game, the outside world does not think you can challenge Chelsea and think Chelsea can defend the title. Well, Chelsea is very strong, there is no doubt about it. They have great additions on all fronts, but we have our own winning strategy. We proved this very well in the Community Shield. Therefore, the Premier League Championship is not a one-man show for anyone. Professor, Chelsea's players have said that they will not let your team beat them again. Do you think you can continue your unbeaten streak? Well, my contract has not ended yet. I think they may have a chance to beat me." Wenger made his own confident declaration here, and Mourinho was also full of confidence. Mourinho, in the game against Arsenal starting this weekend, do you think you will let Arsenal continue to maintain its position in the table like in the Community Shield? A reporter from the Mirror kindly reminded the Premier League standings. "It's only the first round of the league. I won't worry that my team will leave the top position in the second round. I have my own tactics for Arsenal. I think my players will tell you that the Community Shield was just an accident." Mourinho really grasped Arsenal's Achilles heel. The Premier League has begun. The outside world generally believes that you can lead Chelsea to defend the Premier League title this season. Can you withstand the pressure from the outside world? The reporter of the Post gave Mourinho a burden at the right time. Pressure? That can only motivate my team to keep moving forward. We will also bring this motivation to every front. I have said for a long time that my team deserves these praises, so any praise can only make us keep moving forward, so I can prove this. But Arsenal has a strong offensive power after all. How do you defend? You will know this weekend, my friend. Magic Bird showed a strange smile and left the reporter group. "Sir, what do you think of the matchup between Chelsea and Arsenal this week?" Ferguson said leisurely, "They are both strong teams. It is normal for any team to win, but I think the losing side may fall behind the championship team. If Chelsea fails, it will continue to be in the shadow of Arsenal, and its deterrent to Premier League teams will no longer exist. And if Arsenal's unbeaten record is broken, then its only advantage over Chelsea will no longer exist, and it will not be able to compete with Chelsea, so I think whoever wins will be in the lead in the championship race." Insightful remarks. Raphael, what do you think about the match between Arsenal and Chelsea this weekend? Benitez touched his glasses and said like an old man, "This is a match that the whole of England is looking forward to. No matter which team it is, they will try their best to win. I can even predict that it will not end in a draw, and it will be a high-scoring match." Of course, this will definitely be an extremely difficult match. No matter who scores first, they will have more chances. Pat, you see, Alex, the old fox, is trying to sow discord again. He hopes that our two teams will fight to the death so that his Manchester United will benefit. Wenger pointed to the words of Ferguson in the newspaper and frowned. Yes, but now the whole of England is promoting our match with Chelsea. You can see that our players don't need to be urged and are training hard. Pat pointed to the players on the court and said, "Well, I'm really worried about my players." Wenger knew that there were many fierce players in Chelsea, but he had to fall into Ferguson's calculations. Haha, Alex only knows how to talk nonsense. Everyone knows that the losing side will fall behind by 3 points. Do you need to remind them? Magic Bird looked at the newspaper handed over by his assistant coach and said with some disdain, but the solemnity between his eyebrows showed that he was not so calm. He knew that he and Wenger knew the tricks of Ferguson and Benitez, but everyone knew that they were telling the truth and just added fuel to the fire. Similarly, Magic Bird would not refute, because his philosophy was that his team was born for victory, and he would not let his team have any idea of failure. The words of Benitez and Ferguson made all eyes fall on the two clubs at once. Various media have already offered rewards to get the lineups of the two teams in advance. Wenger and Mourinho simply closed the training and strictly prohibited their players from releasing any news to the outside world. Such noise passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was already the 20th. Tomorrow was the focus battle against Chelsea. Now various newspapers have hyped it up to the highest point, waiting for the final drama to begin. Lee Yuxin was looking forward to scoring in the game against Chelsea. He had more confidence. As long as he defeated the powerful Chelsea in the league, he would have hope of winning the Premier League. Moreover, this was a key battle to prevent the team from falling into the four major empty-handed. This was indeed a game that must be won. Cesc, we must win the game this weekend. Lee Yuxin looked at Fabregas firmly and said solemnly. Fabregas was stunned. Seeing Lee Yuxin's unquestionable eyes, he nodded and smiled. We will definitely win. Chelsea has never beaten us. Lee Yuxin knew that Fabregas didn't know why he said that, but seeing that the player he valued most in his team supported him, he was also certain. In his mind, the team still believed in Fabregas the most. Henry didn't need to say it himself. As the captain, he would not allow his team to lose a pride in his hands. Wenger was very satisfied with the training status of his disciples. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he announced that his training was over and the 18-man list had been confirmed. Lehmann, Almunia, Siga, Mayer Laurent, Clichy, Ashley Cole, Henry, Pires, Bergkamp, Touré, Senderos, Flamini, Silva, Haleb, Ebau, Fabregas, Van Persie, Lee. Wenger did not exaggerate the importance of tomorrow's game, because he saw that everyone's eyes were bright and unsatisfied, and he knew that his players had been mobilized by the outside world. Wenger asked the players to report to Highbury before 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and then gather to Stamford Stadium to adapt to the stadium. Lee Yuxin was able to sleep until 9 o'clock, and only woke up when Shuashuo held his pajamas to provoke him. After all, Lee Yuxin's training these days was particularly tiring. Not only did he have to practice the shooting technique taught by Henry, but he also had to accompany Senderos and Touré to practice according to Wenger's instructions. Even Lee Yuxin, who had made some progress in physical training, was still a little overwhelmed. He used the key sense to massage his body every day. "Are you done, Sister Shuashuo? Has your brother gotten up?" A clear voice came from the corridor. "I knew you two would definitely not get up. Sister Shuashuo, you are really something. He always eats you up." Yang Guiyang saw Shuashuo's shy and unpromising look, and blamed him somewhat powerlessly. Seeing Lee Yuxin winking at her, Yang Guiyang glared at him and said, "Hurry up and get up. We will go to Highbury for dinner. Sister Shuashuo and I will leave first." After that, she took Shuashuo downstairs. Lee Yuxin looked at Yang Guiyang's graceful figure, who was becoming more and more like a housekeeper, and Shuashuo's graceful figure, and felt happy. However, he quickly got ready. After all, he was going to the game, and Lee Yuxin had to be ready. After Lee Yuxin had dinner, he immediately rushed to Highbury. Yang Guiyang and Shuashuo had already gone to Stamford Stadium and went to West London for a stroll. Lee Yuxin drove to Highbury. When he arrived at Highbury, he saw a large number of reporters surrounding the stadium. The heavyweight game of this round naturally attracted these reporters to follow the whole game. The game against Chelsea would definitely be related to Ashley Cole. After all, Ashley Cole's private meeting with Mourinho this summer shocked the entire Premier League. Such a gimmick would not be missed by reporters. "Ashley, will you play in this game?" "Yes, this is arranged by the coach, but I hope to do my best for the coach's 500th game." "So you are not injured, then what is the reason for your poor performance in the last round? Is it because you are not in harmony with Coach Wenger?" "Yes, I have a good relationship with the coach. It is true that I was a little unwell during the match with Newcastle, so the coach arranged not to let me play." Ashley Cole did not want to talk to the reporters anymore, so he gestured, squeezed through a bunch of reporters, and entered the stadium. When it was 12 o'clock, the whole team had gathered. Because Chelsea is in West London, it doesn't take too long to get there, so Wenger asked the players to train at Highbury for a while before gathering at Stamford. Wenger saw the training status of his disciples and nodded, then compared it with the list in his mind and made the final confirmation. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lee Yuxin and his teammates ate something. After all, there was a high-intensity game at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After a short rest, Wenger looked at the time. "It's almost time, we can go out." Wenger called the players out. After the players came out, they saw a large number of fans crowded at Highbury, with a large number of banners of various shapes and sizes. Lee Yuxin and his teammates waved to the fans holding banners outside the stadium to get on the bus. Walking on the avenue, Lee Yuxin noticed that his teammates were basically leaning on their seats solemnly. They had been affected by the outside reports and knew that this game might be related to the trend of this season. Moreover, it also had special significance for Wenger, so the murderous intent of the Arsenal players had already begun to brew. When they arrived at Stamford Stadium, a large number of Chelsea fans had already held insulting banners and provoked Arsenal's bus. Fortunately, a large number of security guards had already rushed over to protect Arsenal's players from entering the stadium, but the noisy sounds still echoed in Lee Yuxin's ears. The portraits of many Arsenal players were ravaged beyond recognition, but they were still held up to protest against him. Chelsea fans are actually known for being gentlemen, but when facing Arsenal, the so-called demeanor is thrown aside. Lee Yuxin glanced at his teammates around him. Many of them were still wearing headphones and leisurely entered the stadium under the escort of security guards, paying no attention to the surrounding environment. Lee Yuxin felt the horror of away games for the first time, especially away games where the same city was competing directly. The atmosphere was like a war. "Lee, how do you feel? Do you feel your heart beating?" "But it's nothing. They won't be a problem. When you get to Old Trafford and White Hart Lane, you will know that it is really scary." Fabregas took good care of this idiot Lee Yuxin. When Lee Yuxin came to the locker room, he still felt a little confused and shook his head. "It's really scary, but let's see if you can be so fierce later." Lee Yuxin will not be scared by these fans. This is just the beginning of his football career. Wenger clapped his hands and said, "I'll announce the players: Thierry, Lee, Robin, Gilberto, Cesc, Robert, Ashley, Colo, Philip, Mayer, Jens. We'll still play 442. Pat, you take them to get used to the stadium first," Wenger said, and he immediately went to the press conference. And Van Persie hugged Lee Yuxin's shoulders excitedly. In such a game, Van Persie was really excited. "Lee, I thought I would have to wait until the FA Cup or League Cup to play with you." "That's great," Van Persie murmured excitedly. "Haha, okay Robin, do your best in this game." Bergkamp patted Van Persie's shoulder from behind. Such a high-intensity confrontation was indeed not suitable for Bergkamp, and he knew he had the best substitute, so he didn't care. "Yes, Dennis, I will." Van Persie saw the encouragement from his idol and nodded heavily. As soon as the Arsenal players came out for training, they shouted, "Go back, you bastards, you should all hide in Wenger's crotch." The entire Stamford Stadium was boiling. Chelsea would not be polite in their home stadium, and all kinds of insults rang out. A small group of Arsenal fans united together, not to be outdone, and launched a counterattack. "FKU, you loser." All kinds of insults rang out, and immediately this stadium that could accommodate 42,000 people exploded. All kinds of debris flew everywhere, and the police were almost dispatched, but they were persuaded to stay put in the end. They didn't want to be driven out and miss this heavyweight match in football. It's about to begin. Chapter 23 Nightmare Night, Hitting the Wall. At the pre-match press conference, Wenger and Mourinho introduced their players respectively. Both sides made some changes. Bergkamp was replaced by Van Persie in Arsenal, while the biggest change in Chelsea was that Drogba, who was known as the Arsenal nemesis, did not play. Why didn't Jose arrange Didier? A reporter quickly grasped this key question. Mourinho still had a cold face, shook his head and said, "It depends on my tactics, there is nothing to say." Obviously, Mourinho is not so easy to explain his cards. Professor, the game is about to start. What do you think of Mourinho's use of troops? I am not the head coach of Chelsea, so I don't have any opinion. The reporters obviously didn't expect Wenger and Mourinho to be so cunning and not reveal anything. Obviously, at this time, two world-class head coaches would not answer such sensitive questions. They all hoped that the interview could end as soon as possible so that they could explain the tactics to their players. In this way, the two head coaches ended the pre-match press conference with an uncooperative posture. Arriving in the locker room, Wenger saw that the time was almost up, and immediately called the players in to make the final tactical emphasis. Robin, you will replace Lee as the right midfielder in this game, and Lee, you will be in the front midfielder position. Try to get closer to the field, your task is very heavy. Not only do you have to do the usual work of Dennis, but also try to delay the time for them to pass the ball from the backfield to the front field, and try to protect our field. Gilberto, you must always pay attention to the cooperation with Colo and Philip. Kreese is very fierce in the fight, and try not to lose the ball. The players on the field should try to kick quickly and don't delay time. Thierry, you should also appropriately press their backfield balls. Others should do the usual training content. Do you understand? Yes, I know. The Arsenal players have already been flooded with information from the outside world and know the importance of this game. Wenger saw that the players were in high spirits and was a little worried. When he saw the players leaving the locker room, he quickly found Henry and told him, "Thierry, when you're on the court, you must pay attention to the emotions of your teammates. Once we get impatient, it will be more difficult for us to play the ball." Henry nodded, knowing that once the players are controlled by their emotions, no matter how good their skills are, they will be useless. Hernan, you need to run more on the court and lead the two defenders of Arsenal. Mourinho solemnly told Crespo. He used Crespo in this game in order to use his scoring at the critical moment and to mobilize the two defenders of Arsenal, so that Drogba could be substituted at the critical moment and use his advantage to destroy Arsenal's already weak defense in one fell swoop. Frank, you and the players in the midfield need to contain the two players from Arsenal, and Arjun, you need to make full use of your speed and try to shoot from the outside when necessary. Asir, Claude, you need to pay attention to that Lee. His breakthrough is the strongest weapon for Arsenal's attack. Terry, you need to keep an eye on Terry. He has already scored 2 goals. Okay, that's it. Do everything according to what we said in training. Try not to let their ball flow. Mourinho clapped his hands and sent his players out of the locker room. The players of both sides gathered in the aisle, waiting for the referee's message to enter the field. Lee Yuxin glanced at Chelsea's lineup, but did not see Drogba. He was stunned, not understanding why the Magic Bird did not use Drogba, which was his usual counter-attack weapon. However, there was no time for Lee Yuxin to figure it out. Soon, the referee Weber looked at Henry and Terry and signaled that they could enter the field. Soon, the players of both teams walked into the stadium with their caddies. The whole stadium was filled with deafening cheers. Stamford Stadium had already become a blue ocean. Jerseys, placards, and portraits were shaking densely. The whole stadium was like a huge blue beast, devouring endless fans, making people feel insignificant. At this time, Henry and Terry tossed a coin again, but unfortunately they were not so lucky this time. Terry had the ball, and the attack direction was from north to south. Soon, the players of both teams quickly took their positions and waited for Weber's whistle. At this time, the formations of the two teams were also presented on the whole stadium. It's terrible. There are more people here than Hibari. Shuo, who had already entered the stadium, cutely stuck out his tongue at Yang Guyan beside him. Dear audience, I am your Senk. This time I am reporting to you from Stamford Stadium. Now I will introduce our players, Thierry. Hi, fans, I am your Lars. We would like to introduce our Blues soldiers, Peter. Sek. Soon the commentator on the scene had finished introducing the players of the two teams. At this time, the hosts of the live broadcast room were the famous Sky Sports host duo Matthew and Adams. Matthew, after more than 10 days, we once again brought you the match between Arsenal and Chelsea. Compared with that match, I think the dear audience is already very curious about the changes of the two teams in the new season. Indeed, the most concerned player of Arsenal is Lee. In the first game, he has shown extraordinary talent, 1 goal and 3 assists. He seems to have booked the rookie king. In the first game, he has already distanced himself from Ronaldo, Rooney, Robin, Wright and others, becoming the young number 1. Obviously, Matthew has become a loyal fan of Lee Yuxin. Indeed, Lee's performance is amazing, but I am more concerned about Arsenal's defense. Although they beat Newcastle United by a large margin in the first game, they were counterattacked and scored a goal when they had one more player. Chelsea is very good at playing this kind of ball. Obviously, Adams didn't want to talk more about Lee Yuxin at this time, because Yang Guiyang and he had suspended the negotiations and could no longer easily use Lee Yuxin for advertising. Well, Parker's departure did give Wenger a headache, but I think Wenger has already made plans. I heard that Alexander Song performed well in the reserve team, and Flamini is also an amazing young man. Matthew was obviously quite optimistic about Arsenal. Really? Then let's see if Matthew's opinion is correct. Jose's change of formation may give us new insights. Replaced Jay with Crespo. I think Arsenal's defense should be careful. Crespo is a typical invisible killer. Indeed, this is a test for Arsenal's passing. Lee's position has also changed. Robin replaced Lee on the right, and it is obvious that Lee's position has moved to the right. He plays as a front midfielder, and his position is slightly closer to the field than the original Bergkamp. Obviously the two head coaches have started their battle on the field, and Wenger is one step ahead. I think Jose's plan has failed. Okay, dear audience friends, the game will start soon, let's go to the scene immediately. With Weber's whistle, Crespo handed the ball to Robin, and he quickly inserted himself between Silva and Way. After Robin received the ball, he quickly passed it back to Lampard. Chelsea began to organize the attack on the field. Lampard passed the ball to Gudjohnsen, who dribbled the ball skillfully on the field. He glanced at his left side and found that Del Horno had already inserted, shook off Fabregas's defense and sent the ball to his feet. After Del Horno got the ball on the left, Van Persie came up and Robin quickly pulled up to meet him. Del Horno passed the ball to Robin and ran to the baseline. After Robin received the ball, he saw Silva and Lauren jointly locked his passing route, so he had to send the ball to the road to organize. In this way, the ball was passed back and forth on the field, and Lee Yuxin also joined the competition on the field. Fabregas and Silva on the Arsenal field were no match for Lampard, Gudjohnsen and McAllister. In addition, the three players in front ran back and forth at a very fast speed. Soon, the scene on the field was controlled by Chelsea. After nearly 20 minutes, Wenger saw several players running back and forth on the field, and his face was already a little solemn. Chelsea's field impact was too strong. Once his players made a mistake, their ribs would be in danger. The ball was intercepted. Arjen received the ball from Lampard. He shook Lauren off. Pass. Oh, it was blocked by Toure and went out of the baseline. Corner kick. Chelsea's commentator was excited when he saw Robin's lightning-fast start. Chelsea used a steal to attack and won a corner kick opportunity. Chelsea's 12 players gathered near Arsenal's penalty area. Robin looked at the situation in the penalty area, took a look, and quickly took a corner kick. The ball quickly rotated to the vicinity of Arsenal's small penalty area. Lee Yuxin pushed McAllister at the back point to prevent him from jumping, and he jumped up with all his strength, trying to head the falling ball out. Damn, that's bad. Lee Yuxin felt a blue figure appear in front of him, rushing over from the side. Lee Yuxin wanted to get ahead, but McAllister behind him pressed against his waist tightly, preventing him from exerting force. A tall figure had passed Lee Yuxin and hit the ball directly. The ball changed direction instantly and flew to Lehmann's right side, flying straight into the blind corner. Toure did not protect Lee Yuxin's front, and Terry grabbed the ball from behind and completed an attack. Shoot, Terry's header, go. Chelsea's commentator saw Terry's powerful header hit the goal heavily and bounced into the bottom corner of the goal and shouted excitedly. Lee Yuxin patted Toure to indicate the problem with the ball. Lee Yuxin saw Toure nodded and knew that he understood. Lee Yuxin quickly left and rushed to the front court. Arsenal lost one goal first, and the players quickly increased their attention. Fabregas and Silva also quickly paid attention to their handling of the ball. Lee Yuxin moved to the front midfielder position, which made Moreno's original plan fall through. On the field, Chelsea's defense had some flaws. Van Persie used his technical advantage to shake off Del Horno and quickly cut inside, and had already killed into the penalty area. Gallus hurriedly pulled the side to Van Persie, and Makalil also approached Van Persie at this time. Van Persie didn't expect that his cut inside would attract the attention of 3 players, and he also knew that he couldn't break through the defense of the 3 players. With a kick of his arch, he quickly sent the ball to the feet of Li Yuxin, who was inserted. At this time, Li Yuxin was already on the road where no one was defending. Li Yuxin hurriedly started, shook off Lampard, who was pulling behind him, and quickly broke into the penalty area. He forcibly shook off Makalil, who was blocking, and a gap appeared. Li Yuxin has received a lot of guidance from Henry these days, and he no longer has to enter the small penalty area to shoot. Li Yuxin glanced at Sek's position, and without stopping the ball, he kicked the ball with his left foot, and made a low shot, which flew directly to the right side of the goal along the ground. Sek's body was blocked by Gallus, who was returning to defense at this time. He didn't expect Li Yuxin to shoot as soon as he entered the penalty area, and he fell to the ground in a hurry. Although the ball was flying close to the ground, it was extremely fast. At the moment Sek fell to the ground, the ball had passed through everyone and directly passed through Sek's fingers. Kuel? Oh, no, my god, Li's shot hit the goal frame and flew out. I thought this ball would definitely go in. It's a pity that if it was a little closer, it would have gone in. Seng first saw the high-flying ball passing through Sek's fingers, and quickly stirred up a wave of white waves. He thought the ball had already gone in, and shouted goal excitedly. Unfortunately, when Sek received the ball at the bottom line, he realized that the ball hit the goal frame and hit the side. Wenger and Mourinho both thought that Li Yuxin had scored, so their expressions changed dramatically in just a dozen seconds. Soon after the restart, both sides paid attention to their defense. They knew that whoever made a mistake first would be scored by the opponent first, and the situation would be troublesome. The competition in the midfield became the focus of this game. Fabregas increased the speed of his kick and quickly passed a ball to Pires on the left. Pires held his legs and suddenly increased his speed. Seeing Lampard rushing over, he pushed the ball from the outside, then passed through his body, and waded past Lampard, creating a gap on the left, and Ashley on the side also followed. However, Pires was quickly blocked by Ferreira. Pires stopped his body and quickly pulled the ball back, stepping on the ball, not allowing Ferreira any chance to touch the ball. Then, with a tap, the ball passed through Ferreira's crotch and rolled towards Chelsea's left again. A purple-red figure rushed past and quickly received the ball. After Ashley Cole received Pires' pass, he ignored Makalil, who rushed over and quickly entered Chelsea's penalty area. After taking a look at the situation in the penalty area, Ashley Cole saw Henry and Li Yuxin start running. Without any hesitation, he directly made a high pass. Henry saw Ashley Cole's ball, shook off Terry, jumped high, and directly hit the ball. With a heavy swing, he directly hit the ball on the dead corner on the right side of the goal. Sek had no choice but the ball hit the crossbar. 3 minutes later, Henry had a single shot, but was judged offside. Henry, who was celebrating the goal, suddenly turned around, pointed at Del Horno, and said something to Weber. He was very excited. Arsenal players also surrounded Weber and tried to change his offside goal. "I'm not offside. You should have seen that Del Horno is still in front of me." Henry seemed very excited. This ball was crucial to the game. No matter what, Henry had to fight for it. Weber saw many Arsenal players surrounding him and was a little skeptical. After all, he saw the linesman raise the flag before making the call, and he didn't see it clearly. He looked at the linesman for the final confirmation. Seeing the linesman nod affirmatively, Weber immediately blew the whistle beep, beep, and gestured for Henry to lead the players to leave quickly. Henry looked at Weber's gesture in disbelief and shook his head. Li Yuxin saw that Weber still insisted on his judgment and asked him to watch the goal being blown off. He still couldn't accept it in his heart and blurted out, "Did you see it clearly?" Beep. Weber saw that the Arsenal players were still chattering. He had already made the final confirmation, so when he heard Li Yuxin scream, he took out the yellow card from his right pocket without any hesitation and pointed it at Li Yuxin. In this way, Li Yuxin got his first yellow card in the league. The protagonist is about to hide a wall. Chapter 24 Nightmare Night, Bloody Battle. Wenger shook his head and looked at Weber, who gave Li Yuxin a yellow card. Henry grabbed Li Yuxin, who was about to say something, and led him away, signaling Li Yuxin not to say anything more. The Arsenal players returned to the field, But soon their eyes fell on Perez, who was struggling with his steps. He had already indicated that he could not hold on any longer. Webber blew the whistle again and signaled Wenger to call the team doctor to come in. Perez had already sat on the sidelines. "Robert, how do you feel?" Hart hurriedly checked Perez. The Arsenal players had already entered the game at Webber's urging. "Arthur, make a substitution." Hart said Robert might have been hit in the thigh by Ferreira and could no longer hold on to the game. Pat reluctantly told Wenger about Perez's injury. Wenger frowned and signaled Haleb, who was doing activities, to come over. "Pav, when you come on the field, you must pay attention to the cooperation with Lee, open up our offense, and be careful of Frank, understand?" Haleb nodded, and at the signal of the fourth official, replaced Perez, who was injured. At this time, the game had only been played for 25 minutes. "Matthew, it seems that Arsenal's game today is very difficult. Thierry's beautiful goal just now was misjudged by Webber, and when Robert passed the ball, Ferreira also had a hidden kick and knocked him off the field." With a live TV replay, Adams and Matthew sitting in the live studio also knew what happened just now. Indeed, Mourinho's arrangement is very appropriate. If the ball just now counted, it would be very helpful to open Chelsea's field blockade. I am afraid that Lee's task in the next game will be very heavy. After all, he is a player in the front field, but his physical strength is a little better than that of ordinary people. Once the Chelsea players adapt to Arthur changes, I am afraid Arsenal will have difficulties. Matthew obviously also noticed Chelsea's field control before. After the game resumed, Chelsea still relied on their superior physical fitness and the speed of several players in the front court to frequently create threats to Arsenal, making it difficult for Arsenal to move the ball smoothly. Lee Yuxin was exhausted in most cases and could not get close to the goal. Although there were some good passes, there were few effective attacks. Lampard received a pass from Terry in the backcourt. With a big kick, the ball quickly crossed the half-court and quickly passed the ball to Gudjohnsen, who had already advanced. Gudjohnsen flicked his right foot and then dribbled it, shaking Silva's center of gravity. Instead of moving forward to the side, he continued to turn to the road, and Silva followed him closely. Gudjohnsen saw a figure running high and passed the ball directly. The ball passed the side of Fabregas' body and was sent to the feet of Makalil, who was running high. After Makalil got the ball, he used his not-so-cumbersome movements to dribble the ball, and Senderos had already quickly made up for it. Makalil didn't have such outstanding skills. Seeing Senderos and Fabregas by his side, he hurriedly sent the ball to his side, but Gallas had already joined him. Gallas joined from the backcourt and got the ball from Makalil. Without any pause, he sent the ball to the left side with great force, where Robben was already running high. Robben used his speed advantage to shake off Lauren, got the ball, and ran freely in the Arsenal penalty area, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. Toure decisively came to fill the position. Robben's speed had already been feared by all clubs last season. Once he rushed, it was difficult for any player to defend him. Robben was not afraid of the tall Toure. He used his speed and skills to dribble the ball in front of Toure and soon reached the small penalty area. Lehmann immediately came to stand in Robben's near corner. Robben took the ball and shook his body, pretending to break through along the sideline. Toure's center of gravity moved with it. Robben then pulled his body, and the ball instantly moved to the right. He then brought his center of gravity back, paused, and stopped his movement. Toure's center of gravity had been somewhat unbalanced following Robben's movement. Robben then started his body high, and his speed was far faster than Toure's reaction speed. He cut to the outside of Toure, and a large gap appeared. Before Lauren came over to surround him, he sent the ball into the small penalty area, where two Chelsea players had already surrounded him. Goel, Hernan, he poked the ball into the goal before Lehmann. We are ahead. A beautiful breakthrough, a beautiful goal. Hernan is too sensitive. Chelsea's commentator saw Crespo suddenly appear in front of Lehmann and poked the ball into the goal, and shouted excitedly. Chelsea's fatal pass finally appeared again. Oh, Hernan! The fans at the scene finally woke up from the suffocating atmosphere just now. Seeing that their team was leading, the whole stadium once again set off a blue wave. The loud shouts made the Arsenal fans' ears numb. They also longed for their team to give them the opportunity to shout. Damn, that referee's really a jerk. Shuo saw Arsenal falling behind, and he covered his fist with some anger. He could only vent his anger on the referee, who gave Lee Yuxin a yellow card. Yang Guiyang pulled down the violent Shuo with some weakness, but her eyes were now on Lee Yuxin on the field. Damn it, Lee Yuxin's heart was a little blocked at this time. From the time his team's goal was blown off to the time they fell behind by 1 goal, in less than 10 minutes, Lee Yuxin already felt that he was being restrained everywhere. It was the first time he felt that the game was so difficult. The situation on the field had been controlled by Chelsea. After the restart, Arsenal, led by Henry and Lee Yuxin, launched a fierce attack. Lee Yuxin had already consciously moved closer to Henry, and the two wingers also began to make their own changes. For a while, Chelsea's defense line was in a state of panic. Van Persie received a straight pass from Lee Yuxin and completed his shot before Gallas blocked it, but it was caught by the highly focused Sek. Henry's shot forced a breakthrough and was cleared by Gallas before the goal line. Fabregas' long shot in front of the penalty area also missed. Arsenal attacked for nearly 10 minutes but still had no results. Chelsea is indeed worthy of being the best defensive team last season. If it were an ordinary team, it would have been equalized or even reversed long ago. Matthew saw that Lee Yuxin's shot was caught by Sek again, and said with some emotion, "Well, but after Chelsea withstood Arsenal's fierce attack, they might use their style of play to create some opportunities in the last few minutes. After all, there were several times that were very dangerous." After Arsenal's long attack, the back line was already very close. Toure frequently cooperated with Fabregas and others on the road to create threats, but this also led to a large gap in Arsenal's backcourt. Chelsea once again defended Arsenal's attack. After Terry got the ball, he immediately sent the ball to Lampard on the road. Lampard also noticed Arsenal's formation and did not give Arsenal any chance to steal the ball. He directly sent the ball to Crespo's feet near the circle. After Crespo's ball, Senderos had already come up, but the space behind him was too big. Crespo took a few dribbles and sent the ball to Senderos' right side. Lauren there was still trying to defend, but someone was faster. Robin saw Lampard pass the ball and immediately started the ball. He ran along the sideline in a hurry. Sure enough, Crespo also saw him and made a long pass, instantly tearing open Arsenal's weak defense. Robin took advantage of the speed of the ball, took a big step to receive the ball, and then passed Lauren and went away with a single shot. Goal, Arjun, the magic wing Arjun. This is his first goal of the season, and it is also a perfect goal. It makes us lead Arsenal 3-0. The Chelsea commentator saw Robin dribbling into the penalty area and passing the ball under the armpit of the fallen Lehmann. He was extremely excited and chattered while holding the microphone, which set off the whole stadium. Arjun the Blue Ocean once again covered Stanford. All the fans excitedly waved their jerseys, shouted loudly, and vented their excitement to the camera. Wenger turned back to his coaching seat with some annoyance. The score of 0-3 was hard for Wenger to accept. Wenger was absolutely unwilling to accept defeat in this match. He frowned, and it was obvious that Wenger still had too high expectations on Lee Yuxin. Although Lee Yuxin tried very hard and performed well, he was not yet able to strike a balance between offense and defense. Wenger was thinking about the second half's strategy, and the first half was about to end. Beep. With Weber's whistle, the first half of the match was over. In the last 2 minutes, Arsenal's offensive became stronger, forcing 11 Chelsea players to shrink in their own half. Henry's last shot in the penalty area was also blocked by Sek. Unfortunately, Arsenal had bad luck in the first half. Wenger walked back to the locker room first with a serious face, and the lost expressions of the Arsenal players formed a sharp contrast with Chelsea's ease. "Shit, Robin's speed is too fast, Lauren can't keep up." Senk was annoyed when he saw his team concede a goal again. "It seems that what I said was true. Now it depends on how the professor adjusts on the field." However, Jose still has a trap beast in his hand. Once DJ comes on the field, this Arsenal nemesis may not let Arsenal's defense come up easily. Well, Arsenal did create a lot of opportunities today, but their luck was a bit bad. Although Zio's breakthroughs became less, Zio's protection on the road did not contain Chelsea. This made it even more difficult for Arsenal. The most important thing for Arsenal now is to adjust their tactics and score a goal as soon as possible, although Thierry scored a perfect goal. Matthew also realized the difficulties Arsenal was facing at this time. Arsenal's players were indeed too weak on the field. "Matthew, do you think there is a problem with Wenger's use of players?" Adams suddenly asked this question. Although Zioja was placed in the front midfielder position, Arsenal had many more opportunities, but the two wingers were not as sharp as before, and they were unable to compete with Chelsea on the field, so Adams asked everyone the biggest question in the first half. "I don't think there's any big problem. As we can see, although Arsenal fell behind in the game, it was because they had problems with their shots. Did you notice that Zio was in that position? Although the defense did not achieve the goal, the offense was more layered and there were more opportunities. In the first half, they had already had 10 shots, 2 more than Chelsea, but their luck was a little worse. You have to know that they were facing a team like Chelsea. If Arsenal had not missed several opportunities and the problematic penalty, Arsenal might have had the upper hand. Therefore, Wenger had to remind his players to improve their shooting success rate. It seems that Matthew still agrees with Wenger's use of players. Indeed, I also think that Arsenal's performance was a bit anxious. They seemed to resist the confrontation on the field and were too impatient at times. Did they want to win the game too much? They played a little simply and did not play out their own advantages in cooperation. Okay, everyone, let's look forward to what changes Arsenal will have. What happened to you today? The shooting was so bad. You have to play with more confidence and patience. Cesc, you have to cooperate more with both sides in the second half, and Zio, you change your position and move forward. Robin and Pav have to cut inside from time to time to distract Chelsea's attention. In short, I want you to do everything you can to score, understand? Colo and Philip, I don't want you to see your defensive position lost in the second half. Gilberto, I want to see you run. Wenger looked solemn and unfriendly at his disciples. It was obvious that Wenger was ready to fight for his life. Very good, you did very well in the first half. We have to continue this performance in the second half. The road is their lifeline. As long as we intercept their field, we have completed half of the game. Arsenal will definitely launch a fierce attack in the second half, so you should try to be quick when switching from offense to defense, just like the second goal in the first half. Gallas, Terry, you must not let Henry and Zio shoot easily. Defend and counterattack. Do you understand? Mourinho is quite satisfied with the situation on the field in the first half so far. As long as there is no problem with the field, this game can be won. More than 10 minutes passed quickly. Arsenal's players, led by Henry, entered the field. At this time, the hearts of Arsenal's players were burning with fire. No matter what, they were unwilling to accept failure here. Dear audience, welcome back to the field. Our players are already on the field. I believe our gunners can achieve a reversal and defend our dignity as long as there is no problem with the referee. Cenk still maintained a high morale and cheered for Arsenal. Newcastle had a fierce attack in the opening stage. Beep, 2 minutes into the game, the referee Webber blew a quick whistle. Webber ran over to warn Chelsea's captain Terry. Haha. Young Lee looks very anxious. Only 2 minutes into the second half, he was tackled to the ground by Terry. Chelsea's commentator laughed. Indeed. When Lee Yuxin received the pass from Hub and was about to turn around and shoot, he was tackled by Terry, who came up from behind and knocked him down with a ball. The referee Webber showed mercy. Even if Terry was given a yellow card for that action, there would be nothing to say. Terry nodded to the referee Webber, then pulled up the lying Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin moved his ankle. Although Lee Yuxin is very fast and has amazing explosive power, he can often complete sudden acceleration and dribbling in the front court. But now it doesn't work. Henry now hates players like Terry who make tackles. Is John too excited? Mourinho asked Clark next to him. Mourinho trusts Terry very much? Not only because of how strong Terry is, nor because of how high Terry's potential is, but because Terry is very stable. In other words, he is not nervous at all. Moreover, he is a youth training player with a big heart. And he is completely desperate in the backcourt. That's why Mourinho likes Terry even more. Unexpectedly, this kid almost got a yellow card for being late just 2 minutes into the game. Isn't it good to be excited? Facing Henry. If he is not excited, John is no match for him at all. Suyu nodded. Clark was right. Although Terry is strong, Henry is one of the best center forwards in the Premier League. No matter who faces Henry, there is no absolute certainty of victory. Henry scored more than 30 goals for Arsenal last season. Terry was indeed very excited. Tackle? That was just Terry telling Henry and Lee Yuxin that I was here today. Today you are facing me. Arsenal is now the same as in their last game. They wanted to solve Chelsea as soon as possible, but it was a pity that it was difficult to find an offensive gap in front of Chelsea's midfield defense. Although Makalil, Robin, and Lampard played in the game 2 days ago, they have much more physical advantages than players like Hleb. Chelsea's midfield is really not so easy to tear apart. Therefore, Arsenal had no choice but to use the most primitive method. They used a high ball and gave the ball to Yuxin in front. Yuxin is only 1.85 meters tall. But he has good physical fitness and can hold the ball. Unfortunately, he met the excited Terry today. Haleb, he is very fast. Thorin has been following him. Haleb can't get rid of Thorin. Cross. Haleb is indeed very fast. But Thorin is not for nothing. And there's Lee Sox waiting in front, so Dyer can only cross the ball. It's a bit blind. Yuxin received the cross. Although Yuxin is not tall, his jumping ability, judgment of the ball's landing point, and headers are all quite good. Therefore, when Dyer just made the cross, he had already judged the landing point of the ball. Terry headed the ball out. When Yuxin judged the landing point, Terry also judged the landing point of the ball. Terry was born with a very subtle feeling for the landing point of the ball, and he can judge the landing point of the ball very accurately. Therefore, the two of them arrived at the landing point of the ball almost at the same time. Yuxin is indeed an excellent center forward. Heading ability is very strong. Unfortunately, Terry's jumping ability is no worse than Yuxin, and the important thing is that Terry is taller than Yuxin. And Terry is clearing the ball, so he has an advantage over Yuxin. So Terry headed the ball out first. Good. Mourinho couldn't help but wave his fist on the sidelines. He was even happier than the goal. Steve, did you see that? Chelsea is the team. Mourinho was very satisfied with Terry's performance. Calm. Domineering. Henry was very worried about the situation and had some new ideas. But who is Henry? He just had a headache about Terry. He was not afraid of Terry. But he knew he had to change his style of play. Henry was always thinking about Terry's loopholes. Impetuous. Terry was very excited. But because he was too excited, he ran too much. Henry was going to take advantage of Terry's weakness. Now the entire Newcastle offense actually depends on Yuxin. Yuxin has good skills and good passing, and is the core of Newcastle's front court offense. Unfortunately, Yuxin is now very depressed by Lampard and Macaulay, and when he has a chance to attack in the front court, he will meet Terry and Carvalho. Lampard's defensive skills are actually not very outstanding. But he was strong and fit, and he followed the coach's tactics to the letter. Sticking to Haleb made Yuxin feel uncomfortable. But he was still good at basic passing. He passed the ball to Haleb, who quickly passed it to Henry. Henry, he got the ball. The moment Henry received the pass from Haleb, he used his left foot to lead the ball to the left, shaking the impatient Terry. Then he turned around, and there was a small space, but it was enough for Henry to use. Henry is a shooter. A sharpshooter. He can shoot from any angle in front of the penalty area. And the shot is very powerful. So after shaking Terry just now, Henry did not hesitate at all. He kicked the ball directly. Henry. Shoot. Henry is very good at shooting at this angle. Bang. Henry's shot just came out. It was blocked by someone's face. Terry, this is Terry. Terry reacted quickly after being shaken by Henry. He is totally risking his life. Mortensen exclaimed. He couldn't help but exclaim. Because Terry knew that he couldn't catch up when Henry kicked. So when Henry shot, he lay directly in the path of the ball. Henry's ball hit Terry's face hard. Blood. This ball is too powerful. After Terry's nose was hit by the ball, blood kept dripping from his face. After Terry was hit by the ball, at that moment, all he could see were stars. It was dark in front of his eyes. Terry didn't come to his senses until he heard someone calling his name. John. John. The team doctor kept calling Terry's name while treating Terry's injury. Terry's external injury was actually not a big problem. He was just hit by the ball. It hit Terry's nose, so he was bleeding. In addition, his eyebrow bone was broken. Therefore, his face was covered with blood from top to bottom. In fact, the injury was not serious at all. It is common to break the eyebrow bone when playing football. If you are hit by someone's arm while running, your eyebrow bone will also be broken. As long as you simply bandage and treat a wound, it will not be a big problem at all. It's just because of studying abroad that it makes people shocked. Compared to the trauma of studying abroad, the team doctor is most afraid that Terry will have some concussion. Concussion can be big or small. A big one may make you demented, and a small one will require a few days of rest. Of course, being hit by the ball will not make people demented. But it can also make players rest for a few days, a week, or 10 days. This is what the team doctor is most afraid of. I'm fine. Terry shook his head. In fact, it was just because of the sudden hit by the ball that Terry had a nosebleed that made his eyes go black. After Terry finished speaking, he stood up unsteadily. Then he followed the team doctor to leave the court, and Terry kept shaking his head as he walked. When he reached the sidelines, Terry was no longer in a serious condition. What is this? The team doctor stretched out 2 fingers and shook them in front of Terry. Terry slapped the team doctor's hand with a smile. I'm fine. But the team doctor couldn't let him go like this. He still asked Terry several questions and finally confirmed that Terry was indeed fine. Only then did he let Terry go. Terry is very brave. He is back on the field. There is nothing wrong with his injury. At this time, Terry, who returned to the field, had a tape on his right eyebrow bone and a sanitary napkin stuffed in his nostrils. He looked like he had just come down from the line of fire. Woo woo woo, Terry. Terry. John. Terry. Chelsea fans were very satisfied with Terry's performance. English fans like tough guys like Terry the most. If Gascoigne and Joe Cole can be respected by the English football world, it is because the English football world has always lacked technical players like Gascoigne and Joe Cole. So what kind of players do English football fans like the most? Tough guys. They can give their all on the field and will not leave the field even if they are slightly injured. Such players can always become the favorite players of English football fans. And the performance on the field will also become something that fans talk about. Because for English fans, these tough guys represent the essence of English football. Terry gave Chelsea fans such an impression. Chapter 25 Nightmare Night, Hope. Lee Yuxin looked at the captain of the Blues and shook his head helplessly. This was the iron-blooded captain of the Blues. Even if something like that happened in the future, Chelsea fans would still respect him. No matter what, Terry on the field was such a tough guy. While Lee Yuxin was thinking, Yang Guiyang and Shuo also looked at the field with a serious look on their faces. After all, Lee Yuxin was facing a huge challenge now, although they didn't quite understand the tactics on the field. The ball was soon kicked off, and Henry handed the ball to Lee Yuxin. Damn it, we must not lose here, we must not lose. Lee Yuxin could finally unload his defensive responsibility at this time, like a tiger that had escaped from a trap. He would never accept the failure of this game in his heart. He wanted to use this game to prove that he could change the future of Arsenal. He quickly handed the ball to his field players and ran towards the depth of Chelsea. At this time, he had already advanced his position. Hey, Lee's position has changed. It seems that Wenger is going to use Lee to directly threaten Chelsea's goal. Wenger took advantage of the dead ball opportunity and started to make substitutions. He replaced Silva with Flamini. Silva's physical strength was too much in the game. Marino also started to make his own changes. He replaced Gudjonson and Robin with Essien and Wright. Robin's physical strength was exhausted, and Gudjonson was frequently eaten alive by Van Persie and Fabregas during his time on the field. After Wenger replaced Flamini, he said something to him, and at the same time Wenger also gave Henry a 3 gesture. Wenger not only made substitutions, but also changed the formation. After receiving the instructions, the Arsenal players began to change their positions. Henry moved to the left, while Van Persie moved to the right, and Haleb and Fabregas became forwards. Wenger was going to launch the final attack. Flamini was full of energy after coming up. During a defense, he and Haleb stole the ball from Crespo's feet in the backcourt and quickly passed the ball to Fabregas, who was in the front position. Fabregas saw Essien was already in front of him. He tried to dribble the ball a few times, but there was no way to move forward, so he passed the ball to Henry, who came up to receive it. After Henry got the ball, he used his skills to force a breakthrough and cut inside. Henry looked at the position of his teammates and quickly passed the ball to the road. He immediately walked inside, took Ferreira away, and changed positions with Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin ran actively, shook off Terry, and received Henry's through ball on the left. Lee Wei deducted his left foot and passed the ball to his right foot. Then he moved his body to the right, changed direction and pulled the ball continuously, and quickly dribbled the ball along the outside of Terry, and soon advanced to the vicinity of the small penalty area. Ferreira, who was chasing back, saw Lee Yuxin walking in sight and Terry being shaken by Lee Yuxin. He wanted to work with Terry to attack Lee Yuxin from the front and back to steal the ball, so he quickly approached Lee Yuxin, who was cutting in sight, and stretched out his foot to steal the ball. Lee Yuxin was in the penalty area like a nobody at this time. He kept the ball tightly under his feet and felt someone on his right side. Lee Yuxin did not panic. He moved his body to the right side suddenly, and then pushed the ball out with his right foot. Then he dunked the ball under his left foot with the inside of his foot. Terry was shaken by Lee Yuxin's action and was a little unstable. Chelsea's left side suddenly appeared. At this time, Lee Yuxin had heard the sound of footsteps. He glanced and then dunked with his left foot. The ball bounced and rolled to the left side of Chelsea's penalty area. Henry jumped out from Ferreira, shook off McAleal who was blocked by Fabregas, and passed through Terry who was unstable to catch the ball. There was no one in front of him. Gallas was also attracted by Van Persie and had no time to care. Henry had a single shot, and his left foot was already drawn. Goal, Terry. Terry scored a goal for us. Thank Terry. Thank Lee for the wonderful pass. Their cooperation was wonderful. Seng's cheering finally appeared at Stanford Stadium for the first time. Henry's volley passed through Sek's 10 fingers and finally broke the score for Arsenal. Yet, King Henry rushed to the Arsenal fans, opened his hands and flew, indicating a louder call. Lee Yuxin and others also rushed to Henry's side and waved to the fans who came. Henry and Lee Yuxin hugged each other and thanked him for his assist. After seeing the ball roll into the goal, Wenger excitedly hugged Pat, while Mourinho was still sitting leisurely, but his brows were a little more solemn. After the game resumed, it was not as expected that Arsenal took advantage of the situation and launched an offensive. Instead, a stalemate occurred. Although Arsenal's attack was impressive every time, Chelsea's defensive counter-attack was also extremely sharp, always making Arsenal players feel like a thorn in their throats, especially Essien's defense, which made Fabregas unable to touch the ball calmly. He always staggered a few steps before he could do it. Chelsea's defensive movements became more and more violent. In the 56th minute, Essien knocked Fabregas down from the side again, causing him to cover his ribs painfully on the ground. With a beep, Weber finally blew the whistle on Essien's foul. Cesc, are you okay? Lee Yuxin rushed over as soon as possible. Seeing Fabregas' painful expression, he knew that the injury was serious, and quickly signaled the team doctor to enter the field quickly. Lee Yuxin stood beside Weber and said, "Mr. Referee, he has done this several times, targeting my teammates' bodies." Henry also came over to express his dissatisfaction with Essien's actions. Weber looked at the Arsenal players, then at Fabregas who was still recovering from his injury, called Essien over, warned him a few words, but did not play a card. This penalty made the Arsenal players extremely dissatisfied, because Fabregas had been helped out by the team doctor, and soon Wenger was forced to make his third substitution. Bergkamp came on the court. It seems that the professor's luck is really bad today. He just scored a goal, but Cesc is injured again. I'm afraid his plan will fail again. Adams felt very aggrieved for Wenger in this game. Wenger did not change the formation to 442, because once it was played in 442, the offensive ability of these players would be wasted. He had no choice but to make a desperate bet. He hoped that Bergkamp could use his experience to manage the field well. Bergkamp was now in sufficient physical strength to rush forward, but Flamini had to defend more. However, Wenger was unsure about these things. After all, he had not expected this situation. However, at this time, Mourinho also started his last substitution, removing Crespo, who had no physical strength in the whole game, and replacing him with Drogba, who had rested for the whole game. At this time, what Mourinho wanted Drogba to do was to crush Arsenal's last straw and completely choke Arsenal to death. The game soon resumed, and the ball belonged to Arsenal. Ashley Cole threw the ball from the sideline to Touré's feet. Touré shook off Drogba's steal and sent the ball to Flamini's feet. Flamini also knew his responsibility at this time. He took a few steps and passed the ball to Bergkamp, trying to get close to his defenders. Woe at this time, whenever an Arsenal player got the ball, Chelsea fans would boo loudly, trying to distract the Arsenal players. Bergkamp wanted to organize an attack on the spot. Essien was responsible for guarding Bergkamp at this time. He brought his strong body to Bergkamp, trying to use his body to squeeze him away, while constantly hooking the ball with his feet. Bergkamp pulled the ball, then stepped on it, and then pushed it to the back of his body. He turned around and passed by Essien's side with his center of gravity in front. His body started quickly, using his skills to not give Essien any chance, and left in a dusty manner. At this time, Chelsea's road had a big gap because of Essien's carelessness. Bergkamp had already moved high in front of the penalty area. Chelsea's players did not dare to be careless. After all, Bergkamp was a striker with a powerful long shot, so Makelele quickly blocked Bergkamp's path. Bergkamp saw Makelele coming, stopped urgently, and then kicked the ball with his right foot. The ball flew over Makelele's head and flew to the right. There, Van Persie and Del Horno had already started to fight for position. Van Persie saw the ball coming, jumped high, and got the first point before Del Horno. Van Persie shook his head heavily and threw the ball into the penalty area. When Lee Yuxin saw Van Persie jumping up, he was ready to receive his header. At this time, Van Persie headed the ball out, and Lee Yuxin had already opened his highest height and rushed towards the ball. Lee Yuxin barely caught the ball before Terry. At this time, he was already close to the small penalty area. Lee Yuxin glanced at the penalty area and made a passing gesture with his right foot. Terry was shaken and hurriedly raised his foot to stop Lee Wei's pass, but he quickly put down his right foot. Lee Yuxin's right foot scared the Chelsea penalty area into chaos. Even Henry rushed into the penalty area and tried to outflank. However, Lee Wheely tapped the ball with his right foot, gently pulled it with his left foot, and then pushed it outwards. He started quickly and passed Terry's side in a hurry to grab a gap. Lee Yuxin glanced at the situation in the penalty area in a flash. Gallas and Henry were still fighting for position, and Terry had been tricked into a gap by himself. Sek was too close to the inside, there was a chance. Lee Yuxin did not stop the ball. While his body was moving forward, without any signs, Lee Yuxin's left foot slammed on the ball. With a whoosh, the ball violently slapped the air, scraping out a stream of air, drawing a strange outward arc, passing through Gallas and blasting directly towards the goal. Sek didn't expect that Lee Yuxin would suddenly hit such a strange arc. He stretched his body and rushed to the right. Just as he was about to catch the high-flying ball, the ball swooshed and seemed to turn outward again, suddenly out of his control, and flew outward in a rotation. He actually missed it. Hula Lee Yuxin hit the outward spinning ball, turned around Sek, and propped the ball high between the crossbar and the uprights, hanging straight into the dead corner. Goal, a strange arc, a genius shot, the great Lee. He hit an incredible arc, he tricked Sek and narrowed the score for us. Sek held the microphone and screamed in disbelief, watching Lee Yuxin make that arrogant gesture in disbelief. Great, Lee, how did you hit this ball? Henry was the first to pounce on Lee Yuxin, who was pointing his fingers to the sky. He cheered for this strange ball and was also excited about tying the score. Haha, well done, Lee. Bergkamp hugged Lee Yuxin and patted his shoulders, and walked back happily. Lee Yuxin did not expect that his casual imaginary kick would have such a big impact. This strange ball not only surprised others, but also surprised Lee Yuxin. But no matter what, Lee Yuxin finally kept the team's hope of equalizing. In the 85th minute, Henry created a penalty kick and scored, and the two sides returned to the same starting line. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.